How are we doing, guys? I have a headache and I hate you guys. You want me to throw down a quick 900? Yeah, I can do that. Just a headache or combined with a fever as well? Like once a year, I wake up and I feel sick and I have a headache, and then it goes away after like 3 or 4 hours. I don't know why. It just happens like one time a year. It's just fucking annoying. I don't know what it is or why. What is this? This is why I main Shade Binder. God, Shade Binder is so cool. This is why I want to main Shade Binder. So cool. I don't know how aggressive I want to be with this guy. Fuck it. Caffeine withdrawals? I don't think I have caffeine withdrawals. I never get them. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
How are you, Steven?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Good. Thanks for reaching out. Good to be on here.
Yeah, good to have you. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So my name is Holden. I'm 21 years old. And I'm kind of a volunteer with the Forward Party. I've been doing some stuff with them. I'm in college. I'm a sophomore at Southern in Connecticut, and I'm a bartender as well. So I'm doing a bunch of stuff and volunteering for the Forward Party in my free time.
Gotcha. Well, what's how's life like? What are we talking about today?
Life's been good, man. How about you? You have a headache today?
Yeah, just it's like a once a year headache. Probably because I know I was gonna be talking to a Yanks. No, I'm just fucking with you. What So here's my question. I guess I can ask some questions. I'm kind of curious. I see this is the big problem that I've seen, and maybe you have better answers. Is I think I've seen two interviews now where people try to get Yang to kind of like state a position on something, and he seems a little bit reticent to do so. Do you know why, or what is the? I imagine like what kind of questions you get normally. Yeah, we'll start there.
Yeah. So I definitely got that question on an interview I did before
Mm-hmm.
too. So I think the big reason that he doesn't want to take stances for the Forward Party is that the Forward Party kind of sees the problem in America as a problem of choice, and the fact that whatever your ideology is, whether you're kind of libertarian or progressive, wherever you fall,
Mm-hmm.
the government is not addressing your problems. And so the issue isn't a left or right issue, it's an issue of representation and just basic, the government is not representing the people right now. And so the problem is, as the Forward Party is putting it, is that we need to reform our voting system so that it's actually possible to get people in government who are interested in solving these problems rather than just people who are elected in closed party primaries, and are really only there to serve their party rather than their country. So the issue is, saying we can deal with all these issues only after our government is once again representative of the people.
Gotcha. That was a lot of stuff. What's like an issue that you feel like isn't represented well, I guess, for the American people?
I think one of a couple of the things that I think about are the war on terror and the war on drugs. These are two things in my mind, at least, that have been going on for far too long, and the American people have been pretty firmly opposed to these wars. The war on drugs and the war on terror is what I'm specifically focusing on now. Those are examples of things that the American people have been pretty united in opposing for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
but our government is not acting. You see a lot of these issues where it's kind of like we've been talking about them for years and years and years, but nothing has changed.
Gotcha. So, trying to think of how I just woke up. I'm a little grumpy. Trying not to go ultra debate mode.
No problem. We can slow down a bit, whatever.
Well, you don't have to slow down. I'm just trying to figure how mean I want to be. No, I'm just kidding. So here's like an issue, okay? Why
Okay.
I feel like the U.S. government is pretty responsive to what people are talking about. You bring up the war on drugs as an example issue, or not. I'm sorry, not the war on drugs, but the war on terror. I feel like the United States was pretty responsive to like foreign intervention. That Iraq was super unpopular. Obama kind of ran on this anti-war thing. We haven't started any new wars. Biden pulled us out of wars. We've opted for drones instead of troops on the ground. What more like could the U.S. I guess have done realistically in relation to like the war on terror? I'm curious.
I think, first of all, in a lot of these wars, they're still going on. We're still involved in Syria and Yemen. We kind of expanded the war on terror beyond Afghanistan to so many different places that it seems very difficult to kind of rein it all in. And so, for example, with Iraq, Obama campaigned on taking us out of there, and he did, and then sent us back in 2014. And so,
Do you think that
we've
going
had,
back into Iraq was a mistake?
I think it was a mistake. I think we need to have a much clearer focus on domestic issues. And I think putting too much time and energy into the war on terror in these instances where, our goal is to prevent terrorist attacks from, having terrorist groups from having the capacity to attack U.S. soil.
Hmm.
Um,
Don't you think? Because I'm kind of curious. So the going back into Iraq, it's brought up. Do you think that if ISIS would have continued to gain a stronger foothold over there, is that not like a concern ever for eventually the security in the United States?
I think it is a concern. That's something you have to be watching. Um,
But like,
I
let's say,
think
what if we don't go into Iraq again, and then ISIS in Iraq becomes like what the Taliban is in Afghanistan, where it just kind of like becomes the de facto government, and now they're just kind of like the power there, and then you can't really get rid of them because now you'd have to go to war with an actual state and depose an actual government.
Well, I think that's the issue we found with Afghanistan is that, we went in, we overthrew the Taliban, and then by the time we left, the Taliban had taken over again. And so I think it's kind of a matter of, we tried, if you just take Afghanistan, that
Hmm.
war in itself, we tried going in and invading and trying to keep the Taliban, under control, but we found out that that wasn't possible. That wasn't or, it could have been possible.
Hmm.
Maybe there's an argument that we executed the war wrong,
Hmm.
wrongly, and it could have been done better. But I would say that going in and invading these countries is not necessarily a surefire way to stop the problem, as we saw that the Taliban, is now in control in Afghanistan, and we have left it aside.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely parts of that I can agree with, but I mean,
Yeah.
the Taliban is not a threat to the U.S. government anymore. At the very least, it seems like part of everything that's gone on is ensuring that they aren't going to. I mean, maybe in the future they will mess with the United States, but I mean, hopefully they see it's in their best interest not to. And then hopefully we've secured that agreement. I think it was the Doha talks, I think, that happened under Trump to push them
Yeah.
towards like, hey, just don't fuck with us and we won't come back, basically. Um, I do agree that Afghanistan seemed to be poorly done from the United States side. I don't think anybody would disagree with you there. But I guess some worry that I have is that if you have a failure or two or three, people will think that all other foreign policy like interventions need to be stopped because they could all be failures. But when I compare like the expulsion of the Taliban from Afghanistan to the destruction of ISIS in Iraq, I feel like those two missions went quite differently. I feel like we got rid of ISIS pretty well. ISIS seemed to be a pretty spooky bunch of dudes. Like they were trying to orchestrate terror attacks all across Europe, in the United States, um, like doing basically up to whatever mayhem they could get up to. I feel like we did pretty well at getting rid of them, though. No.
I think we did a pretty decent job of getting rid of ISIS. I think the longer you stay and continue fighting those wars,
Hmm.
after you've kind of passed the point of stopping their capacity to attack our homeland,
Hmm.
once you've eliminated that threat, then I think the longer you stay, you kind of start running a higher risk of just prolonging the conflict by creating new sentiments within these people of, the Americans are the enemy. And the longer you stay, the longer this kind of sense develops of, are we here to defend our homeland, or are we here, to feed the war machine, or whatever the argument would be?
Yeah, I could definitely understand that being a concern, and I think that's a fair concern to have. But I think on the flip side, I think we also have concerns of. Are you familiar with like NATO intervention in Libya?
A little bit, but not as well.
I think that was essentially our. I think that was essentially the idea with Libya is that well, we don't want to stay too long, so in like half a year in like 2011, we go in, we destroy the fuck out of Gaddafi and his forces. He's literally murdered on TV, and then we leave. And because there was no stable presence afterwards by the US or NATO, like the country kind of like fell into disarray and in some ways became less stable even than it was before. I think people point to stuff like that and they're like, okay, well, it's not just enough to go in, bomb some people and leave. You have some obligation afterwards to ensure some level, some minimum level of security.
Yeah. And so I think that, taking those two perspectives is kind of why I personally, I generally lean towards we should not be intervening. We should not be getting ourselves involved with these wars and these conflicts because, as you brought up, there's two different ways it could go very poorly, where, in the case of Libya, we could go in, achieve the mission, and leave quickly, and then, we've left a mess, and we might have to deal with that mess later through the form of, threats from terrorists. Or you have the case of Afghanistan, where we stayed and did try to kind of build up a functioning society that wouldn't just be left in shambles, and that also failed. Um, And so I think, I lean more towards we sh it's not for for in the majority of cases, it's not in our interests to be involved in these things.
Hmm.
When there's a terrorist threat that arises that has the capacity to attack us, as we were attacked on 9/11, that's a direct concern we have to deal with. But other than that, I think it's almost impossible, it seems, from historical examples to intervene in a case like this and do it successfully. You have a couple examples, I think,
Well, like
that
I'm
you
kind of
could
curious,
say.
just pushing on the Iraq example. Like, let's say we don't do anything in Iraq, we don't go back in, and ISIS actually takes over the country and then installs a government. Aren't we in like a really, really bad position at that point? Because now, if we go to war with them, it's not even like we're just getting rid of a terrorist group. Now we'd have to actually go to war against like an actual nation state and try to depose like the leadership and destroy the entire government. Wouldn't that be like a lot more of a big deal?
I mean, that's what we did the first time with Iraq, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing you're probably opposed to that war too, right?
Yeah. I think it seems like whichever way we've kind of come at it, it gets mishandled. It seems like if you're just going in after a certain terrorist threat, or whether you're kind of invading, going after the whole government regime, it doesn't seem like it ever goes well. You know
I
what I'm
mean, like,
saying?
there's definitely. I mean, I would say it's hard to ever say war goes well because
That's
obviously
fair.
it always sucks, right? And then also, just as a note, these are really hard questions that I'm asking you. There's no good answer. It's like I'm not trying to like you need to solve all foreign policy. These are very, very, very complicated. Very like scholars will argue over this, leaders argue over this. Um, but I know that obviously things like go poorly sometimes, or there are bad outcomes relating to like international war. Obviously, that's for sure true. But I think that like we sometimes we overlook that there are sometimes good outcomes as well. Like as fucked as Iraq was for a bit, it's probably good that Saddam Hussein is gone. That guy was a bad dude. We probably should have kicked him out after the first Gulf War. And it's probably good that we went back and ISIS isn't like the official government in Iraq. That would probably be fucking horrible because those guys were incredibly active in other countries. But we've also made blunders. Like Afghanistan was a huge overstay. Invading and deposing Saddam Hussein, when we did do it, was probably done for shitty reasons or not the best reasons. I agree with that. And we've paid a cost internationally with our reputation, domestically with soldiers dying, and it's not usually talked about, but with civilians in other countries suffering and dying as well. So that's definitely true. The only issue that I generally have with people that are very, very anti-intervention is that sometimes it feels like there are some interventions where it's like, this is a place where we
Just want to
almost,
say, I'm trans and you're
this is a place where we almost certainly should intervene. Um, but then a lot of people are like very anti-intervention, and then even though those places where we for sure should intervene, they don't. So like one conflict I guess I would ask you about is like right now the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. Do you have like what should the United States do for that? Do you think that that's a thing where we shouldn't have like any presence at all, or
Yeah, I think Ukraine is a much more difficult intervention, I think, because it's a very different scenario where you're not just dealing with, one terrorist group or one a terrorist group that has taken over a government regime. You're dealing with supposed military superpower of Russia invading, and it's right on Russia's border too, and so it's much higher stakes in terms of, the potential for this to spiral into a potential nuclear conflict. So it's a much more difficult kind of issue, and I think my perspective would be the overarching goal would be we should be trying to facilitate peace,
mm-hmm.
and that doesn't necessarily mean saying, like Ukraine, give up half your territory just because peace is more important than anything else. Um, I think I think my perspective on this would be, trying just trying to facilitate the two sides getting to talk, because right now you have a situation where neither side wants to talk. It started out with Putin saying, I have no desire to negotiate. I have the stronger military. And now that has kind of flipped with Zelensky saying, we don't have to negotiate. We have the stronger military. Um, I
sure? But I
think
mean, like would you want to negotiate if you were currently you ever played
No,
any like Stellaris or any Paradox games or whatever?
I haven't. No.
Oh, okay. Because like you like sometimes your goal in those games is like you conquer enough territory, and then like if you feel like the war is going the other way and you're gonna lose or whatever, you might like sue for peace, and you might say like, okay, hey, let's stop the fighting right now. But like you have like a whole bunch of new territory, so if the enemy agrees, you're in a really good position. You're like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
But like obviously, if the other side is like asking for peace and they're own a ton of your shit, you're like, well, no, hold on, I'm starting to win now. Fuck you, I'm gonna get my shit back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like Ukraine kind of has the moral authority there, where it's like, well, of course Russia wants peace now. They still own like a lot of Ukrainian territory, and Ukraine seems to have the military capability to take it back. So it seems hard to tell Ukraine like, just chill, like let them keep their shit, or your shit, I guess.
No.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm definitely not making the argument that, Ukraine should just give in to Russia. I think Ukraine absolutely has the moral authority here. They, have every right to defend themselves against an invasion.
Hmm.
That's certainly not the argument I'm making.
Sure.
I
Do you know if does Yang have an official position on the Ukrainian war, or?
I don't think he has an official position. He's spoken out many times, saying Ukraine has the right to defend itself and we should not let this spiral into a nuclear conflict. But he has made clear in the past, he's made statements that supporting Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha,
Um,
interesting. Okay.
yeah, I think
Sorry, we got like really like into the weeds on like foreign policy.
I know.
Yeah, you can steer back
Yeah.
from me if you want to like another topic you want to chat about. Sorry, go
Yeah, I mean, do you want to steer back around to forward party? Or,
ahead. Yeah, if you want to, yeah, go for it.
okay. Yeah, so I think, well, I'll kind of try and connect it a little bit. I think these seem like the kinds of issues, if connecting it back to the war on terror, this is, you have a situation where, there's a lot of money being spent on these wars. And so, if you're having discussions about, whether this war is worth it, whether this war is in our national security interest, whether you're talking about the Middle East or Ukraine, wherever you're sending money, I think you have to start bringing into the discussion, how well are we taking care of our country, and are we meeting our domestic needs? Because if we're spending, something like at least 8 to $8 trillion has been spent on the war on terror. If we're spending all that money and then it leads to us going, essentially bankrupt, where we're printing all this money for things that are not benefiting our people, then you're going to start reaching a point where you're hurting your capacity to help other countries, fight terror or anything, because you're not taking care of your own country. And so I think I kind of have this sense that the US government has spiraled out of control in some areas where they are more than willing to sign off on hundreds of billions of dollars in new military spending, on, whatever war is deemed to be in the U.S. national security interest. And I'm not saying that it's not. I think there's definitely an argument that defending Ukraine is in our interest and stopping Russia's invasion there is in the world's interest. But when that follows, 20 years of $6 trillion spent on war that I would argue was not of the same kind of reasoning, I think you reach a point where you need to start questioning if you're taking care of your people. And so the Forward Party, I think, we want to move focus back kind of towards domestic concerns, and saying the people are not being represented in government, and our government is serving special interests almost exclusively, whether those special interests are pharmaceutical companies, military industrial complex. It's saying that right now the government is only representing those interests. And so we need to fix our system with voting reform, these things that will enable our system to put representatives who are there for the people and not for elected by, partisan special interests or whatever moneyed interests are there to try and steer government policy.
Does the Forward Party have like an explicit ban on taking money from like lobbyists or special interest groups or PACs or super PACs?
They don't. They have been asked about that before in some interviews. We actually talked about that in a panel the other day. Um, they have said the majority of their money comes from small dollar donations, but their perspective is that anybody who wants to invest in this movement, it's kind of necessary to take that level of money if you want to build an organization that will compete with the two parties who are taking obscene amounts of money from that. Um, Yang said in an interview the other day that he's spoken with several billionaires who have made larger contributions to the party, and they, said that they're coming from a place of deep concern with the two parties.
Isn't there
Um,
like a worry that eventually the Forward Party would fall prey to the same type of like lobbyist capture that,
I think
yeah.
I think there is that worry. You definitely don't want to say like, no, that's not a concern. It'll never happen. If you're taking that money, you need to be vigilant about, making sure that you're not falling under influenced by them. But the forward party's perspective is kind of, the two parties are taking this money. I don't know if you saw there was a story a week or two ago of a $1.6 billion donation that was sent to a Republican Party group that it's not traced. No one knows where it's from. And so I think in order to kind of compete against that, there is an element of it's necessary to take this kind of money.
Hmm.
But I would totally agree with you that it is a concern, and that party leaders should stay very vigilant about not falling under that kind of influence.
So if the what is the goal with the Forward Party representationally? Is the goal to get like a candidate like just as president, or are you guys trying to run like local people, or?
The focus is almost entirely local at this point. The party is generally opposed to a presidential candidate because third parties throughout history, a lot of them have been built just around one presidential candidate,
Hmm.
and then they kind of invested in that presidential campaign at the expense of building up a solid party foundation. So the party's goal, their stated goal is to have 5,000 local elected officials by 2024. So their goal is very locally driven. It's about building, they're kind of trying to let local forward party groups build up the base rather than having a top-down approach.
Gotcha. I think that's a really interesting approach because all of the, like you said before, all the third party candidates in the past, it seems like their goal is like the Libertarian Party, I feel, is especially guilty of this, where they have their huge drive for the presidential election, and then it feels like they just don't give a fuck on any other level,
Yeah,
which I feel like hurts their
yeah.
credibility a little bit. But yeah,
No, I would agree with that. I lean libertarian in some ways. I lean progressive in some ways. But I think it would be great for the country to have an active libertarian party too,
hmm,
that can actually compete. But I agree with you that it's a product of the way, the two parties have kind of orchestrated this system to lock third parties into minor party status, where, as you said, with the Libertarian Party, they're kind of just trapped in this cycle of they spend all their resources, all their energy on getting candidates onto ballots.
hmm,
And then once they're on the ballot, you don't have a chance. That's kind of all you can do.
yeah,
And so in order to get a system where third parties, forward party, libertarian party, whoever it is, where other parties have the chance to win,
hmm,
you need to have voting reform first. So what Forward's pushing for is ranked choice voting, where you can rank your candidates 1 through 5 or 1 through 4. Different states have different numbers. And that way you can put, Forward Party first, and, if you lean Democrat, you can put Democratic Party second,
hmm.
or whichever way you lean, so that you can vote for a third party, but still have your vote counted for the major parties if your third party doesn't win.
Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, anything else? Yeah. What else you got?
yeah, it's kind of a it's trying to make the argument, with this the system needs to change before third parties can win, where third parties are kind of just locked into this spoiler status under our current voting system is just you vote one way or the other, and then whoever gets the most votes wins,
Hmm.
regardless of whether they hit 50% or not.
Yeah.
So ranked choice voting kind of changes that system pretty dramatically, where you don't have to worry about wasting your vote. You can vote for whatever third party you want, and your vote will still be counted for a major party if that your first choice doesn't win.
Hmm.
Um, it eliminates the spoiler effect. So, you know, you don't have third parties that are just locked into minor party status, just fighting for ballot access. You can actually compete on a national scale.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
but yeah.
Anything else? Or any other topics or issues you want to bring up?
Um, I think, I'd mention campaign finance reform is something that as we talked about how the party's platform was very limited to these reform topics,
Hmm.
the voting reform specifically, but campaign finance reform is something that the party's leadership has talked about adding on to the platform, overturning Citizens United. Um, I'll share a story quickly. Christine Todd Whitman,
Hmm.
she's the former Republican governor of New Jersey, and now is the Forward Party's co-chair, national co-chair.
Hmm.
And she, at the Forward Party, had an event in Houston last week that was kind of sort of a convention, not really. It was more of just a launch event.
Hmm.
And she told a story about campaign finance reform that in the year 2000, she was encouraged by the National Republican Party to run for office, to run for Senate.
Yeah.
Um, and so she was thinking about it. She went down to Washington, D.C. to meet with the National Republican Campaign Committee.
Hmm.
And Mitch McConnell at the time was the head of that committee. And in their first meeting, she met with him, and he said to her, "If you mention one word about campaign finance reform, you are not getting a dime from this committee
Hmm.
for your campaign." And so she immediately said, fuck that. I'm not doing that. And I think that kind of gets to the heart of what Forward is about. That, these two parties that are in power right now have orchestrated a system where they don't really have to respond to people's concerns because these seats are safe Democrat, safe Republican. The vast majority of these elections are just decided in party primaries where, the whole electorate doesn't even get to vote. Um, and so that kind of gets to the core of the Forward Party's argument that we need a pretty dramatic reform to the way we vote before the government is going to be in a position where it's able to respond to our concerns.
Gotcha. Okay. Um, yeah, anything else? What is the well here actually, I guess so you mentioned campaign finance reform, you mentioned drugs. Are there any other like major wait, so does the Forward Party have like major policy positions or because you brought up those two, are there any other things like that are part of the platform that they talk about a lot or
So the war on drugs is not part of Forward Party. That was something I brought up.
oh, okay.
But they keep their platform very limited, where right now the only things on the platform are ranked choice voting and open primaries. And they have their kind of core principles, their core priorities are free people, thriving communities, and vibrant democracy. And so they have those principles that they kind of build out from. But other than that, they don't have specific policies, just, for the reason that their argument, their belief, is that we need to reform our system before any of these policy issues can even be addressed.
Hmm.
Because the two-party system is in a position where they're not going to address them. One thing Yang has been he said he's been told by a sitting senator, he wouldn't name them, but a current sitting senator, he said, told him that an issue is worth more to elected officials unresolved than it is resolved. Because if it's unresolved, they
They
can
can
campaign.
use it. Yeah. It's kind of like
Yeah,
how
exactly.
people thought that people mistakenly thought that Republicans were against codifying gay marriage because Republicans hate gay people and they're homophobic. But that's not actually the reason why Republicans don't want to put gay marriage as like law. The reason why is because if they leave it open, there might be something they want in the future, and they can use that issue to negotiate for some piece of legislation further down the road. Because if you would never give up a political win like that to your opponents for free. You would hold on to it and keep it in your pocket so that if you want to negotiate for something in the future, you can use that against them. Basically, like, oh, well, you want a gay marriage? Well, we want increased military spending, or we want a ban on Planned Parenthood abortion spending or something like that. You can use it as like a negotiating chip in the future. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's one of the things the Forward Party is talking about, that, that element of the system is not conducive to good results for the people, and, we should change it.
Sure. Okay. How did you do an interview about this on Fox News, or where were you on?
I did, yeah. I was on Fox News like a week or two ago.
How did you end up getting like drafted into that or pulled into that?
It was actually kind of wild. I had never done any interview like that before. That was my first one, and I just got a cold call
Mm-hmm.
from Fox, like a random number. I picked it up, and they just said, "Hey, it's Fox News. Want to come on tomorrow morning?"
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they had read about me so I did a New York Post interview like over the phone a few months before, and when that got released, that's how they found me.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. Well, what are you majoring in school?
Political science. Um,
Makes sense.
yeah, I'm pretty focused on that. I credit Yang with kind of pushing me towards that, actually, because I had taken a gap year after high school. This was 2019. I graduated.
Mm-hmm.
And I took a gap year kind of feeling very much like I had no idea what I wanted to do. And, went down the rabbit hole of Yang's 2020 campaign and kind of haven't looked back.
Gotcha. Very nice. Do you have like a club at your school that you've started or that you're part of for political related stuff or Yang related stuff?
I'm working on that right now, actually. I haven't launched it yet, but I'm working on a Forward Party club at school right now, yeah.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Any final points or anything else you want to bring up?
Um, I don't think so. I think that that covered most of it. Yeah, I mean, forwardparty.com if you want to learn more about it.
All right, cool. Well, hey, if you have anything else you want to check or whatever, or anything else you want to bring up or anything, any shout outs you brought up the social medias or anything else personally you want to shout out or anything, or?
Yeah, I have a Substack that is built around the Forward Party. It's Union Forward on Substack. If people want to, I write about kind of in depth about the Forward Party and stuff. If you want to learn more there, um, yeah, you can find me on Twitter through there. Yeah, forwardparty.com is what I would tell people to go to, though. Check out the party. I think they're doing some cool stuff.
Cool. All right. Well, hey, listen, I really appreciate the conversation. Thanks a lot. Maybe we can, if like a specific issue relating to the Forward Party or anything comes up in the future, you can shoot me a message. We can fight about it. Or if you hear me give a take, you disagree with.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for having me on, and definitely keep in contact. I'd love to come back on.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks a lot. See you later.
Thank you, man. Bye.
Okay, Straw What Da 5H said, just want to say, I'm trans and you're one of the few left-wing content creators who makes you feel like a human when you talk about trans issues rather than a token or a political bludgeon. Keep up the good work and don't get too tilted, buddy. Thank you. The only reason I treat trans people like humans, though, is so that I can use you as tokens. So, don't get it twisted. Somebody in YouTube chat donated $100. DL Saint, I really want to know podcast. What's good, brother? I found you through Fresh and Fit. I did a reaction video on the Do Your Job episode you did on Tate and Sneeko. Just wanted to show tribute. I respect you, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Well, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. I see LTG in the chat. I mean, like, I'll talk to him anytime he wants. I don't know what we would talk about. The worst thing I can ever do is like bring somebody on that I think would be interested to talk to, but I have like no topics. One of my biggest horrors, not a biggest horror, but one thing that I'm kind of a little disappointed in is that like a long time ago, I was able to bring on Sean Carroll, who is probably actually one of the only people in life that I genuinely respect. It's very, very rare that I look up to somebody, and he's one of those people. And I didn't really have much to talk about him with. So it was like, it was an okay convo, but there wasn't like much to like chew into. And I'm always like disappointed, like, fuck. Like, now I think there are things that I could feel more strongly about talking to him for, but I don't know if I left like a bad impression, or if he might be too big now even to come on and chat. But yeah. I mean, if LTJ ever wants to come on and chat, he can always email me or DM me or message me, or I can figure out how to contact him and we can do it. I have no idea what we talk about. Oh, he's doing interviews for his new books. Email him? Oh, maybe. Shit. Oh, damn, dude. I agreed to do this podcast. Wait, is it Chris Williams making... Oh, wisdom. I looked through the topics, and I was...
Speaking of which, I got sent
I
this...
was like, oh my god, this is going to be so fucking boring. Why did I agree to this? But it was actually a really good chat. This guy seems really cool. I don't know anything about him. I looked through a few of the things, like, okay. And then we talked, and he seems like a really cool dude. Chris Williamson. I don't know if he has bad takes or he's done bad things or whatever, but I liked my chat with him. I thought he was a cool guy. Is it out already? I don't know. He posted a clip from it, but Hans is fucked. Oh, yeah, shit. Okay. Chess investigation finds that U.S. Grandmaster likely cheated more than 100 times. Oh, no. I got something to dig into, the difference between regular and new age blacks. What, bro? I don't know if I'm the guy for that conversation. But actually, fuck it, dude. Yeah, you know what? If you want to chat about it, I'm Destiny with a capital D and then hashtag 0005 on Discord. An internal report review by the Wall Street Journal alleges a previously unknown pattern of likely widespread cheating. Does this include over-the-board cheating as well, or? An investigation named as play conducted by chess.com. Is it only online, or? Oh, online only. Interesting. Nick Ricciardi just announced on live stream they got spammed by false ethics complaints. 56 so far. I fully support him completely reading these and posting these on stream. If they include real life information or addresses, I think that it should all be posted and read as well. Every single one. I can't... Canceling people? Oh, there are a few things. I got an email and it fucked my head. And it's actually so fucking right. It's actually so right. Because it combined two things that I'd never... Well, it didn't combine them, but it brought something in a light, and it and now I have combined them in my head. And I understand something now. First of all, number one, this is just my personal take, okay? Canceling somebody or getting somebody fired from a job is infinitely worse than swatting or doxing. The only possible way you can disagree with that is if you're a child who doesn't work or lives with their mom and dad. It's not even comparable. I would rather be swatted 100 times than lose my fucking job. It's not even close. The fact that I tweet that out and some people even find it controversial. Well, you can get killed by a swatting. Yeah, I can die to a drunk driver on the way to work. I think there's like one person in the history of all of swatting that's actually died to the police. I'd rather run that risk than guaranteed to lose your fucking job. People act like swatting has like a 95% like fucking KDA or some shit. Get the fuck out of here, okay? It's incredibly rare that anything bad comes from it. Most of the time it's just an annoyance. Yeah, sure thing, low tier god. Or at least I've only heard of it happening one time where a guy gets killed. But I'd still rather like risk a 1% or 0.01% chance of death than guarantee like lose your fucking job. Like easy, every time. I would choose it every single fucking time. Number one. Number two, canceling people in a lot of instances is doxing. When somebody acts improperly on TikTok, like the bodega guy, and people dig through and they find out where he works and they start sending shit, that's doxing. You're engaging in the most malicious form of internet behavior. And I don't think people actually realize that. If somebody posts something I don't like and I start going through information to find his school, find his work, and that you're doxing somebody. And you're engaging in the worst type of like online like hateful behavior. You're doxing them, you're digging up personal information with the goal of destroying their life. Except the doxing plus canceling is worse than traditional online harassment. Traditional online harassment is you dox somebody to fuck with them, like by swatting them, ordering food to their house, inconveniencing their life, harassing them or whatever. But when you dox somebody and cancel somebody, you're trying to dox them, and then you're trying to destroy their fucking life by removing their ability to work or go to school. It's actually worse. I'd never considered that. Somebody sent me an email and they were like, hey, there's a lot of information about this other website and Kiwi Farms and everything relating to doxing or whatever. Why does nobody ever talk about all the doxing that happens on Twitter? And I think the guy brought up is like, when people find somebody that says something mean on Twitter and then they find out where they work and all of that, that's doxing. Except the difference is people condone it for some reason. Like if I go out and I say I hate trans people and then people dox me and destroy my life, that's considered really good. But if I go online and I say something like, oh, like I like furries, and then somebody doxes me into something like that's considered really bad. But why? It's the exact same thing. Yeah, I don't know. Never seen it in that context before. Finding out everybody's or every piece of personal information of a person that says something you don't like online with the attempt to get them fired from their job or whatever, that is absolutely doxing and harassment. And it happens on Twitter all the fucking time. Nobody cares about it. I don't know, just an interesting... There's a bye-bye job subreddit that does this. Yeah. Jesus. What are they supposed to do? Let the slaves get away? Jesus. This guy doesn't know why slavery is bad. Slavery is not bad because it forces people to work for nothing. And it's not bad because he's almost got it on the forcing them into the situation. It's not because they maybe live in bondage or do grueling work for literally nothing. Slavery is bad because you're removing somebody's autonomy. You're removing somebody's choice to do something. If you pay people really well, but you still make them slaves, that's still not good. If you pay people really well and give them a good place to live, but they're slaves, that's still not a good thing. It's still bad. Like the conditions don't really matter. What your God donated $50. Have a good everyone. Gotta head out. We will touch base. Have fun. Be careful, bud. Funniest fucking meme about Pascal doing the our place shit. Oh my God. Is this like a heat map? Was he trying desperately? Oh my God, I bet him and his like 20 alternate accounts were all trying to fucking spam the... Apparently you guys raised $2,000 for Anasice. I don't know how the fuck to pronounce this stupid fucking name. Sorry, that was mean. But apparently you guys raised $2,000 for her. Good job. Look at the bottom right of the Giga chat. He tried fucking with that too. Do you think there are situations where doxing somebody is justifiable? Honest to God, nobody understands this, but doxing is a really, really, really complicated topic. It's super complicated. Technically, doxing somebody in and of itself isn't really wrong at all. It's not really bad. The problem is that it can enable really bad behavior. Doxing in and of itself isn't bad. Technically, journalists do it when you unmask somebody, when you figure out who somebody is. But yeah, but it enables really bad behavior. So the question is like, should it be illegal? Should it only be illegal for private citizens? Should it be? It's a really complicated topic. And then also, even what is doxing? Because depending on who you're fighting against, people don't consider it doxing at all. Look at all the support that K-Dog had when she was like posting pictures of Joshua's like mom. Like, oh well, you know, she supports Joshua. It's like, okay, so what? She's like public enemy, you know, number 2. Like, wait, what? Reminder, our place had a 5-minute cooldown, so he placed 200 pixels. Wait, does it show you? Oh, placed pixels 200, and that's just on that account? Wait, did you guys check other accounts? So he spent like 16 hours doing this. Holy shit. Let's see, one of his alts. I just checked this dude's Reddit history. Why does a guy talk about you more than your fans? Oh, he's an obsessed. He's like a, I don't know if he's delusional or obsessive or, I wish there were different psych terms because like obsessed sounds like obsessed. He just sent me another email this morning actually. Looking real stable, lizard brain. Just wanted to remind you that the claims you're making about me are false, and I'm starting to realize why. The person who's the most un-IRL'd in your audience is you. How exactly are you going to argue using an audience as un-IRL'd as yours, whom you now instructed to deepfake being trans to lie and manipulate, versus one dude who sends you emails? For one, your abusive interactions versus streamers eclipses mine. It's not even close. Second, I've got everything documented. How do you think a judge is going to react to your unhinged behavior? Do you think they're going to let you manipulate them and file a manifesto as evidence? Ha ha ha. You're a demonstrable danger to everyone, and now you've cemented that reality IRL, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Sending a cease and desist to Keffels, get real. You're going to get completely embarrassed. Also, stream numbers seem to have taken a dip. That must be so hard on you. Check you later, LB. What is LB, do you think? Lil Bonnell? Damn, I wonder how much I contributed. I only put 9. Fuck me, dude. Oh, LB might mean lizard brain. True. Is your headache better? Yeah, it's getting better. Ask Erudite for how to deal with his child. Erudite is being harassed by him as well. He's like emailing people around her. He's actually unhinged. I don't know how to handle people like that. It's really strange. My offer's still open. Unlike Destiny's moderation team, our team is actively hunting down and cross-platform banned users who engage with brands while Destiny Virtue's audience. Okay, this person emailed me, or they sent me a thing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. They sent me a Google Doc. This is what they sent me. Users who brigaded the tweeted submission. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this list. I don't know what they mean by brigaded. Do they mean that they just posted in Vosh's subreddit? Because I'm not going to permaban somebody just because they post in your subreddit. One, we have a big crossover of fans. And two, why would I permaban somebody from my subreddit just for posting in your subreddit? Wait, am I in there? Oh, I'm in here. Oh no, Neo Destino. That's not me. Lycan's in there? What the fuck? Oh, Lycan is in there. Yeah, I'm not gonna... This isn't a real list. This is bullshit. Why would you even waste your time on this stupid shit? I don't ban people for cross-posting. I ban people for harassing people in other communities. Like... So, yeah, I guess I did ignore her. Whatever. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, sorry, yeah, it's stupid. Outside of his online play, Hans is the fastest rising top player in classical chess in modern history. Uh-oh. Damn. Do you think that, he's probably cheating over the board then? He must be. Jeez. What is a Bay Rock? Can we do a charity stream to buy that Ukrainian girl a Bay Rock tar? What the fuck is that? A Turkish drone used by Ukraine. How much do those cost? If it's a drone, if it's an expensive drone, it sounds like it'd be like $1 million, no? God, what if we could fundraise $1 million, but I actually just steal it all and scam you guys? God, that would be so fucking based. I need to do a rug pull coin so badly. Okay, let me catch up on donuts.
I'm a forward party event organizer in the San Francisco Bay Area. I got involved to help de-radicalize politics so we could have difficult conversations across the political spectrum.
Cool.
What's good, brother? I found you through Fresh and Fit. I did a reaction video on the Do Your Job episode you did on Tate and Sneeko. Just wanted to show tribute. I respect you, bro. Keep doing what you do.
Be honest, would you scam us?
I think he muted in YouTube chat frowny face.
Probably not. Okay, the swarm safety thing is not... How Hans cheated. A mirror on the stand so you can see his opponent's moves.
Have a good everyone. Got a headache that we will touch bases.
Be honest, you couldn't hit 900 with a headache. The headache actually helps me hit even higher. Higher than I've ever hit before, actually.
You fan, I just started watching tunes of Scoria last week, 1080p and good stuff. Okay, and...
What? It's glitching!
Listen here, little Bono. The chess speaks for itself. Hans is a Coke, not a Sprite. R.I.P. Queen England, a great, great woman, but not that great.
I thought it was done. I fucked up. One of these is really bad. Yeah, I fucked up. I thought it was over. I fucked up. I fucked up. Dude, fuck this stupid shit. Oh, we're done posting about K-Dog. And Vosh on my subreddit. Both of them are banished back to the Shadow Realm. No more. Every time we engage with Vosh, he's growing. Look, he got 2,000 subs last month. Not good. Not acceptable. No more free attention. Get him out of here. For how long? Until they do some big meme shit again. Kethel's probably forever. I think she's going to be gone in 6 months. I truly do believe that. Bosh, just fuck him. Cheer from the news orgs you emailed? Yeah, I think a few have responded, actually. We haven't checked to see if anything is. Change chat. Are you talking to LTG? At some point, I will. But I think he had to leave. Moon did 148 pixels. Nice job.
Would you rather cheat on your girl or snitch on your mans?
Cheat on my bitch.
How about you?
Like the stream.
I'm cheating.
Jordan Peterson will never notice us if we are under 2K likes.
You.
I'm cheating and raping her grandpa.
Jesus Christ. What? Man. Bro, I would lose it.
Noobs, you guys fucking suck.
If I refuse to die here.
And an exalted even. And an exalted. That's right, boy. That's right, boy. And an exalted boy. Oh, look out. I'm looking out. Noobs.
Rip. Base death.
For fun. I mean, it sounds kind of macabre, but I like to go to.
We've watched this before, but it's still really good. I already know what this is.
For fun. I mean, it sounds kind of macabre, but I like to go to visit a country after a terrorist attack.
Okay.
After a terrorist attack, you know, the horse has already left the barn. It's cheap. I was in Istanbul after they had that bombing at the airport. So I went there.
Jesus Christ.
And there was a bus, was supposed to be 50 people. How many people do you think were on the bus?
2.
1.
You.
So I got the whole tour.
And they're like, why are you
The
here?
whole bus. And I stayed at a $300 a night hotel for $30.
Oh my gosh.
I was in Morocco after they chopped off two girls' heads off. and I was on this trail, on the same trail that they were.
So wait, when you read the news of a terrorist attack, you're like, time to hit orbits.
You get really good deals, and the security is fantastic. Well, I've gotten flights to Peru, round trip for $280.
And what happened right before that?
Oh, there was probably an earthquake.
So 9/12/2001, you're on a flight to New York. You're like, let's do this.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the Nadia Call of Duty story? I have no idea what that means or who that is. Are they drunk? Woman that cheated and blamed her hate on misogyny. Wait, what are these guys doing? Oh no.
The pool is closed. Only the OG remember this.
I'm 1% African. How can I... Black History Month, my favorite.
Hey, I like the drip, my boy. Ah, look at him. He looks fresh.
Wait, where can I find the Reddit post about this? Jesus. This just seems stupid.
Over Nadia cheating, and it's this rabbit hole that I've seen a lot in competitive Call of Duty. Being a part of the competitive Call of Duty community my entire life and actively competing and looking for a starting spot in the league and being on Boston's academy team, I see it a lot in challengers.
He says nothing in the whole video. Okay, well, I guess I don't care then. Snapple Monkey, you're in.
Hey, man.
Hello.
I've been enjoying the content you've been doing lately, so kudos on that. But I have one gripe with you. That is, last time I was here,
yeah,
you kind of gave me shit for my favorite anime.
What was your favorite anime?
It was the Rurouni Kenshin OVAs, and you were giving me shit for it. And then 4 days later, you went on like a 15-minute rant on how it was the best.
Well, I gave you shit over because it's an easy, obvious answer. Okay.
Well, how am I supposed to answer then? Like, if it's really my favorite, like what?
I don't know,
what
names of shit nobody's ever heard of. That's what anime fans do. So they sound cool.
I don't want to be like this like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be like that kind of person. I just I really enjoy it. That's all.
Yeah, well, it's a good anime. So, is there any way to get this to work so that my transfer is like instant, so they stop? Because like, why does this shit turn off all the time? It's fucking annoying. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one more, like, on your first time on Fresh and Fit, I remember someone saying that a man not acting like a man or acting feminine is unnatural, and no one actually jumped on that. Like, they just scrolled past it. But I'm pretty sure you've heard of this before. But there's something called sexual mimicry. I don't know. You've heard of this before?
No, but I know what sexual means and what mimicry means, so I can probably
guess.
Yeah.
So they're literally animals who will take it up the ass just so that they can have the girl for themselves later.
Jesus Christ.
There's a lot of things like that in nature. So if someone brings that up again, you can just pull that out.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Okay. And also the bait and switch was based. I really had a good laugh.
True, it was based. Thank you.
Anyway, thanks for everything, and have a good night.
Thank you. Have fun. Be careful. Just feed them from the side? Well, it's hard to feed them from the side because I have, there's like too many there's too many lanes.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, I'm...
Oh, shit. The incel factory.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, I'm Courtney Ryan, and today we're going to be talking about the rise of lonely single men and the rise of sexless men. But instead of just me talking about it, since I've already covered this pretty in-depth on my channel, I wanted to bring other girls on and get their opinion, what they think's going on, if they think women play any type of role in this. So I'm sitting down with 7 girls today, and we're going to be talking all about it. Let's get into it. So studies are showing that there's a decrease in men having sex. So 1/3 of men under the age of 30 are sexless, and there's also a rise in lonely single men. If you had to guess, why do you think this is the case?
I think dating is a lot different than it was back then, especially with social media and everything that's going on. I think men also these days too are sometimes more afraid to talk to women than they used to, I guess. But I don't know. I was just talking to a friend about this. I think just dating in general has completely shifted. It's harder now. It's a lot harder to have genuine connections or even people you want to hook up with, like with Tinder and Bumble and all that stuff. So that would be my answer.
I really think it's because women stopped caring about douchebags. I know that's not the best word to use, but guys that don't put in effort and don't care and don't want to actually value women for who they are gonna be lonely, because women are becoming a lot more independent and they're becoming a lot more confident in...
Hot take? Actually true. Literally true, actually. Get triggered. It is actually true. I have talked to and met and seen so many worthless fuck guys where it's like, bro, just have like a basic level of your shit together. But man, when women are like fucking working jobs and they're going out and they're doing their own shit,
like buy a company
it's a lot harder as a guy to be like a schizoid fucking loser and like just expect to have a woman lined up for you, because now they're like, oh, well, I can actually work on my own and like live on my own and do my own shit. Like I don't need to be obsessed or like hanging off the arm of some crazy fucking dude. Actually true. Actually true.
Being themselves, that they don't need no man. So I find that rise probably comes from those guys that don't want to put in that extra effort and actually put their pride aside and make a woman feel loved.
I feel like a lot of it might have to do with maybe like working remote, since we're all so...
Everyone in chat, holy shit. Okay, this is good. Hold on, I'm glad that we have uncovered this. Everyone in chat is... Okay, I can see there's the incel thoughts are here, but I never talk about them because we're usually shitting on women. So everybody in chat is like, that's not what she means when she says douchebags, Destiny. Douchebags are cleaning up. Douchebags are actually getting all the girls. She said douchebags, not losers. When she says douchebag, what she means are just guys that are incapable of having normal conversations, guys that are incapable of like keeping their house fucking clean, guys that are just like fucking children. They just act like fucking retards. Douchebag doesn't mean like, when you guys hear douchebag, you're thinking like, oh, the ultra giga chad dude that struts into the bar with his, you know, $10,000 suit, $20,000 watch, negs all of the women around him, and then goes home and fucks 10 women at the same time. That's not what she means when she says douchebags. But like on average, like guys are just kind of fucking shit. They're garbage. They truly are. Dude, being in this, when I get banned from YouTube and I burn the world down, fucking half the fucking people in my industry are fucking rapists, okay? You motherfuckers are crazy. Actually fucking crazy men in entertainment. And these are supposed to be above average men. Fuckers are crazy out here, okay? And then even for like normal guys that people date and shit are fucking insane. Every woman I talk to, even normal women, have at least like 1 or 2 stalkers, people that message them every single fucking week because they talked one time. Guys that where you meet them and they become schizoid after you've dated them for a few months. Guys where you meet them and they get like weirdly abusive or stalkerish after you've like dated them for a month or two. Like there's so many stories out here, and it's like I would expect that like when I hear this, Destiny operating off a completely different definition of douchebag. Listen to what she's talking about.
Because women are becoming, actually, no, that's not the best word to use, but guys that don't put in effort and don't care and don't want to actually value women for who they are gonna be lonely, because but I really think it's because...
Listen to what she's saying. She's saying what I just said, but you can't hear it. You're actually sicko. You heard the word douchebag and your brain's like, oh, she's talking about giga chat, alpha neggers. Negging is what I'm saying. She's talking about guys that go out and just shit on women and treat them poorly, but those guys get all the women. I've read it on all the subs and I've seen it on all the YouTube videos. That's what she's talking about. Listen, she literally defines it right afterwards. What do you mean that's not what she's saying at all? That's literally what she's saying.
Women stopped caring about douchebags. I know that's not the best word to use, but guys that don't put in effort and don't care and don't want to actually value women for who they are.
Guys that don't put in effort, don't care, and then don't value women. That's exactly what she's saying. But you hear like the word and you instantly, douchebag, but I thought that the Giga Alpha Chads are cleaning up. They're getting all the women,
are going to be lonely because women are becoming a lot more independent and they're becoming a lot more confident in being themselves, that they don't need no man. So I find that that rise probably comes from those guys that don't want to put in that extra effort and actually put their pride aside and make a woman feel loved.
I feel like a lot of it might have to do.
When chat thinks douchebags, they think the Tate brothers, and that sounds like what she is referring to as well. Don't genuinely value or take care of women, no? Okay. You have to dump from your mind the red pill shit from like 5 to 10 years ago. No, none of the current red pill pickup artist guys say shit like that anymore. Even Andrew Tate won't say shit like that. My guess is that if you go out on a date, this is just a total guess, and I haven't watched much of his shit at all, so I could be totally wrong. If someone wants to link me something, prove me wrong, I challenge you to do so. My guess is going to be that if you're a girl and you go out on a date with Andrew Tate, you're probably having a really fun time. He's probably talking to her. He's probably making jokes. She's probably having a good time. You guys think that like, oh, like when you go out on a date with Andrew Tate, I bet he's just negging her the whole time. He's probably ignoring her. He's treating her like shit. I seriously doubt that. I'm willing to bet that most of the modern red pill dudes are like look at like Alex talking to that one chick a few days ago or whatever, right? That's probably more what the modern like red pill shit is. Now, there's going to be some weird undertones of like weird shit, which I agree with, but it's not going to be like the 5 to 10 years ago of like, oh yeah, you just like infinitely fucking neg people and you infinitely treat them like shit and women will love you. Like, that's just not true. Destiny is coping so hard. Women do most of the same bad stuff that he says guys do, but they control the sexual marketplace so they can't be held accountable, whereas these creepy-ass dudes are incels. Oof. As soon as I see sexual marketplace, it's like having an econ debate with somebody and I hear them say material conditions. And I'm like, okay, dude.
With maybe like working remote, since we're also I feel like I'm at home a lot more than like I ever was before, and like since I work remote personally, like not going out and meeting as many people like through like work friends or like going out as much, I feel like people just aren't interacting as much as like they used to be on the day-to-day, like physically. People are just like messaging on Snapchat and Instagram.
So less like in-person human interaction, and everything's kind of moving towards being online.
Yeah, no, definitely. And then I also feel like women are just being more selective over like how they want to be treated, and how like with social media, I feel like it's so easy to.
But is he wrong? You're doing what you said chat did when they hear the word douchebag. Here is the reality, and you guys don't want to hear it. I know a lot of you guys don't want to hear it because you're, in a way, you're black-pilled and you don't want to admit it, right? Here's the reality. If you're a guy who is decently funny, like just like whatever, you can have a conversation with somebody, like be chill, and you have your shit together, you are ahead of 90 to 95% of guys in the world. Like, that's it. You are. Unironically, you are. A lot of you don't want to take the effort to do that. A lot of you guys have like huge fucking hangups when it comes to like talking or communicating with people. A lot of you guys live like shit, or are disgusting, or like are obsessively creepy. Like, that's just like, it almost feels like the norm for guys. And I see it over and over and over and over and over and over again. I see it when I talk to Melina. I see it when I talk to other friends that are girls, where it's like, dude, I have a friend fucking like 2 nights ago who, I know this girl, she's super hot. She's a huge fucking catch. She's amazing. She goes on a date with a dude, and after the first date, he is like obsessively texting her like hundreds of times in one night. And she even said that she had a good time on the date. And I'm like, bro, what are you doing? He's like obsessively, like 3 or 4 messages for every one message she's back. They're huge messages. I'm like, bro, you're fucking yourself right now. And I see this happen over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And these girls don't even, like, and I'm talking to some of them, because sometimes when I talk to girls, and maybe it's just my friends, okay? Maybe it's just my friends, but like I'll talk to girls that I know, and these are like, and I go in sometimes even still thinking like, I bet you just have really high standards, or you're being really picky, or you're being like kind of a douchebag. And then I look at like the guys that they interact with, I'm like, Jesus fuck, like this guy is like 90% of the way there. He just needs to not be fucking stupid, not be weird, not be creepy, not be schizoid. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. I don't know what the reason is, or why like men are like so fucked right now, or can't have normal conversations, or can't just be normal. But I don't know if it's a socialization thing, or if people are spending too much time on Discord or in the online world, or people spend too much time playing video games, or what the fuck. But
compare like what other relationships, like what they're doing, like what kind of experiences like a couple's going through, like, oh, they're on this nice like luxurious vacation, and like this man doesn't want to like take me on that, so like screw him or something in a way.
So first and foremost, I would say pornography has something to do with it, just because it's so easily accessible that men don't really have to like put in the effort to go out and seek a mate when they can just like do it at the comfort of their space. I would say another reason is just the work and personal life balance. People are obviously too ambitious now, which is a great thing, but to like keep up with the economy and the demanding lifestyle, it's kind of hard to maintain a nice work and personal life balance, and men don't really see the worth in going out to find a potential mate. They would just rather spend that energy on working towards their goals and ambitions. So just like a busy working life.
Incels? Reddit? 4chan? I think it's largely a them problem, would be my guess.
I think
I don't even know if that was a response to.
I don't know. I feel like one post-pandemic, people don't like interact with each other as much.
True.
This is kind of off topic, but like when I used to walk down the street, I always be like, "Oh my God, you're so pretty," or like hello to people, you know, and just like talk to people. And I feel like now that's not really happening. I think people are more drawn into themselves, and I don't know why it's still like that. I think the internet too, obviously there's...
You know what is something else I think is true? And I think it's actually truer and truer and truer, and I notice this more and more, and this is actually a huge drawback, a huge negative from the red pill community. This is just bad, and it contributes to this badness, is I think men, I'm just remembering now because of the conversation I had last night with this girl, I think men need to desperately work on having better relationships with their boys. Relationships where you're a pussy, where you're crying, where you're being emotional, etc., etc. Not just you go and hang out. Because something that this could be totally wrong. This is a feeling I could be wrong. But something that appears to happen sometimes, I think, is that a lot of men are like emotionally fucking starved. And when you finally get a girl that pays attention to you, you unload everything because you have no other opportunity to do that in your life with anybody because you don't normally associate with your male friends that way. I wonder if that's a big driving reason why there are some of these guys that when they start talking to girls, the floodgates open and they just let out everything. And the girl's like, bro, this is way too much. I did not sign up for this immediately. I seriously wonder if that could be a big deal. Because it seems like a lot of the issues I get when the people start spam texting is, my friend told me this last night. She said, sometimes when I go out on dates with guys and they start talking, they don't ask me a single question, and I'm getting the feeling that I'm like their mom or their therapist. And I've heard that multiple times from women. That they get that feeling sometimes when they're on a first or second date with a guy and the guy starts like opening up, that they start to feel like a mom or a therapist. And I think that guys incorrectly take this interaction and then they run to the red pill communities, and then the red pill communities will say, oh, well, I can tell you your problem is. The problem is you were vulnerable in front of a girl. That's why she doesn't like you anymore, because you showed weakness. And it's like, no, that is not true. I can tell you for a fucking fact that being vulnerable in front of a woman does not turn her off. But trauma dumping in an incredibly inappropriate manner, excessively, and early on in a relationship will turn a person off. But that's not because they're scared of your vulnerability or they're looking down on you for being vulnerable. It's because it's an inappropriate trauma dump, right? Destiny's just asking them for questions about the best path for a conversation with jokes mixed in. I don't know. It depends on the person. It depends on the conversation, but yeah. I just like, in your personal life, if you've ever had a moment.
The schizo here for Skitstember.
How do I say this? When you are vulnerable, this is a little toxic, but I think it's probably true. When I think of men, I think I've said this before. to some extent, as a man, you kind of have to earn your vulnerability. I would say the same for women, but that's because I'm not desperate. If a woman starts to break down or cry for no fucking reason, I look down on that woman too. Now, I know a lot of you guys won't, or you think women are supposed to be more emotional, but I don't like women that break down and have freakouts all the time. They're children to me. I don't care. But especially for men, I think you kind of have to earn your vulnerability. But you can. Like, if you are emotionally stable, if you have a sound mind, if you associate with somebody, like, you can be vulnerable at times. They're not going to look down on you for it. I think everybody, well, not everybody, but like if you've ever had a moment in your life, like where your dad is crying for some reason, I seriously doubt that you looked back on that and you thought, wow, my dad is so much weaker than I ever thought. Instead, rather, it's probably like, wow, there must be some insanely serious shit going on if dad is crying. Because typically dads and families are usually like the kind of the emotional stability cornerstone. Now, unless you got a crazy dad or whatever. But like, I think that's typically how you'd look back on those moments, rather than being like, yeah, I respect my dad until I was about 14. And then his parents were murdered in a double homicide and he broke down. And I was like, Dad, why are you being a bitch? Like, you live with these people for like 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Like, who cares if they died? Like, nobody ever thinks that, right? Or I don't think they would. If you do, you have problems.
As a community for this, I feel like people are kind of getting more hateful. I don't know. It's just, things are changing. I think people need to open up more.
On Zerka's last stream, his girlfriend was viciously berating him for the one time he was very vulnerable and emotional with her. Can you see why most men are hesitant to open up when some women use it against you like that? I just don't believe that happens that often. And I could be totally wrong. I could be completely and totally wrong. I admit that, because I can only go by my personal experience. But like the manner of flirting that I do and the types of women that I go after are, I'm usually going after very aggressive women that have like very type A personalities. And I'm a very aggressive person. So I feel like in my life, I'm primed to interact with the most aggressive types of women. I have never in my life been attacked for ever being vulnerable around any woman I've dated or like had an extended relationship before, ever. It's never happened in my life. And most of them are usually begging for that type of vulnerability from me. That's just my personal experience. But I think it's because I don't usually show it much and they feel like they have a deeper connection if it happens. But I have never been vulnerable on a woman. She's like turned off, or she's like, oh, like I can't look at you the same way. That's never happened to me ever my entire life. So the idea that there are like these normal women who see their guy like cry over something.
I disagree. Most women want me to be their
who cry one time and like, oh yeah, I look at him different ever since that one time he cried because his dog of like 9 years got hit by a car. No shot. I just don't believe that's normal. Well, it might. Maybe it does happen sometimes, or maybe there are certain girls that do it, but I have a hard time believing it's like a normal thing. But then again, I'm in Miami now. Miami women are crazy. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe. I disagree. Most women want me to be their rock. I have plenty of instances when women have said to me, be a man and stop complaining. Okay. But if you're telling me that you have plenty of instances when women have said to be a man and stop complaining, it sounds like you complain a lot. And if you complain a lot, then yeah, of course, people are going to feel that way.
Would you agree that men's day-to-day emotions tend to be more...
Destiny using personal experience like Andrew Tate. I like how I said 50 million times, this is anecdote, this is anecdote, this is anecdote. It doesn't matter. You're permabanned. Don't ever ask for an unban, you fucking retard. I hope I see you type in YouTube chat so I can ban you from there as well. Would you agree that men's day-to-day emotions tend to be more aggressive/abusive or perceived as such? I think that men feel alienated from their emotions as they internalize that those behaviors are not acceptable regardless of context. It feels like from a really early age, it feels like men have a really hard time learning how to express their emotions. It's just something that is kind of like beaten out of you. There's like a feeling of, like, I think that men are trained more to like use like the listening skills of a rogue in a house than women ever will be. If you're a man, you know every creak in your house. You know every fucking floorboard. You know what a person's breathing sounds like. And it's because when you grow up masturbating, you're listening more attentively than any other human being for somebody moving around the house about to catch you. Anybody else have this thing where you're like, where you can tell after 2 steps, you're like, oh shit, mom is moving up the stairs 1.5 miles an hour. I got about 12 seconds to close my fucking shit. You guys learn this shit as kids? Absolutely you do. You learn. These things become like hardcore fucking internalized and shit. There are times when I'm fucking masturbating and I'm at my house alone right now. Even when I hear something and I look around, I'm like, wait, is somebody in my fucking apartment right now? I think that we learn certain behaviors like this when it comes to like emotional processing too. Like for instance, like when little girls are crying or having a breakdown or whatever, like usually they're like encouraged to kind of work out their emotions and work out their feelings and shit like this. I think that like little girls are usually given that space. I think that men tend to be a bit more aggressive, but men aren't usually given the same space to work out that thing, right? Like if a man is quiet as a child and he gets upset and we tend to be more aggressive and you like hit a pillow or something, usually you're really discouraged from that. You're not supposed to hit anything, right? I feel like it'd be better to give little boys like, here, have a punching bag, take it out here, rather than being like, wrong, no, don't do that, that's bad, that's wrong, don't be angry, don't be upset. And it's like, okay, well then they're just gonna internalize it until they're fucking, you know, wearing some girl's face after they skin it because they go fucking crazy later on in life because they have no other way to process their emotions, you know? I don't think that, I think that in our families, I say teach, but I don't mean in school, but I don't think men are ever really taught to like process emotions growing up. You just don't. So Bobby Baratheon, I wish you guys had a better understanding of this, says, girls get turned off by emotional men. That's the point. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. People that are emotional, who are in tune with their emotions and communicate as such, do not turn people off. But in your mind, an emotional man is a guy that's like, oh, he's just crying all the time. That doesn't make you emotional. That's just as dysfunctional as the guy on the other end that can never process emotions. I actually do think that that men in general have a really hard time connecting emotionally with women and like having those like meaningful conversations where they're able to provide some level of emotional stability. I also think that men, this comes from the red pill community a lot too, when people talk about you being an emotional bedrock doesn't mean that you're some stoic guy and your girl is crying and you're just like there and you're like, put your head on my shoulder. And that's all you're doing, right? You have to be able to communicate with somebody and see them and interact with them on an emotional level, which requires some level of like emotional competency on your own. What about the Miami girls on Fresh and Fit? You should never go after those girls. That's a whole species that shouldn't even exist right now. But I don't know how you guys encourage and do all that shit. It's fucking weird. Does Destiny put any of the fault on women? Is it all because of men's ineptitude? Does that really sound plausible? Bro, you sound like the people that blame men for victim blaming when they tell women to be safer. I'm just giving advice to men right now. I've probably got like 7 women watching me. So right now I'm giving advice to men. Just like how when I say, hey, don't get fucking drunk at parties. That's really stupid. You might get raped. And people are like, oh, well, isn't that victim blaming? No, it's good advice. I'm giving you good advice, okay? Yeah, if you're a woman, I mean, No, actually, you know what? No, I will blame men on this one, 100%. It's not, here's a recipe for disaster. If you are trying to meet women in your life and you're trying to use them to build yourself emotionally, fuck you. And you're fucking yourself and you're fucking future men up because now you're toxic. You're destroying that woman's mind and making her think that all future men she's going to see are toxic. It is not a woman's job to fix you or to make you work emotionally as a man. You should have that shit sorted out before you start dating, okay? There. So fuck you. It is your problem. Figure it out. You should read How Not to Be a Boy by Robert Webb. I think you would relate a lot, at least.
You should read How Not to Be a Boy by Robert Webb. I think you would relate a lot. At least I did. Aspers.
You are the least emotional guy with tons of girls. How are less emotional men not a turn on? What are you talking about? I am very in tune with my emotions,
car accident,
and I am very in tune with other people's emotions. I can absolutely have conversations where people are having an emotional conversation with me. Just because I act, again, like this is like the issue. Like just because I act like a hard ass on stream or I'm negging somebody a lot. Neighbor, doesn't mean that like if we're having a conversation in real life and like a girl comes to me and she's like, fuck, like I'm like, I'm so depressed, like, you know, like, I think my mom has cancer. Like, I wouldn't respond with, like, oh, well, fuck, like, tell your dad to start dating again so you can get a new stepmom quick or something, right? Like, I'm not gonna, like, joke about that. Like, there are ways that you can have conversations. Just because I'm a hard-ass normally, or that's my normal personality, doesn't mean I'm not capable of having a conversation where I connect to somebody emotionally, right? After a car accident, I planned my GF about my blurry vision and vertigo. She couldn't take it and left me, LOL. Bro, there was something else going on there. I'm sorry, but there's no shot. There is no shot. There's something else going on there. You get in a car accident and you complain. I don't even believe that's a real story. You get in a car accident, you complain to your girlfriend, and she's like, oh, I can't be with you anymore because you complained about your blurry vision. No shot, dude. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. You did a your mom joke to Tiger Lily while you're having sex with her? That was sex. It wasn't emotional sex, and it was a really funny joke. Okay? Fuck you and fuck her.
Destiny, I grew up not showing my feelings for a long time. And now, I feel indifferent to a lot of people's situations. I honestly don't feel sympathy or empathy, and sometimes I feel like laughing in serious situations.
What? I honestly don't feel sympathy or empathy, and sometimes I feel like laughing in serious. I mean, people always laugh when they're nervous, or people can laugh when they're nervous. That's... Hold on. My Google Drive is getting full. Why does Windows suck so much at handling folders with lots of large files? Jesus. Are you framing it as a men versus women thing? Isn't it silly to blame a gender
Does it
for what
hurt
has
to put
happened?
too much effort in Hinge/Tinder early on?
Because we probably function a lot differently. One, we're treated differently, and two, we come from different biologies. So men and women are kind of different when it comes to processing this stuff. And people are looking for different things in general. These are generalities, but... Oh, Google Docs, Google Docs, Google Docs, Google.
For hippie girls who run cross-country, it's the opposite. They hate fresh and fit guys. All this feels like it just applies to very specific communities.
Oh, is that true?
I think there's a recent study that found moms contribute to their sons' inability to process emotions. They push the machismo mindset.
Yeah, maybe. In your opinion, do you think women prefer a man that shows limited emotion or a man that shows a bit too much?
Destiny, if men still have anecdotes of women weaponizing their emotions, how can you still say it doesn't happen?
I don't believe that last story. There are some stories I'm just not going to believe. Or if it is, it's like so rare that I wouldn't think or whatever. You're probably better erring on the side of showing more limited emotions than too much, because that makes you appear more in control, even if you're not.
Hey, Destiny, can you at least speak to the experience of some girls will use men's feelings as a gotcha? It's not most, but it sucks when it happens.
Don't date those girls, then leave those girls. Don't ever be with a girl that does that shit for you. Try. Why is my Drive not working? Google Drive!
That Destiny, I think you unironically made me white-billed. If that's a thing, you're one of the only political content creators I know that doesn't make me feel resentment towards general groups of people.
You should. We're about to get way more racist on this stream. Okay, is this fucking working yet? I have so many of these stupid blank fucking data cards.
Don't you think one of the big problems is that men are valuing trashy women like those and F Miami type? For someone like you view those women as being crappy and not valuable, but lots of men value a hot woman.
No, you shouldn't be valuing the Miami women. You guys have gotten fucking brainwashed from media or some shit. There's no excuse. You should never be desperate enough to... Those women are fucking insane and disgusting. But the men that are in that community are too. That's just gross. Fuck, you guys are wild, okay? Okay, how did I make this work? I'm a genius. Or this is just a bastard. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. Okay. Everybody's doing their work. Honk, 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 honk. Okay, hold on, I need more logistics bots. Damn, look at this chick playing video games.
Destiny, I cried in front of my GF after I lost both of my legs in Iraq and my mom got cancer, and my dad molested my sister, and my dog was brutally raped and murdered, and I lost a game of League and my GF left me. All women are evil, change my mind.
Women don't like losers. You shouldn't be losing your League games. Dumb fuck. Logistics, robots. Can you explain what DDoS is? I'm stupid. There were 4 versions of DOS made, and the 4th one is the hacker. I don't know.
To better explain my situation, it's not that I'm nervous, it's just that I feel like laughing at them, and it makes me feel like emotionally stunted.
Jesus, why did you donate $50, dude? The voice is all the same, even at $5. You make me feel guilty. After my ex broke up with me.
After my ex broke up with me, it took a while to self-reflect and realize that there's a lot of internal stuff, including trauma dumping, that caused a reasonable choice. I feel like instead of blaming, we gotta look at ourselves. Like I'm dumb.
True. Try to learn from your breakups if you can. Okay, hold on. Now we got everybody wants to talk about their life experiences. Now you guys are trauma dumping on me.
Ideology, but you pull me out. Thanks, man.
I think I have to expand. Wait, why is none of this working?
You usually don't know if a woman is going to emotionally manipulate you until you're dating, because they're naturally more emotionally perceptive. And the less emotionally aware you are, the easier it is to fall for them.
Okay, maybe. Did you see the allegation from that YouTuber? No.
Did you see the allegation on this YouTuber?
Men, find yourself a woman who is thick at the top and bottom, then take her to the gym and she will love you forever. If she not thick, she's sick.
For me, I've just had a difficult time trusting people ever since my personal best friend Steve lied about dyeing his hair.
Based and true. My GF's anti-vax city councilor came to her door today.
I feel it's also good to remember most people aren't in their final form. When you first meet them, and emotional growth can happen in a relationship over time.
Hi. Hi, sorry. Yeah, hello. Well, you can stay there. Hi. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm Michael Van Holst, your city councilor. Oh, yes, you're the anti-vaxxer guy, right? What? You're the anti-vaxxer guy? Well. Get fucked.
Jesus. Toxic woman. See, he tried to be a little bit vulnerable. He opened up, and now the Sigma female has destroyed him. Not good.
You guys know that one song. The one about those guys who insult ladies as a flirtation tactic. In Paris, what was it called again?
I've recently done a 10-day silent meditation retreat, and it forced me to realize that I often am not vulnerable enough with my girlfriend. I realized I wasn't able to be vulnerable with myself. Damn. Is that a...
I have always tried taking advice from you, but it never works for me personally. Yesterday, I had a date with a girl, and I told her all about my Factorio optimization. After 30 minutes, she stormed out. I think she is ghosting me.
Nice.
What am I doing wrong?
Good question. Vipassana? I'm not pronouncing that right.
I'm not going to trauma dump on you. I'll just share this 10/10 meme.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Is that what it was? Vipassana? I don't know now.
I came into the world in my final form.
Oh, Vipassana. That's it. Oh, cute. I heard about it. I had a friend that, my one friend from LA went on one of these. It sounded impossible. It's like an 11-day, you said it was 10. I think she said hers was an 11-day retreat where you have to be completely silent the entire time. Fuck.
Most men don't know how to process/express their emotions in a healthy way. They also don't have a good point of reference of what that looks like. Destiny Myron told you the majority of women on the Fen ain't from Miami. Plenty are international/educated. The Miami archetype is standard.
Okay. Waiting for all the donos to filter themselves out so we can go back to the video. You missed a link in one of the donos. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Am I supposed to be clicking links from...
I don't know if you've talked about this yet, but are you going to talk about the What is a Woman documentary? Also, Obama.
This is a Keffel's link. Do I even want to click this?
The truth, then. Us politicians aren't so trustworthy. We'll steal, make shit up, even lie to our voters. That's crazy. I know it's very hard to believe, but that's just what the USA is all about, Jack. Not hiding our theft and murder, but embracing it. Whether it's votes, whether it's money, especially money.
Okay.
Will you ever complete your Factorio tutorial series?
Yeah, for sure.
When wolves greet, they will want a lick inside your mouth.
Ugh.
This is perfectly normal for them, and this is what they do to one another on a daily basis. If you can tolerate it, you should allow this, as they will trust you more and can learn everything about you as a person, which includes your body chemistry, if you are sick or well, what you have eaten, and also if you are kind and non-threatening to them. Body movements should be calm and fluid. Sharp movements will frighten and shock them.
Isn't this supposed to be impossible? Like, I thought, like, maybe these are different types, but I thought wolves, like, aren't domesticated. Like, they can flip on you and kill you for any reason. Like, they're just not, it's just not a domesticated...
Making you look threatening. So gently, gently is the answer. This is why women are often more readily accepted by wolves than men, as men naturally exhibit heavier movements, have a taller stature, and a deeper voice. The leading female Marat was very insistent on licking the inside of my mouth for affirmation, so I allowed her to. When wolves greet...
Destiny, this is pissing me off.
Feels good, I guess. Feels good, I guess. Feels good, I guess.
God, it's just always gonna be just the most set of bizarre, funny situations. Good old Mike. God, the AOC shit. Oh my God, it's just so funny. Oh. Oh, I just skipped it.
Is it just me, or does Keffel sounds like a shitty cereal that everyone skips over at the grocery store?
That's one of them,
Love
I
you,
think.
buddy.
Porn, I think, is also one of them. Young marriage on the decline. People are waiting until they're a little bit older to get married. Also, what you said about interacting with people on the street, I think a lot of men are becoming hesitant and scared to approach women, just in general.
Is she talking to us like telepathically? What has happened? Is this Xavier? What are we doing? Hold on, I'm gonna...
The last time I took your advice, I tried an open relationship, and watching her have intercourse in front of me destroyed me. I then was banned from YouTube after discovering the truth. R.I.P. Sneeko, Obama, Obmena.
Oh!
You're a cop. 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 Sit.
Please unban me. I was racist and homophobic, but I repented. Now I want to be a productive member of the community. DGGL. Duke Nukem. DGG chat is cringe. YouTube chat is base seed losers.
A N A L L L
Good job.
You know, you see all these videos online of women posting when men say hi to them and they're repulsed by it, or they get really upset. Like at the gym, if a guy approaches a girl at the gym, they get really upset. So I think there's a lot of things that are tying into this, but it's interesting to hear like from someone on the outside that isn't so...
I don't know what the big issue is with men and relationships. All they need to do is become an Aikido master like Destiny. Girl's name, by the way. Bonus meme, whatever happened to Kid Dynamite?
It's happening.
I feel like the internet also gives people unattainable ideas. And I wonder if these statistics are coming out just because more people are saying that they are not sexually active because of the internet. Like, I wonder if it's always been like this, but now people are really banding together and being like, yeah. Obviously, we're living in a time as well where you don't have to get married and have kids by the time you're 24. So that's off. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Well, I think there's a rise in celibacy among women that I've noticed on social media. So I think that would relate to why more men are going sexless. And then also people are just becoming more comfortable with being alone, probably because of...
Wait, is that true? I thought that like birth control and everything has made women more... Fuck, I would have to look up data on that.
The pandemic, which isn't a bad thing, but I mean, human connection is also a good thing. In terms of loneliness, I don't know, maybe we're just like missing that connection that there once was, and there's so many more higher standards now for men and women and just relationships in general. And I think the factors just go like back and forth. So maybe a woman like has not been happy with how she's been treated, or doesn't feel empowered by hookup culture, so then she just becomes celibate. So then the man or men are experiencing like less sex in their lives, and then I don't know, it just keeps going like back and forth on the effect of one another.
Do you think that it's all men to blame, or do you think that women play a role in this as well? I mean, because there are a lot of single women too.
Yeah. I don't think it's all men to blame. I just think...
Hold on, break time. Gross Gore just posted this on his Twitter. I can't get out of bed. My legs are shot to shit and so wobbly. I blew a whole major load and now I'm drained and can't move. Never seen before. Unbelievable. Why? What is he doing? What is... Bro.
I know, I'm getting old, I'm 26 now, right? But I was recently, what, sorry? Fuck off. Oh, are you older than 26? Yeah, fuck off, you're not that old. You're from New Jersey? That explains that you're American. Yeah. You are such an American. Like this moment.
Hold on, am I crazy? Or does this person not sound American at all? Fuck off! Do Americans say that? Anywhere in America? Am I crazy? Hold on, I just have to listen to this again.
I know, I'm getting old, I'm 26 now, right? But I was recently, what, sorry? Fuck off. Oh.
Fuck off! Fuck off! Do Americans say that? Fuck off! Fuck off!
Are you older than 26? Yeah, fuck off, you're not that old. I'm from New Jersey. You're from New Jersey? That explains that you're American. Yeah. You are such an American. Like this moment, it's about me. And then someone tells you to shut up, you're like, that is my right, okay? I can say what I goddamn want. I know you're not Southern, but it's funny, right? Why did you say fuck up? Oh, right, because I said I'm 26, right. Wait, it's in reference to a video I did. Wait, what did you say about water bottle? Can't understand what's going on. It's like playing moron tennis, like... Fuck you, fucking water bottle, what? What did you say about my water bottle? Give it to her. Oh, yeah. You're like, brother, help her out. I read. Pardon? No, well... I was like, oh, I Queensland can't be that bad. Just like I've seen a bunch of North Queenslanders react to a foreigner right there in front of me. Shut the fuck up. Cheering racism. Dude, there's a white guy on stage with a microphone. This is a fucking rally now. What the hell are you doing? I'm so sorry about my associates. Yeah, I was gonna say friends, and I was like, oh fuck, guys, I don't know. So I read. So that's a thing where like you open a book, you like so today, it's America. Yeah,
Wait, this is just not funny. Wait, what am I watching? The money is mine.
I'd like to vote Conservative now, though, and I'll tell you why. Because when I met my wife 10 years ago, I wasn't really earning enough to pay tax, but I am now, and so I'd like to vote Conservative so I can pay less or no tax, ideally. I'd have to pay any tax at all. I think the money that I've got, that's mine, and I want to keep all of that, and I don't want any of that to go to schools or hospitals or to help people less fortunate than me, either here or in Bongo land. That money's mine. And people say to me, don't you think you've been lucky getting certain professional breaks that have helped you to earn? No, I don't think luck comes into it. I think you have to think, if you're earning, you have to think there's some kind of divine cosmic justice at play in which you're being rewarded and the poor are being punished for some crime or moral deficiency. And the money's mine. And people say, don't you think you're lucky to be born a certain time in a certain class? No, the money is mine. Now, it's good to hear that getting laughs. It's clearly meant as an absurd notion. 3 months ago, I was doing this bit in Guildford. People just sat there and went, oh, at last someone's put that into words. There was,
Okay. The most extreme place in the universe.
The universe is pretty big and very strange. Hundreds of billions of galaxies.
Oh, wait, hold on. Linus reviews OTK/Artesian builds PC. Oh, shit.
On the surface, I understand the appeal. System building looks like a pretty easy gig. At $1,000 a pop, all you gotta do is sell 3 of these a day and you're $1 million company. Easy, right? Except for a few small problems. The margins are piss poor. The chances of shipping damage, are extremely high. And no offense, but the customers are a nightmare. They'll blame you for everything, from game crashes to slow Windows updates. There's nothing I can do about any of that. All of which is why I am extremely skeptical about the survival of StarForge systems. Everything about it screams doomed to fail. Like the ownership group being a bunch of Twitch streamers with no obvious business acumen.
Ooh.
The executive team being composed primarily of ex-employees of Artesian Builds, a system builder that only recently imploded in spectacular fashion. And the absolute cherry on top is that the reveal went so poorly that aforementioned Twitch streamers started perma-banning their critics. Of course, I am fully prepared to put my money where my mouth is and find out if I'm wrong. So, we purchased their Horizon Creator Edition PC, a system that costs $3,500 US. Is it a good deal? Is it well built? Does it work at all by the time it arrives? Oh, and who sponsored this mess?
Ridge. Ridge Wallet has redefined the traditional wallet with its compact frame and RFID blocking plates. The bulge in your pants shouldn't be from your wallet. Use offer code Linus to save 10% off and get worldwide shipping right now.
Yes!
I have built literally hundreds of PCs in front of literally tens of millions of people, leading many of them to sensibly ask me why I don't sell the PCs I build. Seems obvious, right? Well, it's because it's a deceptively challenging business. Newegg screwed it up on their first attempt. ABS was gone for years before it came back. Walmart royally screwed it up and doesn't seem to have recovered. And on that subject, NCIX screwed it up too, along with everything else too. So the road Starforge is walking is littered with the corpses of everyone else who has attempted to survive in this business.
I think the difficulty with doing pre-built business is that oftentimes your customers are going to be PC enthusiasts, and these are going to be the people that will be the least tolerable for high margins. Even when I was building and selling PCs, it only worked because I was a single member entity. Like if I started hiring employees, there's no way it would have been profitable. I was charging a 10 to 15% markup for pretty advanced like overclocking services too. I don't know if normal companies would have been comfortable taking on that level of risk. And even my margins weren't that great. And it's a lot of time. There's a lot of potential error. Shipping, I think I solved shipping. I never had problems shipping past my first build. But yeah, I don't know. This is a rough business.
Long term. Just maybe they've got what
were your margins? I would charge, it was either 10 or 15% on the total cost of the parts is usually what I would charge. So if you bought a $2,000 build, I'd charge you $250 in labor for it, basically. Or a $1,000 build would be $150 for labor.
It takes though. While we unbox the system, let's talk a little bit more about the Starforge Systems team. It was created by a collection of Twitch streamers, notably Moist Critical and One True King Network, which includes Asmongold, Mizkif, and a number of other.
My services also included overclocking of the GPU, CPU. I would delid your chip. This is back when the Haswell line was out. And I would stability test and everything too. So I think it was a pretty good cost.
Notable streamers.
Oh no. Jesus Christ.
It's going to be run by the ex-COO of Artesian Builds. For those of you who aren't familiar with the different C-suite positions, the COO is the one that basically runs the show, but doesn't necessarily get to make all the decisions. So they certainly brought in someone with experience. However, that experience didn't help them with the launch, because there was immediate backlash to their high prices and
that first system was not overpriced. I don't know why people said it was. I went through and I built it, and the markup was so small. I feel so bad for these guys. But you have to be careful because, like, especially when you're a streamer company, your shit is going to get reviewed by other streamers. And streamers, collectively, as a group, have the lowest IQ of any, like, public profession in the world. So whenever your critics are going to be streamers, you're fucked, because they might say some random stupid shit and have no fucking idea what they're talking about. But the only people that are lower IQ than streamers are their fans, so all of their fans will run onto LSF and parrot the same fucking stupid claims.
Supposedly terrible. Were they terrible?
Yeah.
Oh, and terrible configs. And then, fanning the fire, the Twitch streamers perma-banned users that were critical of the PCs on their streams. Starforge Systems then responded by dropping all prices by $100, and they adjusted their configs based on community feedback. I mean, that's pretty smart, just crowdsourcing the actual work of configuring your computers. By the way, we took a lot of care to order this PC anonymously so that we wouldn't get any special treatment. I actually have no idea what I just got for $3,500 US. That's a lot. Oh wait, due to the controversy, we actually were refunded $200. And 4 weeks and 2 days later, this is what arrived. Right out of the gate, I will tell you that they are not using completely proper packing materials. Our logistics department informs me there actually was a second outer box, but unfortunately, it's already been picked up. Either way, double boxing is effective for both improving the resiliency of your package and making it less likely to be stolen, since apparently it was a completely nondescript box. So, good job, Starforge. Not quite as good as custom packaging, but a lot better than just...
Okay, this is what I did for PC shipping, and I shipped over 100 builds this way, and I never, ever, ever had a single problem. You have one huge box, and in this big box, if you're ever going to ship your PC, this is what I would recommend. Jesus Christ, this is a beautiful drawing. One big box, you would take your PC that you built, you'd put it back in the case box, you would turn it on its side, and then you would put a whole bunch of padding at the bottom of this box. You would slide the PC box into here, and then you'd put more padding on the top and make sure that it's sitting so that it's motherboard side down. Cover this motherfucker up with fragile stickers. I don't know if it does anything. With the case pointing up stickers here, I don't know if that does anything. But I did that shit, and I probably shipped over 100 builds like this, and I never, ever, ever had any problems. This is with SLI and Crossfire builds, big GPU builds, never had anything fucked up. I never put any packaging inside the case. I know some people like to put airbags or whatever inside the case to make sure the GPUs don't bend the MOBO slots or whatever. But I've never, ever, ever had a single problem. Yeah. So you put padding in first or put the PC in first? Padding in the bottom, PC in, padding in the top, and then ship it in a huge box like this. And I never had a single problem.
Counting on the case package. In fairness to them, absolutely nothing seems to have been damaged in shipping though, not even any bashed in screws, which can be a common one. This PC has apparently passed 3D Mark. Last I checked, 3D Mark is not actually a pass-fail test. It does issue a score, but...
Well, pass probably means that they were, my guess is, I could be wrong, but they were probably using PC Mark to check for stability, and as long as it finished the test, they probably say it passed. That'd be my guess. If they're overclocking the systems, or just making sure they're working. How much did you make off Build-A-Box? Well, if I shipped 100 PCs, I shipped over 100, probably 150 or 200. We'll say conservatively, if I shipped 100 and I charged 10% each, the average build cost is probably 15 to 2,000. We'll say 2,000 times, we'll say 150 boxes times, I think 15%. I made $45,000. It probably wasn't worth it. I spent a lot of time doing this shit. And bro, when you've got 4 boxes in your house and you're running like Intel burn test overnight, dude, your shit is fucked. You have to open the windows. Your room will be melting. It is so fucked. Fuck all this shit. And then having to hook everyone up to different monitors and mice. I had like a whole setup for it, but it was so obnoxious. Fuck that. And the mental pain. Do you know how much psychic damage I took doing this? And then having to read other people's suggestions or ideas or critiques about like building computers and shit online. That's probably the worst part of it all. I'm pretty sure you can find old clips of me screaming at people in chat where I'm like, because when I'm putting together a part list and I'm building shit, like I'm trying to make sure that I'm getting like the best parts for the price or whatever. And when you get people that come at you and they're like, why did you use this GPU when that GPU gets a 700 higher score on insert piece of shit benchmarking thing that gives you a fucking number score at the end? And I'm like, bro, link me benchmarks on a fucking game or a demo or kill yourself, you fucking moron. Why the fuck do I care that you got 7,400 points on CPU score checker? What the fuck does that tell me? I don't know what the fuck that means. Like, nobody wants to take their computer home and fucking run benchmarks on it to go jerk off for other people on Build a PC about their benchmarks, right? You, like, show me frame rates in games. Or people that would say like, oh, these cards are always worse than these cards, link a benchmark. Oh, these cards are always link a benchmark. And people would like make statements like, oh, I've used these cards in the past and I know they suck. Okay, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you? I don't care what your personal opinion is on some fucking part. Sorry, I'm done. Okay. Fuck, I got so triggered. I'm pretty sure I got into multiple fights with my chat over dumb shit. I remember you screaming, link me benchmarks or shut the fuck up.
Post benchmarks! Listen, if you post threads like this on Reddit and you don't post benchmarks, you should literally fucking take a...
Okay. That was, I can't watch old videos. Who knows what's in that one? But anyway, you get the idea, yeah. Dude, that would trigger the fuck out of me. Oh my god.
I'm actually just being a butthead about that. That's a very valid way to burn in a system and make sure that it is functioning correctly.
Oh, fuck! I shouldn't have paused so early. Oh, okay. Okay. That's good. We don't have to roast Linus in the video. He knows why the sticker's there.
Screws, which can be a common one. This PC has apparently passed 3D Mark. Last I checked, 3D Mark is not actually a pass-fail test. It does issue a score, but I'm actually just being a butthead about that. That's a very valid way to burn in a system and make sure that it is functioning correctly and that its performance is within what's expected for that config. Props to Starforge Systems, by the way, for using these. These chemical expanding foam bags are not quite the best way to protect the inside of a system. That would be maybe the acrylic braces or metal braces that builders like Puget Systems.
Oh, this is cute. I don't even know this existed back in the day. I guess you could throw one of these in if you want.
systems or tier 1s include with their case designs, but given that they're using off-the-shelf enthusiast tier cases, this is about the best way to make sure that no matter what case they're using, all the little gaps are going to be filled in. With that out of the way, I guess we can take a little bit of a closer look at the system. We're using 3 deep cool 120mm fans at the bottom. They've got a bottom to top airflow configuration. That's valid. Top mounted.
Well, not just valid. That's probably the only configuration that can go, considering the front is pure glass. You're not going to do a front to back, right?
Radiator, meaning that our pump is at the lowest point. So from a longevity standpoint, it's a nice to have. I would have liked to see little peels like this probably pulled off, since there's no need for the customer to remove that, but that's a nitpick.
Oh, that's fun though. I like them.
I don't know. This 4-pin is not quite seated. That clip's not fully engaged. It's probable that the system will work, but if I pull on this, you can see it's not actually secured in any way. Oh my God.
People are saying that like the computers, GPUs today are heavy. Bro, back then, CPUs used to be pretty heavy too, no? Weren't GTX 680s like pretty bulky cards? I feel like there were some pretty bulky cards back then. Maybe not way back in the day, but like, I think even like 6, 7, 8 years ago, like GPUs were pretty bulky back then too.
God. This other one has half of it not engaged either. Okay, that's not good. You got to make sure the clips are engaged, guys, especially if you're going to ship the system. I want to make it clear that I'm not approaching this.
Bro, they take 4 slots sometimes? What GPU takes 4 slots? Holy shit. Sorry, I just looked at my 3090 for the first time. Okay, that's a huge fucking graphics card. Jesus Christ.
Skeptically because it's Twitch streamers doing it. I'm approaching it.
Oh, from my Artesian Builds PC, because that's unironically what my gaming PC is.
Skeptically because I know how easy this business appears to be, and yet how many little things are very difficult to get right. 24-pin is seated correctly. USB 3, other more different USB 3. Cable management, actually, I would say is a strong A-. Well, actually, this is tucked in. I'd give it an A on the front. I haven't looked at the back yet. Not bad.
Who cares about cable management in the back? Customers never opening that shit. I didn't give a fuck. That shit in the back, I'll make sure that your front looks nice, but that shit in the back is a rat's nest. If you're opening that shit, your warranty's valid or voided. Destiny GG Computers isn't helping you anymore. Fuck you if you open your shit. Suck a dick.
Case hides cable mess well, though. Whoop. Though, any points that you assign for the case, you know, is points for the SI. They picked the case, didn't they? Okay. Courtesy connector for a future GPU upgrade. Actually do like to see that, even though it's a modular power supply. Extra cables, stuff into the hard drive cages. I'm fine with that. EVGA 850G6. Yeah, perfectly good power supply. I would expect to find it on more like $1,700 computer. What am I gonna find when I dig deeper?
What does that mean? Justify that. What do you mean you'd expect, like, should they have just gotten a bigger one arbitrarily? As long as the total draw of the PC sits in the good part of the power curve for the PSU, why do you care?
Look at the included accessories at any rate. Wait. Did they just attach? Hold on a second. I thought they specifically left a courtesy PCIe GPU connector. Did they just attach all of the cables to a modular power supply? These are courtesy cables. So you can plug in a hard drive without actually running any cables. Well, where are the rest of my cables?
He's always out for high-rated power supplies with a high gold rating or something? No way does Linus do that. That's one of the biggest noob traps of all time. I remember way back in the day, we would math out, like, is it worth it to sell a customer a platinum-rated power supply over, like, a gold one? And you have to run a power supply, I think, for, like, 9 years or like 6 years in order to actually make your money back on the additional cost of the platinum-rated one. The savings for power are not that great. Also, another important thing to keep in mind, well, hold on. Power efficiency curve PSU. Am I gonna be able to find this? I'm not gonna be able to find this. Power supplies run more efficiently at certain power curves. So if you're buying like a massive fucking power supply that's always running like really, like if you're like, oh, I'm just gonna get like a fucking 1200 watt power supply for my 400 watt draw, like max draw build, you're actually running it, I think, less efficiently over time as a result of getting a bigger power supply. So getting a bigger power supply is not always good. Like your 850 watt gold PSU might run more efficiently than a 1200 watt platinum PSU, just as a heads up, depending on what the efficiency rating of the efficiency curve of the PSU is like. This is all like super into the weed shit though. Most people don't ever have to worry about this.
Then, and I didn't get a single Molex.
Buying a bigger power supply for future upgradability is stupid. You should never do that, just for a variety of reasons. One is because you don't know if you'll upgrade it. Two, you might not even need a bigger power supply if you upgrade. Three, that probably means it's running less efficiently the entire time. There's probably more reasons. You just shouldn't do that.
Connector. Modular power supplies are not an excuse to not give me the capability to plug in the other cables. The dumb part is that you guys already have an accessory box that you could have put them in. There's no benefit whatsoever to holding on to them. What are you going to do with your mountain of modular SATA cables? No, David, don't cut the camera. I'm demoing one of the best features of the LTD Store screwdriver. You can pick up big thumb screws.
They sold like tens of thousands of these. Congratulations. They had like an amazing first shipment of these. Good job.
Don't fall off when you're trying to get them into position. See that? Love it. LTDstore.com. Wi-Fi antennas, power cable, yes. Is this just some trendy thing that I'm not trendy enough to understand? Okay, 3080 Ti. That seems pretty reasonable at this price point, assuming pandemic pricing.
If you buy the Creator Edition PC now, you get a 3090.
You get a 3090 in this same machine?
Wait, what did he say before? You didn't know what it was?
Understand? Is this just some trendy thing that I'm not trendy enough to understand? Okay, 3080 Ti. That seems pretty reasonable at this price point, assuming pandemic pricing.
If you buy the Creator Edition PC now, you get a 3090.
You get a 3090 in this same machine if you buy it now?
Yeah, so we had the option of a $100 refund.
So our $3,500 purchase was knocked down to $3,400 because of the scandal, and then was knocked down another $100 because this tier has a 3090 now. And we kept the 3080. Okay, all right. Okay, does it have 32 gigs of RAM at least? Yes. 3600 megatransfer, CL18? Wait, hold on a second. This is an Intel platform board. Why are we using DDR4? Guys, this is interesting. Oh, wait, it's just loose in there? I had assumed that that was some kind of print that they had done on the case itself, which I guess means their deception was effective. Oh, it's got lighting on it, so that's kind of cool. So it's an acrylic light panel doodad magizmo. Okay, that might end up looking kind of neat. I'd say that level of modding has got to be worth at least like a,
Is DDR5 RAM that much more expensive? Does it matter? I doubt it would matter for most games, but who knows?
A $50 upcharge, $100 upcharge even. Definitely a couple of mistakes, and I have some big lingering questions about the value proposition, but nothing too egregious so far. Let's go ahead and peel the front panel and moment.
Oh, it's way more expensive. Okay, that's probably a reason not to then.
The truth, you guys ready? Oh, that is a very uninspiring light up feature. Surely it lights up a little more than that.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Hey, see? Wait for Windows. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool looking. They did a cool thing in there too, Starforge Systems. Is that customizable or is that just an insert? It could be a Deepcool product based on that they're using Deepcool fans, which to my knowledge, basically nobody... Is this just paper? Are you guys serious? Oh, hey, that's what that thing is, Alex. Oh! It's this thing. Well, wait, why wouldn't they give me a blank one? Where's the R? I got the G and the B, and it has RGB lighting anyway. Why didn't they just do it? This is such an ass-backwards way to change the color. Definitely going to be a polarizing feature, but I, for one, appreciate that they chose a penis rocket for their logo. This is clearly supposed to be a cock and balls. Do you deny that this is a cock rocket?
No, it's clearly a penis rocket.
Okay. Very quiet. Good fan curve tuning. Well, good fan curve tuning for quiet. We'll have to see that it ramps up appropriately under load. We've apparently already loaded up some games. Really what I want is to play my favorite game called Hardware Info. Does you have Hardware Info on here?
No.
You have OBS?
No.
Wait, this is from a streaming company. Why don't they have OBS installed?
That's a good question, and the reason actually has to do with end-user license agreements. That's a big part of why you are not able to not only install software on a pre-built computer without a special agreement, but in many cases, even set up Windows. So you have to go through that out-of-box experience, UBI. That's because the end user has to set that up themselves, or they technically have not agreed to the terms of using that software.
Oh wait, I think that it came with Windows already set up.
It had a creator account?
Yeah.
You should double check that, because they're not really supposed to do that. I mean, they're not the only ones who do it, but it's not the right way. I mean, it has a Windows license. Hey, where the hell's my Windows license? It's gotta be on the bottom. Okay, this is getting kind of not funny. Where the f is my Windows license? There wasn't anything in the accessory box, and I don't see the COA anywhere on the chassis. Technically, because the license is digitally bound to the motherboard now, I should be able to continue to use this license as I normally would, even without the little sticker, but you are super not supposed to do that.
Also confirmed, set up by StarForge.
I don't even know what that means, but I don't even know if I would usually just include the, because when you buy Windows, it comes with a little sleeve that the thing comes in, and that usually has your license and everything. Oh, that probably had the sticker on it, actually. Now that yeah, it did, actually.
And it was set up by StarForge when it arrived. Okay, yeah, that's extra, not how Microsoft wants you to do it. Random streamers who have never run an SI, yeah, I get how you could overlook that, but ex-COO of Artesian should know better. Enough faffing about. What is this thing? Okay, it's a 12900KF. Really, at this price, you need to save $10 on the onboard graphics?
Actually, that's one of the things that they changed. Now when you buy this PC, it comes with just the K, because people got really mad that the creator PC
didn't have QuickSync.
Yeah, it does not have QuickSync.
Yeah, okay. 3080 Ti, 32 gigs RAM. Okay, do they have XMP?
What is QuickSync? Is that the onboard video technology, kind of like the Intel version of NVENC, except on the chip? Do you really need, is that what QuickSync was? I don't remember. Yes? Do you really need that? Why the fuck would you need that on a PC like this? Why would you ever need that? I'm so curious.
P enabled? This is a good thing to check. Yes, we're running at 3600 megatransfers per second.
I just noticed something.
Oh no. This light is supposed, wait. Is it possible that on this case, they intend for this light to be a drive activity indicator? Let's check. It is possible that that was miswired or was intentional, thanks to Lian Li. It's also possible that StarForge hooked up the front panel indicator LEDs incorrectly. Power LED, oh my God. The power LED is plugged in backwards. It won't affect the performance of the system, but there's just no excuse for it when the legend for what plugs into where is silkscreened right onto the motherboard less than an inch away from these headers. It's also a royal pain in the butt for the end user to try to fix this.
Wait, what does that mean, plugged in backwards? I have no idea what that means.
And then hard drive LED, yes, is plugged into hard drive LED. So that is intended to be the hard drive LED.
Does the plus and minus actually matter? Because I used to plug those in whatever the fuck way. Did it actually make a difference? Am I crazy? Only for lights. On LEDs it does. They don't at all. It does. It turns the RGB into BGR. No, it doesn't. On a diode, yes. Huh. Interesting. One of the things that I would suggest is some motherboards. I feel like every motherboard should come with these. I don't know if you can buy extra ones, but plugging in headers is like one of the most annoying parts. There used to be these little things that some motherboards would come with where you can, outside of the PC, it would have like all of the headers on this little thing, and you could plug them all into that little, like, I don't know what you would call it, this little piece. And then you could just slot that into the motherboard. I don't know if the headers are wired the same on every motherboard, but these little things were so convenient, and it made it so much easier than trying to dig in to the fucking motherboard and figure out what plugs into where. Especially as you get older, like, it's probably harder to read and see that shit.
It's a constant blue illumination, and then it blinks red with drive activity. So it was only blinking red. Man, you can't be a professional PC building company and be bunging stuff up like that. I do still have questions about the thermal.
Have you ever forgotten to put on the AO? Only once or twice. You only forget that mistake once or twice before you like never forget it again, because that is one of the most annoying fucking things. Because then you've got to take the entire thing apart in order to get the. Is it AO or IO? I thought it was IO, but whatever that panel is so fucking annoying to forget.
Configuration of this machine. I would really prefer to see some intake right here. Normally this case would have a spot for fans so that you're drawing some nice fresh air in for the AIOs instead of relying on preheated GPU air. I can't fault.
Does it really matter?
The acoustics, still quite quiet, all things considered. No complaints about performance either. I mean, 12900 KF is a 12900 KF, and it's hard to go wrong with a 3080 Ti. Okay, Penis Rocket Computer Company. After a couple of little errors out of the gate, although kind of embarrassing ones, I think it's time for us to take a look at what else is in the market and see how you stand up. While their system was in the lab, StarForge also responded to some of our other comments, first explaining why they feel being owned by Twitch streamers is a huge advantage for them. First, it means that their marketing costs are essentially zero. And second, that it adds a level of credibility to their company. That kind of sounds like the same thing to me. That's pretty much marketing. But I will admit that while StarForge has existed for only a couple of months, having streamers behind it means at the very least there are public personas who can suffer damage to their brand reputation if StarForge screws over their customers, and it means that they will have fairly deep pockets to keep the company running in at least the short to medium term. And from what I can tell anyway, they seem to be building towards doing everything properly in the long term. While they did kind of screw up the Ubi, from what I've been told, Windows these days is typically a digital key with no physical COA required anymore, and they're currently in the process of being onboarded to the Windows SI program. So anything that needs to be changed there should be changed soon. As for the Artesian build stuff, well, I can't tell you everything they told me because it's still getting litigated, and I quote, "We don't want to give that man any more money." But the whole executive team for StarForge was already assembled and signed with OTK before Artesian imploded. And Nick, the CEO of StarForge and ex-COO of Artesian, got pretty emotional when we brought it up, saying that his wife had wanted him to leave for years, but he knew if he did, the jobs of everyone he hired would be at risk. And he left, and, well, he was right. Everyone that worked for him lost their job, and some of them didn't get their paychecks. Right. That's a heavy situation, and I wish nothing but the best for Nick and the rest of the refugees from Artesian build.
Oh, shit. I think this is FurMark. I used to run this for my GPU benching on everything.
I'm not going to bring them up anymore. But I'm also not going to be giving you guys any pity points. You do need to figure out the QC errors that resulted in some of our connectors not being fully plugged in and some of them being incorrectly connected. We've provided the serial number, and they say they'll be looking into it so they can help to fix their processes. You also need to be delivering a solid price to performance ratio if we're going to be able to recommend your system. And I have some great news for you guys. LTT Labs is finally set up enough to start testing systems for us. And the StarForge system here actually did pretty well. Compared to this system with similar specs, their performance was plus or minus 5%, which I guess shouldn't win them any awards, but when you compare them to the competition where system integrators might forget or forego features like XMP, while the likes of Dell might give you a proprietary motherboard that has no expandability, or HP might have the power limit of your CPU set so low that it actually does have much worse performance, I think they actually do end up with an award here. Judging the value proposition, though, is a little bit more difficult. Obviously, when compared to a DIY system, StarForge gets crushed. We were able to build something with identical specs that cost, I kid you not, $900 less. Able to build something with
I don't see the Windows license on here. I wonder where their big savings were. I wonder what they saved the most money on for this. What is a Windows license? Like $100? They got a Linux license? They don't have a 3090 on here either? Well, they have a 30... I'm sorry, hold on, what do they get? They have a 3080 Ti. That's what they got before, right?
Identical specs that cost, I kid you not, $900 less. In fairness to StarForge, that did include a recent price drop on the 3080 Ti, but even so, it was way cheaper. In a similar vein, we were actually able to build a system with a 3090 Ti rather than a 3080 Ti while still spending the exact same amount. So yes, building a DIY system will save you money. I should certainly hope so. But things start to get more interesting once we start comparing to other SIs. Not everybody wants to build their own computer. So while iBuyPower will build you a PC for roughly the same price, that one doesn't come with a light-up cock and balls in it. I consider that a big downside. And looking at the tier 2 fancy system builders, things get even more interesting. Origin PC costs about $100 more, but with DDR5, and Main Gear will sell you a system with these same specs for a casual $4,700. So at this point, I think it's fair to say that Starforge's pricing broadly makes sense, especially since their $100 drop and their build adjustments. Starforge also offers a 2-year warranty where if something breaks, they will actually pay for shipping both ways and fix your PC if the fix can't be done over the phone, which is pretty impressive if they can actually manage to pull that off in the real world. I still don't know if I can wholeheartedly recommend them for the same reason that I don't wholeheartedly recommend buying a car on its very first model year. But while they clearly have a couple of kinks to work out, I'd say if they're still around in 6 months and you like the streamers and OTK, then Starforge seems like they might be as good an option as any other SI on the market. Of course, the best option is always the option to segue to our sponsor, NordPass. Repeated delays cause frustration and threaten the timely delivery of work projects. How can you eliminate these disruptions and increase your productivity? By using NordPass Business Password Manager. Why not save time and energy and focus on what matters most to your team? NordPass eases the burden of access to business accounts, making it possible for your team to work across devices and apps uninterrupted. With NordPass, you can forget about account resets because all your credentials are saved in one secure place with just one click. You can identify vulnerabilities and learn if any of the credentials, payment information, emails, or company domains have been compromised, and login information is pulled up and populated into forms instantly, so you can pay for orders, ads, and invoices in just a few seconds. See for yourself how automating the manual aspects of storing online accounts and sharing sensitive data can save your team hours throughout the work week while keeping your information safe. See NordPass Business in action now with a 3-month free trial at nordpass.com/LinusBusiness or by using the code LinusBusiness at checkout. If you guys enjoyed
there you go. Streamer not paying attention?
What's up,
I always watch I'll always watch ads of people whose videos I'm stealing. If I'm sitting there watching this whole video for content on my stream, I might as well play his ad.
What's up, Old Man Laundry?
This is one of my fans making an Old Man Laundry diss track. What?
You immediately blocked me on Twitter, and then you filmed.
Was Mr. Girl right in turning down Lex Friedman here? Wait, what? Lex Friedman invited me onto his podcast last week. Then he saw a clip where I admit that I hit my ex-wife. He indefinitely postponed, saying he'd have to push on that point, but that he wasn't ready. I pathetically explained that my admission wasn't an endorsement of abuse. He told me he admires my rawness and vulnerability, and that he hopes we talk sometime. I told him I don't want to go on his podcast anymore, and that he was going to withdraw his hand during a dark time. He should not wrap it in compliments and call me brother. Jesus Christ, Max, chill.
Filled your whole timeline with weird parts of my history. Very strange behavior, especially for a 32-year-old man. Not good. Very creepy. So, since I can't reply there, I thought, why not reply here? And do you know what? Because I'm not like you, I'm not a boring cunt, let's add a bit of flair to it. I've got no experience doing this, but it's probably going to be more interesting than anything you've ever made. So, get a pen and a paper, take some notes. Maybe you'll learn something. You fucking pedo.
Whoa!
You heard. Old Man Laundry, a hero, get in line, making everyone look better one tweet at a time, making videos all day, waiting for anyone to say, oh my god, I love your shit, I love your dick, will you come home with me? I'd love to see it. That's just a fantasy, you see, because in reality, they've got no voice. Once they meet you, they're coming home without a choice. Oh no, was that a rape accusation made with no hesitation? Role-playing you is actually kind of fun, but I'm worried it's making me seem just a little bit dumb. So let's switch up the play. Listen, dude, have you literally got anything interesting to say? I'd love to hear you out, and I don't want to shout, but fuck! You a real person? Were you developed in a lab to be the world's biggest burden? 30 seconds after my tweet, you're all over my Reddit history. How you got there so fast will still be a mystery. This comment I made, that's your weapon? That's nothing. I made a woman leave in just 90 seconds. I don't want to explain this joke, especially to a retarded bloke. It might come off a little bit condescending, but my patience with you is ending. So you know what? You're right. I can't get laid. This Reddit comment was a confession. So treat it with a little bit more discretion. Embarrassed by my face. Dude, you have no idea. My Twitter picture is just something that I hold dear. Are you on standby waiting for anyone to talk to you? One comment saying true, one comment saying woo. I think that's kind of sad, my dude, and I don't know how you don't see it too. A 32-year-old activist, have you not got anything better to do?
Okay. Why is this guy's background so dirty? What's going on over here, guys? We're not watching that. Sneeko's friend exposes Tate's war room.
Imagine if I told you that for just $5,000, you could join a secret society as powerful as the Illuminati. What?
Ooh! Hold on, let me use this real quick. Well, watch this. The war room guy. No, no, no. Yes.
Imagine if I told you that for just $5,000, you could join a secret society as powerful as the Illuminati. Well, apparently, that's what Andrew Tate's program, The War Room, is all about.
So the War Room is kind of like the Illuminati, but cooler. Started the War Room to attract a conglomerate of superheroes. It's kind of like Avengers. We have over 2,000 members, over 600 millionaires. But you can get kicked at any moment without a refund.
And today, I'm going to be spending my life savings to go behind the scenes and uncover the secret world that Andrew has created to see if it lives up to the hype. Let's do it. We're here right now on Cobra Tate's website. They got this crazy video, bro shooting guns, popping bottles, doing all different type of stuff. As you can see, this is the greatest global network which exists on planet Earth. Notice how they blur everybody's face inside of the war room. Like, I'm genuinely curious who is inside of here. By the end of the day, once we get inside, I want to try to meet up with somebody in my city and actually interview them because I'm curious what type of people are inside of this thing. Yeah, let's buy it. All right, so it looks like you can't actually buy it directly. I have to actually speak to them to buy it, so I want to buy the war room. I feel like they do this to make it feel all super exclusive. You must be interviewed to get inside. All right, I just got a message back from Morpheus himself, you know, Mr. Red Pill. Sir, I am as serious as ever. And then he says crypto is the only available payment option. It's kind of annoying, but I guess I'll pay them with some Ethereum. I'm really sending money to a trillionaire right now. That's crazy. Hopefully it's worth it, man. I'm hoping it's worth it for real. And almost instantly, things took a turn for the worst. We're off to a tremendous start already. After I sent the money to them through Coinbase, I immediately got a call from the support team saying that my wallet is now locked for the next 2 months. Because the wallet I just sent money to is a blacklisted wallet on the blockchain. That probably would have been good to know before I sent the money. So now the majority of my crypto is frozen and I gotta figure out another way to get them the money. You know, I don't dislike Andrew. I kind of like the guy, and I didn't want to dislike the War Room either, but so far, this has not been a good experience. Then I spent another $5,000 to send them money through a different platform, and I was finally able to access the War Room. Kind of. After 24 hours, I finally heard back from them with some interesting news. Even though I already paid, now they're telling me to get inside, I have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I'm not gonna lie, this makes me a little scared to keep doing this video, but let's check it out. That's crazy. I don't think I'm allowed to share this document with you guys, so I'm definitely not gonna do that. But basically, they're saying if I reveal anything that's inside of the War Room, I'm liable for millions of dollars in damages. No joke. It's kind of scary, and it makes you wonder what they're possibly trying to hide inside of there. I mean, I'm not saying that there's anything bad, but that is such a crazy amount to threaten people with. But I already paid, so there's no turning back now. Let's sign this document. I signed the contract and almost immediately was granted access to the War Room. I joined excited to see what's inside and hopefully expand my network with some high-level people. So I spent a couple days in there going through as much as I can to see exactly what it was all about. And after spending 2 days in there, my suit collection has literally doubled and I don't even have any regular clothes anymore. Nah, but on a more serious note, my experience inside the War Room so far has been extremely underwhelming. And of course, to back up my points, I want to show you guys exactly what's inside of the War Room. But to avoid a multi-million-dollar lawsuit and protect myself from going bankrupt, I had to get creative. Instead of actually showing you guys the War Room, I figured we can go inside together and take a tour.
Jesus.
Welcome, dumb virgin, to the War Room.
Upon entering, you are welcomed by the first priest, who grants you access to the rooms and some required reading by Tate and his team. The rooms are basically just a bunch of different group chats. Inside, there are a variety of rooms about various subjects, such as making money.
If you don't have money, just make more money.
Growing your social media, meeting up IRL, and of course, women.
And that is why it's better to have 6 girlfriends than one.
That is talking my language.
It's an elite circle of alpha males pushing each other to be better and growing alongside each other. And on paper, this sounds amazing, but after spending a couple days in this community, ultimately, I was disappointed. And the main reason for this was the actual quality of the conversations in these chat rooms. I was expecting to see some truly high-level conversation from an elite group of men.
What kind of full-grown adult deliberately eats sushi?
God, this man is brilliant.
It didn't feel like I was talking with elites. It felt more like the Tate fan club. And since it's all spread out across over 20 different rooms, it lacks structure, and there's no clear path to follow as a member, which sort of left me confused. From the website and the videos on the homepage, I expected something different. I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm crazy. So I reached out to a couple of the War Room members here in Miami, and I found one that's willing to do an interview with me to share how he feels about his experience in the War Room. And I'm about to be late, so we gotta go. So, how long have you been in the War Room?
I've been in the War Room now for about 4 to 5 months.
Why did you join? What made you want to get inside of there?
I was just scrolling TikTok a lot, and on my For You page, I just seen the classic Tate videos always popping up, and I started to like what this guy was saying. So
you can put these solar panels
down.
down.
Into it. I liked some videos, and just with the algorithm, more and more videos started to appear on my For You page. I found out he had a private network, and I looked into the War Room, and I ended up joining.
Do you feel like the program lived up to the expectations that you had for it?
This is just like a part where I just want to like think about these answers. Here. Yeah, maybe run it again. Yeah, I would say it has lived up to the expectations. I was expecting to get access to, I'm trying to think how to word it, high-level people, because just the average common Joe isn't going to pay $5,000 to join a group chat, so.
What percentage of people do you feel like inside of the War Room are actually these high-value, high-level people that is advertised?
I would say about 25%.
Isn't it kind of ironic, though, that you pay to join this elite circle and the majority of people that are inside of it are still beginners themselves, and a lot of them are still just getting started on their journey?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but what I'd recommend to you is just to probably be more involved within it, and you could probably find one person which will make joining well worth it. I don't know. I would say it was worth the $5,000 I paid.
So the last question, for the people that are watching this video, Would you actually recommend for them to get inside of the war room?
If $5,000 is all you have, I wouldn't recommend joining with that money. I would recommend doing something else with that. But if you just have $5,000 laying around, then yeah, I would recommend joining.
All right, man. Thank you very much.
No problem.
That was interesting. I still feel exactly how I felt about it when I first joined, but maybe there's more for me to see.
All right, well, maybe you should go back into the chat and just see if you find anything valuable, because I think you probably could based on what this guy said.
I don't think I have any other option at this point. And maybe I could talk to Tate. I was starting to lose hope, so I took his advice and dove deeper into the war room. And I actually found an option to pay to book a call directly with Tate himself. I'm about to have a one-on-one call with Andrew in 2 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous right now. Come on. He just says, please wait. Well, I've been waiting for about 10 minutes. I just texted him. So
what if we start playing the Top G song? Do you think he'll
$250 a minute
on your phone?
I think it's a great idea. Terrible. The opposite happened. The call disappeared off the fucking screen. I paid $5,000 to join this program. I paid $3,000 to get on the phone with bro. I just have not been having the best experiences so far with this.
Okay, hold on. How big is this guy's YouTube channel that he just drops a casual 10K on this fucking video? Holy shit. He's got to be making his money doing something else. And he just kind of recently blew up too. What does this guy make his money doing?
Guy and his products, but so I basically reached out to their team and they told me that he couldn't make the call today because he was busy. So the only available time he has for a call tomorrow is 5:30 in the morning. It's time. If I woke up at 5 in the morning for this call that I paid $3,000 for, and this man does not answer the phone. In about 30 seconds, the screen is gonna disappear, and I think my call with Andrew is dead. Yeah. Well, I joined the war room, and as you can see, my experience has not been the greatest. So ultimately, was it worth it? Not really. I'm going back to bed.
White chicks, no doubt. Kind of money made these hoes wanna.
Wait, that's it? We didn't even get to see the call. What?
Reading these 45 complaints that I got will only take 10 minutes.
There was no
It's such a basic bitch effort.
No, that's what I mean. I mean, we didn't get to see a call. That's what I meant, you fucking...
Reading these 45 complaints that I got will only take 10 minutes. It's such a basic bitch effort that it won't take long at all. I mean, these people really did not try very hard to get me disbarred. I'm kind of disappointed in it. But I have to get them scanned in.
This guy, his compressor setting is fucking insanely high. Holy shit.
I will have to redact the addresses for the purposes of YouTube. But fear not. Fear not. Here comes the plug. Here comes the grift. It's actually not a grift. I'll be posting the full unredacted documents on my locals page because fuck you. That's why.
True.
That's right.
Based. Yes.
Want to try and like impact my career because you don't like a joke I made? Well, fuck you forever. Reading.
And now he's trying to get him banned off YouTube. He tweeted about you. Yeah, this gay-ass Fesh dude is unhinged, but they love him. This is like, it's so irritating to me that like, I hold people like Vosh and Keffels responsible for this person. Because this guy is like, is he a mod in their communities or is he just super active? I don't think I have anybody even remotely like this in my community. That's like this fucking insane. This is just career suicide in the making. No, telling people online you're going to post PII to your locals page. I don't even know what locals is. I don't know if it's against the rules or not, though. Don't look up 1/5 of lawyers, LeMayo. Wait, who liked this? Oh, nice.
Andrew, what's your thought on Sneeko's friend Jordan Welsh doing a hit piece on the War Room? So there was so there was a guy who joined the War Room and did a hit piece video on it. Obviously, everyone knows he's full of shit. When you join any kind of organization, if you think you can just pay a membership fee and then you're instantly going to have access to all the secrets of that organization and the absolute top tier of that organization, you're just going to jump to the
Reddit considers vote manipulation a form of brigading, which Destiny's community does in response to his activities. He cannot play ignorant or deny this, as in response to my tweet, he stated he understood this happens when he signal boosts threads to his audience. As his response to my list was excuse and spectacle rather than committing to moderation action against. Okay, where are you? Do you want to hop on and chat?
top of the hierarchy because you paid an entrance fee, then that organization has no value. It doesn't matter what you join in the world, whether it's a company, whether it's a sports team.
What did he say? Hold on.
If you think you can just pay a membership fee and then you're instantly going to have access to all the secrets of that organization and the absolute top tier of that organization, you're just going to jump to the top of the hierarchy because you paid an entrance fee, then that organization has no value. It doesn't matter what you join in the world, whether it's a company, whether it's a sports team, whether it's the War Room, whether it's a boxing gym, anything. You have to get in there and you have to prove yourself. When I first walked into my fight gym, my coach used to say, hit the bag. And he'd say that for the first like 3 weeks and just ignore you. And you just be punching a bag by yourself. And it was boring and it was shit. And 92% of people would quit. But 3 weeks in, when you're still turning up on time, just punching the bag by yourself, you say, okay, now I'm going to bother holding pads for you. Because I ain't holding pads for every jackass who walks in here when they ain't got the fucking heart. Because it's a waste of my time. I'm going to first put you through the fire to see. So you join something like the War Room, you're joining any kind of organization, you're there to prove yourself. And you prove yourself by providing value to gain value. The War Room is a fantastic mirror. You'll get everything from it for depending on what you give to it. You help others, you'll be amazed how much help you get back. If you just join and pay the membership fee and say, yo, where's the secrets? Then why the fuck would we give them to you? Or how would we exist that long? How would we even have secrets worth giving if we just gave them away for a fucking membership fee? It's dumb shit. So your friend, who I've never met, is a fucking dumbass. And he's a dumbass, and he's out now. He fucking ran away from it all and did his little YouTube video. And it's amazing to me that someone's so short-sighted that they're more interested in getting a few clicks and a few fucking views on a video than they are actually being part of a network which is run by multimillionaires, the most fucking Googled man on the planet. People like you, people like all the other fucking people who are inside the War Room, who are clearly credible individuals, who clearly know things and can do things, living in fucking Romania surrounded by fucking armed guards and shit. He doesn't want friends like that. He wants views on a YouTube video. He's a dumbass. And I'm glad he left. He's a fucking idiot. So that's the answer to that question.
What's Nico going to say?
Treachery we talked about before.
They're treachery.
That has over 130 verified millionaires.
Yeah, it's 130. It's fucking insane. And this is the thing. It also extrapolates out to life as a whole. We're talking here about trying to be an honorable, how to find honorable friends. And someone's going to message and say, well, how do I find honorable friends? I can't find any. You will find honorable friends if you're an honorable man. The best way to meet honorable people is to be an honorable person. The best way to meet rich people is to be a rich person. The best way to have friends who love you is to love your friends. The best way to meet honest people is to be honest. I say this, I did a podcast a few months ago, and the guy running the podcast was saying, yeah, my friend fucked my girl, and I was like, you know what? If you're rolling with boys who would fuck your girl, you're probably the kind of guy who'd fuck your boy's girl. So you probably deserve that shit.
Damn.
Because if you're the kind of dude who wouldn't do that to his boy, you're probably not running with those kind of people.
Yeah.
It's like it's reflective.
Yeah.
The world is reflective. So if you sit there and go, you know what, I want to be around my friends. Let me name the best 5 friends I could have. I want to have a team, a gang of 5 friends. When they walk in the room, people are like, shit, we ain't fucking with that. If a fight goes off tonight, we're not fighting them. I want them to be big, strong, smart, important, connected, charismatic. I want to put together a group of 5 killers, and they're going to be my friends. Guess what you need to become to have those 5 friends? All the fucking things you just named. Now you know what to do. Get to fucking work. Because those 5 guys ain't hang around with a broke dork. They ain't hang around with some dweeb like you. So that's
what's going to happen is your insecurity is going to come out, and you're going to be the one to try to fuck them first because you're not securing yourself.
Completely.
Because you've not done the work.
So I actually met the guy, and with Sneeko, he seemed pretty cool. But after that little stunt he pulled with Andrew,
he's done.
Don't bring him to my tables. Don't bring him anywhere around me. He's not invited to any party that I have. He's out. 100%, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the treachery thing we talked about before.
Damn.
You know what I mean? This is why guys like betraying people is one of the worst. They punish it. Since the beginning of time, they punished it to a ridiculous degree.
It was the #1 crime.
Yeah.
It was the #1. They would torture you worse for treachery than anything else because you can't defend against it.
Yeah.
You get stabbed from behind.
Pretty sure like the worst crime was like regicide or something, but okay.
Behind by your boy, they're going to fucking set your ass on fire, man.
Yeah. And to this day, even in the modern world, it's still punished through death in many countries. You know, even the most progressive countries, they'll put you in jail for life and or death because to commit treason or treachery is unacceptable.
Do you think that he would try to snake me?
Duh.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's shown that he's obviously capable of snaking people. That's what he's done. He's shown that he's the kind of person who will, for chasing clout, will do something that he knows deep in his heart he shouldn't have done. Now, so the question you have to ask yourself is, if he can get enough clout for fucking with you, do you think he'd eventually do it? You have to sit there and go, well, he's done it once. He's done it before. Is he going to do it to me? Oh, he's my friend now. I don't know the dude. I'm based on my actions, right? He joined, decided that the clout and the few shitty YouTube videos, no one's going to give a shit about his video, and no one gives a shit already. It was 3 days ago. It's over. It's done. Nobody cares, right? But that was more interesting to him than actually trying to give it a fair chance, getting to know people, getting to network for real, and getting genuine advantage. He cared more about himself and his clout and that chasing. So you have to ask yourself, if you're both going after the same bitch in the club or whatever, that's your decision.
So mad
that
video.
I curate my reality ultra heavily, and I do not apologize for it. I will happily say to somebody, "I'm sorry, I do not speak to you anymore, and here is why." And it served me fantastically well. That's all I can say.
But Sneeko, that's your friend. But you got a choice to make. Do you prefer clicks and views over relationships, or do you prefer just having him as a friend? Because my thing is, bro, that's an L.
And that's the problem with YouTubers. I'll be honest, man. Coming from the background that I came from, if someone betrayed you like that, it's a wrap. You're hitting doors with people, etc. And you need the guy behind you to be able to, shoot the fucking guy if you go down to make sure that you don't die. So coming into YouTube and seeing people, the way people move, where they'll turn their back on someone that they collab with before, or make a hit piece on them, whatever. Like, it's all foreign territory to me. It's strange.
It is a YouTube thing, and it is a shame because truthfully, any organization, I'm not even just talking about the war room, but any organization, you need to turn up and try and be helpful. If I let's say I went back to get a normal job and I wanted to get promoted as quick as possible, what would I do? I'd fucking turn up and say, "Hey, where's the work at? Let me help." You don't just join in and say, "I want to be the boss now. Where's the secret? Hey, where's the rise? I've turned up now." Like, that's stupid. The guy's fucking dumbass.
I'll tell you one thing I learned in my first year on YouTube. I started to evaluate people that I wanted to be actual friends with on whether I would be friends with them or not if they had their platform taken away from them.
Facts.
That's how. So you look at the man, you say, okay, you have a platform. If I were to take said platform away from that man, would I still fuck with that guy? Is he still high level?
It's a good test.
Yeah.
That's how you know. That's how you make that decision.
I think we could all relate to this. We all get hit pieces on a regular basis, especially when you're up. Everybody makes a negative video to try to bring you down and try to get those clicks. Did you know that was going to happen? Is that a future of social media? And does that show people's character?
No, I mean, that's social media as a whole, right? The social media, there's always going to be the detractors and the haters who are going to sit around and talk shit. That's not what bothered me. What bothered me is that he joined the organization and give it a fair chance. If he didn't join and did a video, then it wouldn't even be worth discussing. That's fine. But he joined and he was a dumbass. But yeah, I truly still believe, and if I say this, then it must be true. I don't think there's anything such thing as bad publicity. I've been through the fucking #1 Matrix attack that they have. I have taken the biggest bullet that exists in their gun in the last few months.
People keep saying this. I don't know why Tate is saying this now, but it is absolutely not true. There is bad publicity. That is absolutely not true. The only time there's no such thing as bad publicity, arguably, is if you're too small a figure and you would have never blown up anyway, and bad publicity is the only route there. But once you've reached a certain size, there absolutely is bad publicity. Andrew Tate is absolutely hurt a ton by being banned from every platform. So is Sneeko. It's not a good thing to invite.
And it's caused me headache and inconveniences. But in the end, it's certainly the best thing that's ever happened to me online, specifically in my online career, if you want to call it that. The banning was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah, but you did that without snaking anybody. You did it with honor.
Completely, absolutely, yeah.
It's completely different.
It's a completely different scenario.
I think the question you got to ask in the room is, would any of us do a hate piece on you? No, never.
Yeah.
And look, me and Myron bust your balls a lot, bro, but we'll never ever talk bad about you on camera.
Yeah.
We'll roast you a little bit in person, like maybe your drip or maybe your glasses, but whenever I say, oh, secret this and that on camera because we're boys. So that's what you gotta see it.
Yeah, I mean, even if I collab with someone, I didn't like them after the fact. I would look stupid, like talking shit about them after. That'd be weird, you know?
Right. So next question.
Yeah.
Poor Snake.
What does an astute 20-year-old like myself need to do in order to be sat around that table? If you were truly astute, you would know the answer.
Damn. Okay. Back to our women.
People are not as good with interacting with each other these days, and they'll go on Tinder or something, you know, to look for a hookup, but that's so much different and harder to connect with people than like back when you would just meet someone, which I'm not saying you have to just go meet someone on the street, especially because now with the media and stuff, you're scared to meet people in person, like just some guy next to you. You don't want to go home with them because they could be a serial killer and this and that. But yeah, I just think as a society and collective, like, we're not as open to each other anymore. So it is harder to date probably right now. If a guy is sexless, though, I don't feel like they should feel bad about it. I think that pressure also really kills things in the mood for guys, like when you're so worried about it and feeling maybe emasculated or something like that. That can be really tough, but yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I think a woman, kind of like myself, that is independent, hardworking, and knows what she wants, not necessarily plays a game, but keeps her options open and wants to find somebody that truly values her. So I definitely think women do play a factor in it because they could be on some games.
Oh, I feel like it really is your preference. Like if a height's a total deal breaker, then, you know, and you're not going to be comfortable like with somebody that's shorter than you, then you shouldn't go after that, you know. But
wait, did I miss
think,
when
like,
have they always been answering a question about height, or was that just the new question?
Deal breaker. Women that not necessarily kind of plays a game.
Wait, am I
but
crazy?
keeps
Did I
her
just
options open and wants to find somebody that truly values her. So I definitely think women do play a factor in it because they could be on some games.
Oh, I feel like it really is your preference. Like if a height's a total deal breaker, then, you know, and you're not going to be comfortable like with somebody that's shorter than you, then you shouldn't go after that, you know. But I think like it definitely is valid for whatever is like holding someone back from being in a relationship with somebody. I think it's definitely like valid reasons.
Personally, I would say women have lower standards than if you would go back in time and look at how
That's almost certainly not true.
high the expectations were from men to provide for women and take care of women. I feel like feminism has brought women to a point where they're able to take care of themselves. So maybe it has something to do with women being self-sufficient and not needing a man in their life to provide for them, and therefore not having the need to have sexual relationships with men. So I think it's definitely just our progressive society and not having the need to rely on men for anything.
Yeah, I think there's unrealistic standards going around, and I think it's partially because of social media, and it's so easy to get caught up on social media when really, like,
I hate this fucking
who
song.
knows what percent of actual social media is real. Like, you could see someone that you know or someone that you don't even know, you just follow on social media, you know, her man that she's with flies her out, buys her this gift, but maybe he bought her that gift because she got him cheating. Like, you just really can't compare, but it's really hard not to compare, not to focus in on somebody else's life or social media and compare it to your own.
Yeah, I'm probably. I mean, there's probably something that women as a whole.
Why
not
aren't they showing the
everybody,
question on
but
the screen?
generally do that is discouraging for certain people.
Yes, you said men are like more afraid to approach women. Obviously men play a role in that, but do you think women play a role in the kind of issues
Tell your friends to stop harassing me. I'm not that Pascal retard. He went through my Reddit history and streaming, has called me mentally ill on stream multiple times.
Why do you guys get so ass mad? You are mentally ill. You actually joined my chat because you're mad that I looked through your Reddit history? Are you okay, dude? But I think I did say you weren't Pascal. Dino Dad is Pascal. You're just another crazy dude. It's all right. There's room for all of you in my head.
That are arising with dating as well.
Yes, but see, I was raised. My parents have like, you know, always said, you know, you should let the men approach you, or the men should make the first move. And that's just how I was kind of raised. And I know a lot of people, I'm not saying that's for everybody, because a lot of times girls make the first move, and I'm like, that's freaking awesome. But just for me personally, it's not comfortable for me. So, yeah, I hope that answered.
But do you think, like, a lot of women will get mad when men approach them? They're like, I don't want to be approached. Like, that kind of phenomenon? Like, men are genuinely afraid because of what women, like, post online about them. Like,
yes, I think that's a huge thing. That's a very big thing. I've actually even, some of my guy friends have been afraid to approach ladies because of that situation, because they're afraid that women are going to label them as a pig or something like that. I find it flattering if a man approaches me, and just the fact that he had the confidence to do so. So, but yeah.
what do you think that men can do to make themselves a better candidate in the dating market?
I think being respectful is the biggest thing. For myself, I'm just a young woman in her early 20s, so a lot of the guys that are in my dating pool don't even know how to, you know, make a woman feel special, like it's just for them. I see them turning their heads when we're walking on a date together, and that just makes me feel like they're looking for options. And
real talk, if you are on a date with somebody, you need to give them their undivided. You need to give them your undivided attention. Also, never, ever, 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 ever look at your phone. Do not do it. If you need to, then you need to say, hold on 1 second. I have like an emergency. Let me do this real fast, and then I can come back to the conversation. The worst thing you can do, worse than killing somebody's dog, worse than raping somebody, worse than stabbing somebody in the neck, worse than slashing their tires, the worst thing you can do to somebody is they're talking to you and you glance down and you look through your phone for a minute, or even for like 2 seconds. It is the biggest unconscious communicator of, I'm bored of you, fuck off, stop talking. It is the worst thing you can ever do to somebody. Unless you're like, this is like first date scenario. If you like know somebody and you're like, you've hung out with them a few times, you're like on your phone, that's way, way, way different. But like on a first date, it is the worst thing you could ever do. Do not ever do that. It can leave a horrible impression on somebody. Holy shit. But you can use it as manipulation to weaken them. Oh yeah, sometimes I'll do that. If a girl's like opening her heart to me or some shit, she's like, oh, I was blah, blah, blah. Sometimes I'll start glancing at my phone and they're like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, hold on. Tiffany's messaging me. She's not trauma dumping right now. So when you're done, let me know. True.
things of that nature. So I think if a guy was trying to impress a woman or, you know, change certain habits about himself, making a woman feel heard and respected about whatever the topic may be goes a very long way.
I would say the first step is to stop feeling sorry for yourself, because just like you're not attracted to everybody, not everyone's going to be attracted to you. That's just human nature. I guess it's different for everyone. I don't know who these sexless men are, but for a lot of them, it could just be as simple as, I don't know, work harder on yourself, or where are the pieces that you're missing. And if you're insecure about not having the best job, why don't you look into changing careers?
True.
Or if you're insecure about how you look, go to the gym. I don't know, or just love yourself. I'm sure I don't know how to do that. I don't know.
At least she's honest.
It's
She
not
doesn't
easy
know.
to fight insecurities, but therapy.
Stop going to the bars every weekend, Friday to Sunday. It's unattractive when you're wasted with your buddies, and in this day and age, everybody thinks, you know, the boys, let's get drunk, you know, Sunday beers, Saturday beers. It's so not cute. So I don't know. Of course, going out is nice, but to be sitting in a bar all day, every day is just...
Oh, hold on. Just real quick. People keep talking about me. People keep talking about me buying drugs on the Silk Road in 2013 or some shit. That Laundry dude posted a clip. And people on my subreddit are like, oh, who cares if you bought drugs? Blah, 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 blah. First of all, if I did buy drugs, who cares? I love drugs, okay? And I will buy drugs. And I have bought drugs. But secondly, I didn't buy drugs in 2013 on the Silk Road. I don't even know. I'm going to be totally honest with you. I hate to admit this. I don't know how to fucking get on Tor at all. I know what it is. I know what onion routing is. I can explain the protocol, but I've never downloaded Tor. I've never gone through like any of the actual like onion domain shit ever. Never. I've never gone to any of it before. Like,
I think virginity is actually a construct. I think that virginity was created by men who think...
Ma'am, can you do me a favor and just tell me the answer to 2 + 2?
Well, the number 2 is a social construct.
oh my God. Hidden lav moment.
I think virginity is actually a construct. I think that...
Is that lav?
It's a no-go for me, so...
Have confidence, which is easier said than done, obviously. I think when you're looking for someone, like you're looking for a relationship, you're probably not gonna end up in a great one. I think if you're just like, I need love, I need this, I need that, you're not gonna end up happy. It has to start here. But obviously everyone wants to be with someone, so going for people that it actually makes sense, the combination, and not just being like, I think people overlook people because they're like, well, I want a girl that looks like that though, and maybe that's not going to be your thing at the moment. So just not putting too much pressure on yourself and going, I don't know, I feel like it's not a bad thing to not be in a relationship or sleeping with people at all times. I think it can be a really good thing. So the obsession with that I don't know, I think it just hurts people.
Yeah, I think it puts a lot of pressure on guys too. And then when you hear things come out like the rise of lonely men, well, just because someone's single doesn't mean they're lonely.
It does for men.
That they are.
I would say just pick up on like the way that she's communicating with you. Like if you're reaching out to a girl and she's constantly like busy or she's not putting in like any effort into meeting up with you, like don't spend so much time like pursuing that girl and start looking in other areas, because I feel like sometimes people have a tough time like picking up on those mixed signals, maybe through like text message. Like if it's mixed signals, I feel like that's all you need to know to just like move past that. Like if it's not easy,
true,
and not great. Like now I sound like I'm like saying like, oh, like she needs to be easy. Like that's not what I mean. Like I feel like if
so you're basically saying like don't chase women that don't want
I think
you back.
You need to like put in effort, like definitely put in some type of effort and show that you care. But like if you're completely getting like oh, I can't tonight, like maybe like next week or something, like over and over again, to the point where you're just putting in all your like time into one. I don't know how to put this.
Like knowing when to walk away, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Like knowing when to walk away and like not putting so much time into somebody who doesn't seem that interested in you. You know, maybe it's time to explore other avenues.
Yeah, I think a man not seeming too desperate or too clingy is a big thing. So like women always think they can change a man, but I think a man always thinks he can change a woman's mind. Like if, I don't know, if she's giving you a lot of the signs that maybe she's not too interested, like just take the signs for as what they are. Or even if she's saying like, I don't feel romantic connection, but I'd like to still be friends, don't continue to be like, okay, yeah, I'll just be friends with you in hopes that she'll change her mind. You know, focus your energy on where it's best spent. Like, don't waste your time on women who don't fit your standards or aren't really the type you see yourself in a long-term relationship with. Spend that energy and time going for what you do want, and don't waste your time when you've been given the signal that she doesn't want you.
What are traits that you look for specifically in a man? Like, what is your checklist?
I have a whole document.
Jesus.
I like that, first of all, with looks, I like that like Italian Greek look where they're like tan, have like dark hair, dark eyes. But you know, a lot of times with that look, when they're really good looking, they're not that great people. So I want someone who's a really good person, very loyal and honest and hardworking, but not too cocky, and someone who has one of those hobbies that's like hands-on.
Monique knows what she wants. Okay. Would you be willing to compromise on the Italian Greek beautiful look for the other things?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like all of my ex-boyfriends are not people that physically I would describe as my type.
Okay, but you liked other things about them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't just
This is super true. Guys do this too, where guys are like, oh, I prefer blondes, or I only want brunettes, or I couldn't be with a black chick or an Asian, or blah, blah, blah. That's bullshit. If you meet the right one, you absolutely would. People that always express really strong physical preferences can absolutely have their minds changed depending on who they meet. They just haven't met that person yet. This is true like 99.99% of the time, except for weirdos that are like obsessed with Asians and shit.
Go out with them because they were willing to go out with me.
Traits that I look for in a guy. Honesty is a big one. Smart, intelligent, funny. He's got to be funny. He's got to be easygoing. I like to mess around a lot. So smart, funny, creative, for sure. Honest. We'll start there.
I would say definitely a good, like, stable job. It doesn't have to be anything like crazy. Like, even if you are just, as long as you're doing something and you have like a good work ethic and you're working towards something, like I don't expect someone to be like the VP of a company or something, but as long as you're working towards something, I think that that's very important to me. Being able to have like passions and hobbies, like things outside of what you do every day at work, is very important. Like being able to have fun, like go out with me, like go to concerts, like you want to do things, like try new restaurants. Like you're not like so much a homebody. I don't like sitting at home. I like being out, so that's important.
For me, I look for good communication skills. I think communication is everything in a relationship. I also, friendship is more important to me than romance at the end of the day, because you can have passion and you can have a great sex life or whatever, but if we're fighting and we're not aligning mentally, I mean, you can find passion and good sex from a ton of people, but I think friendship and just really getting along here is the most important thing, because that's rare. So that's what I look for: style, humor, getting along with my friends, being friendly, great manners, obviously. But yeah, I think the mental is really what matters to me the most.
I'm looking for a hardworking guy that's honest, loves his mom, really just takes care of himself.
I can't do this one yet.
And has a little bit of like a boundary. You know, I like to get my way. I don't really like to be told no. I mean, what girl does? But stands up for himself and has his own boundaries and his own standards that matter to him. I think that's super attractive for myself.
I've thought about this a lot, so I have a very specific list. Values like health and wellness, is a life learner, has a life learner mentality, so likes to learn new things and experience new things, but also likes like a daily routine to keep them in check. So whether it's like working out, the gym, spending time with family, friends, loyalty, I feel like that's a bare minimum thing, but it needs said these days. I don't know. I think the life learner mentality is the biggest thing because that kind of like creeps into all aspects of life, like career, hobbies, skills, ambition.
I'm a very personality-driven person, so empathy is very big for me, and self-awareness and social awareness and emotional intelligence are some things that I actively look out for while seeking a potential partner. But if you're all those things and you're ambitious and driven, then you're at a really good point in your life, and then I can like put in that trust within you to be able to achieve your dreams and goals. So it doesn't really matter where you are in life right now, like financially and professionally for me. What matters more is you have the drive to strive for more and be able to grow together.
Do you think that sometimes women have unrealistic standards for men?
Yeah, I'm sure. Definitely, like, there's probably some sort of, like, standard that women will have in their heads about how they want to be treated and stuff, and that might not always be realistic. But I definitely think it's a good thing. Like, it's beneficial that the standards are higher and, like, women aren't willing to settle, I guess.
Yeah, I think people always look baseline for looks, like you want to be attracted to someone. I have found being friends with someone first and then dating them has ended up in the best relationship I've ever been in, rather than just being like, oh, that person's hot. And then you ask all the other questions. Like,
that's the least true thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't know what she means by that. I would have to grill her on that one.
Well, do we align morally? This,
like,
that?
you want to be able to be friendly with somebody who you're going to date. That's true. But the idea of like being friends first, that sounds really weird. I don't know what she means by that.
And you kind of find that out as you go. And I think the best way to go is really getting to know someone first. Obviously, you have to be attracted to them, but I feel like people see pictures or they'll watch TikToks and, I don't know, see beautiful people and be like, I want that. I feel like also social media has kind of romanticized fighting with your partner, which, I don't know. Some of the things I see, I'm like, why are you together? I think people have an idea of what a relationship should look like. And everyone's different. You have to feel it out yourself.
I agree. I think women are definitely unrealistic because everybody makes mistakes and people will say dumb things. If you get to really know a person and know their true core values and what they stand for, and you're trying to build that firm relationship, little petty things that might matter at the beginning, long term may not really affect that. But being an unrealistic woman will absolutely, one, take away your opportunities, and two, just kind of close yourself off as a category. You know, you could be a bitch, you could be unrealistic, you could be sassy, unavailable, whatever the case may be, and I think you could set yourself up for failure.
Yeah, I think it's also totally okay as a woman to have standards.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But you better be holding yourself to those standards too.
Right.
Right?
Right. And I think that's the biggest thing sometimes that women forget is, okay, well, you want this guy to be XYZ and do all of these things for you and treat you this certain way, but it's like you won't even text him back. So what's the real true playing field here? I think it definitely goes both ways.
I would say in today's time, women definitely have the ability to stay single for as long as they want, because it's obviously socially more acceptable to be that way. So I would say women definitely would be single for as long as they want until they find the right mate.
It's becoming more popular now to go after, to really vocalize going after someone who is
Whoops.
Really wealthy, really good looking, and is willing to treat you well. And I don't think that's necessarily a problem, but I think there's certainly a number of men who aren't willing to treat you as well and maybe don't look as good as, you know, Zac Efron, and maybe don't have as much money, and instead of working towards that or trying to find someone that doesn't feel that way, they lead to bashing women.
I think women set expectations way too high. Like a lot of the girls, he's got to be, you know, a boss at his job, he's got to be making this type of money, he's got to be driving this type of car. I hear so many women these days saying they have to marry rich, and it's just so sad because you know, all of that money, the fame, whatever, that goes away. It's like what's in here. And women putting these standards on men, it makes them feel less confident to go out and start dating and doing those things. So I don't know. I just, like, again, for me personally, it's not about the money. You have to be hardworking. You have to be motivated. But you know, it's a journey. Life is a process. You know, so that's my answer.
And then, what do you think men are looking for in women?
Okay, hold on. From now on, anybody that says this content is turning me into incel is getting at least a 1-month ban. And I'll go back and I'll do it too if I see it, okay? Listen, this is women talking about what women want in relationships. Are they right all the time? No. Do they say retarded shit all the time? Yes. But it doesn't make sense to look at a couple retarded things a woman says and go, wow, all women are retards and turning me into incels, when red pill communities are by and large saying shit like cheating on your woman makes her try harder to maintain a relationship, and guys should go for single-ended open relationships. If you have any experience in the real world whatsoever, this is some of the most retarded shit that's ever said in the history of all of mankind, and 99% of the people that are watching this content will worship people that say fucking retarded shit like that. That think that if you cheat on a woman, it's gonna make her try harder to be in a relationship with you, or that you can have a one-ended open relationship that doesn't work for 0.000, like that doesn't work for anybody. Even celebs can't get away with that shit unless you're dating hardcore down. So like, if you want to think that they say some retarded shit sometimes, sure, 100%, they absolutely do. Some of the people in this video have, even in this video, said retarded shit. But like, if you go instantly like, oh yeah, but red pill is generally good advice on things, if that doesn't reflect poorly on all men when they say retarded shit, this can't reflect poorly on all women, okay? Shut the fuck up. Holy shit.
Women. I think it all comes down to just like looking for that connection. So I don't know, I've like read and heard things that like men want to feel wanted or needed, nurtured in a way. Like, I don't know, I feel like most men are just like big babies. Like, it's not as deep as we think it is. So they just want to feel like that connection with a woman and feel cared for, but maybe they get that feeling in different ways than women get from men.
A big one would be confidence, because a lot of women nowadays are insecure. So when they get in a relationship and a guy even says hi to another female, they freak out. Or I know a lot of females stalk their significant other's social medias. But you know, if you're confident in your woman, you should know what you bring to the table, what you offer. And if he's not appreciating that, then he's not the one for you. So I think confidence is big. I think just respect is another huge one, because a lot of girls nowadays at the clubs, man, they're crazy. They're crazy. So a woman with, you know, confidence, good respect, good morals, good upbringing, I think those things are very important. I would hope that's what men are looking for.
Men are looking for just, it's different for every guy, but I would hope that they're just looking for, you know, what women are looking for, like someone to hang out with, someone to get to know, someone to experience things with, and just like grow a relationship with.
Trust, like I'm released our Hans Neiman report. We might like that later.
That they want someone they can hang out with. Obviously, sex usually for men is a huge thing. Being chill, I think guys don't like confrontation and fights. Obviously, I don't either. I know some people do, but
based crazy
being
people.
easygoing. I don't think guys like pressure also from girls. Like, I think guys really want to be the one kind of leading the whole relationship. So if a girl's giving too much, they get scared off at first. So yeah, I think that's a big one as well. I think eagerness kind of turns guys off.
I feel like men are really hard on women these days just because we're expected to be all these things and wear all these different hats. We're expected to be these boss ladies, but also feminine, also really good in the kitchen, really good in the bed. So there are a lot of expectations on women from men to like fulfill the role of the wifey material.
I don't think there are a lot of expectations on men for women, or at least not for people that are desperate to look for women. But I think that the problem is that the content creators you guys worship, if women are looking at those content creators, that's probably going to fuck somebody's head up. One of the most toxic messages that is possibly put out into the world are red pillars that talk about the massive differences they have between women they want to fuck versus women they want to marry, and making those things sound mutually exclusive. That is one of the most confusing fucking messages you can ever put out into the world. That when you're going out and you're looking for fun, you can find women to do that, but when it comes time to date seriously, those women are all thrown in the trash. That is the dumbest fucking message to put on the world. It fucks with people's heads a lot. And I think also, I've always said this, I think that you learn more sometimes about a person when they lie to you than when they tell you the truth, because the things that they're lying about are done deliberately and with reason. I think one of the reasons why when women talk about what they want, they say things that aren't true sometimes. Like, you know they're saying shit, and you know the things they're saying aren't always true. And that is true. It absolutely happens. But I think it's important to understand why that happens sometimes. And I think one of the reasons why is because men sell that there are two different types of women, one they want to fuck with and one that they want to be in a relationship with, and those two are totally different. And I think that drives women sometimes to lie about things, because they know they can only say certain things, or if they give into certain things, or they fuck too many people, now they're not like dateable, or if they just want to date, they're not okay to have fun with, or et cetera, et cetera. I think that's like super fucked up, toxic shit to put into the air that like makes it so that all of these games get further and further. I don't think it's a good thing.
It depends what kind of man, but I think the person who I would look for probably wants a woman that...
You wouldn't fuck women you wouldn't want to be in a relationship with. There are women that I would fuck that I wouldn't date, but there's never a woman that I wouldn't date because she's fucked. Does that make sense? They're two different things. Like, it's okay to personally have a different standard for like people you'd be willing to just have sex with versus people you'd be willing to date. But when you make that standard such that if they've done like other things, all of a sudden they're not dateable. It's a different type of thing. Does that make sense? That made no sense. That's not what the red pill said. Wait, hold on. There isn't a woman that you would want to date that you wouldn't fuck. It's okay to have a different standard for who you would date and who you would fuck. But it's weird to say that like it's weird to say that people that have like a certain history are untouchable when you're encouraging a certain type of history, I guess. Like, so for instance, guys will say, or red pill communities will give this idea that like when you go to settle down with a woman, you're looking for like this almost virgin or 1 or 2 body count woman that you want to be with. But when you're having fun, your goal is to fuck as many women as possible. So like you are basically creating women that by your own standard would be undateable in the future. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Well, like why would you engage with the world that way? Like you're actively making the world a worse place. This is like truly where your values are. Yeah, if you're like, and this is why I've said this before, I've said this to Sneeko, and I don't know if I said this on Fresh or Fit or not, but like, if you're a guy and you're like, I only want to be with a virgin or a woman with a very, very, very low body count, and you're a guy who has a very, very low body count or you're a virgin, that's fine. I don't think there's any issue there. You're not like creating a world that's like actively playing against like your desires or what you think people should do. But if you're a guy who's like, yeah, I fucked my way through my whole 20s, now I'm 32, I've got a body count of like 300, and I'm looking for a woman that like only has like a 0 or 1 or 2 body count, well, you don't deserve that person. Like you're actively destroying the world. You're contributing to a worse world where those types of women don't even exist. Like how can you reconcile those two things? It doesn't make any sense.
Has her own success, and I think a lot of men want a woman who takes care of herself, whether that's physically or mentally or really both, and feels like they have a purpose and isn't too dependent on a man.
So you aren't allowed to have preferences? Is that what I just said?
Kind of the same thing. I mean, it's different. Back in the 50s, it was you stay at home, you take care of the kids, and that's what you do. And now they want independent, hardworking women. So I think a lot of guys just want a down-to-earth girl that doesn't really play games, is not out there talking to 10, 15, 20 different guys, and knows what she's looking for and doesn't have to go to the bars every single weekend just to feel better.
All right, guys, that is all I have for this video. If you like this style of video, be sure to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel to be in the loop for when I release new content. If you haven't already, be sure to follow me over on Instagram at Courtney Christine Ryan. I love connecting with all of you guys over on there as well. As always, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you all next time.
You guys are making me femso.
Thanks for the entertainment while I work my butt the job detailing cars. Last night's stream with John was funny ass. Had some crazy ass takes.
Curious how you say this, but that isn't what they said when Fresh and Fit
Please
talked about...
unban me. I want to see my name in green. I love you.
Curious how you say this, but that isn't what you said when Fresh and Fit talked about when they addressed dating preferences body count. I can't read the sentence. Can somebody break this down? Curious how you say this, but that isn't what you said when Fresh and Fit talked about when they addressed dating preferences and body count.
We need to react to the Brandon Buckingham diss track to Sneeko Trust Me lol.
Am I missing part of the sentence? Or can somebody explain the sentence to me? Curious how you say this, but that isn't what you said when Fresh and Fit talked about when they addressed dating preferences and body count.
Is the PC building a home business model still viable? I am donating as market research. Side question.
Didn't I
Would the world
exactly...
be better off without religion? Maybe I'm an edgy atheist
Probably
here,
not.
but seems like that white dude is an ex-Muslim at least.
Didn't I literally talk about this exactly when I was on Fresh and Fit? Hold on.
Let me get that birthday shout out. Destiny. And please don't say the N word in private. Just for the rest of the day.
Repeat his message here. I'm about to reach enlightenment.
Is it respectable for someone to be overly principled to their consistent detriment?
Andrew Landre, a former La Crosse County supervisor and founder of a local CrossFit.
The Stalabin Black site called the YouTube comment section is worth my money.
Wait, really? He stole money from a Kickstarter? Hold on.
Hey, have you ever played a game from the Persona series?
No.
Destiny, do you think most women are really uncomfortable with shorter men? Or do you think it's more of a symbol thing? Having a taller BF makes you look better. And how much of the symbol stuff do you think plays into the dating scene?
I don't think that's anywhere near as big a deal as people make it out to be. I never realized how insecure men were about their height until I got to the internet. Holy shit.
Sorry, baby. The war room is calling. I gotta take this. I'm back. Username's FDW. Every other tier is a scam. Thanks, buddy. Can I get an I love you? CCCCR. Is it actually bad to send free text for every one text if you're just a wordy/knowledgeable person, compared
Probably.
to a person that comes off as desperate?
You come off as desperate when you do that. Be careful. Probably you have to worry about that more as a guy than a girl, though.
Hey, Destiny. I recently watched your videos on the canvassing. I'm from the area. So, learning about this made me feel sick. It is unnecessary, but I want to apologize. It was truly sad to watch.
Oh, well, thanks, Jordan.
Does a 1-free text ratio feel different when the person is wordy/knowledgeable vs desperate? Or are they both unappealing? Let's be honest, dude. Most girls are not virgins. Most red pill guys know this.
Okay, I'm too lazy to read that whole article, so I don't feel like tweeting at this guy.
Destiny thoughts on Jurek. Enjoying my $5 for lunch time, or I'm gonna have a nap instead of food.
I don't know anything about this.
Today's video.
Okay, we'll watch so that you guys in chat can stop spamming me, because I feel like I get like 30 of these questions a day.
Video is going to be about accusations made against another content creator. I just want you to know that these are accusations. These are not fact. It isn't. I cannot say whether it's the truth or not. This is simply accusations made against another YouTuber. That's all I'll be saying in this. If I do say my opinion, that does not mean I am swaying one way or another. I am literally just saying that all I am doing here is letting more people know about these accusations, as, I mean, they need to be addressed. That's where I stand with this. So if you are, if you've been around on the internet before, you will know of a YouTuber known as Boy in a Band, with about 3 million subscribers. To refresh your memory, I've got this video that came out in 2015 called Don't Stay in School. Quite a famous
Oh,
video.
that's the guy. That's the accused guy, isn't it? I can tell just by the way he looks. Is it like Onision or whatever? Or
Video on the YouTube.
I wasn't taught how to get a job.
It was a very famous.
Oh, wait a second. Is this the ghostwriter guy for iDubbbz? Okay.
Video that came out on YouTube. I mean, what was it, 7 years ago now? And I mean, it changed a lot how a lot of people, especially at my
Is
age,
it a
when I
PewDiePie
was,
video? Okay.
I mean, 7 years ago when I was watching this, I was like, wow, wait, he's got a point. You know what I mean? He was one of those people that very much was very influential to us younger people back then. I mean, it's raised a lot of kids now, like on just like, think for yourself, realize that a lot of stuff out there is not what it seems at face value. Things, you know, things like that. Like, he was really influential, and even I myself looked up to him a lot. There was also this.
You're fucking delusional. So
Oh,
try
yeah.
your best to remember. You're not a pimp. You're a borderline.
I mean, well, that's a bad time to be at in that video, as we segue over into these accusations that popped up on r/boyinaband 21 days ago. It's crazy to me that I just saw a couple TikToks and I saw a tweet that was saying, this one here actually is one I saw, which said, no way Boy in a Band has been off the internet for so long because he's a pedophile. With one quick Google search, you will find this Reddit post, and I will read it in full for you. So it starts, Dave from Boy in a Band, over a decade of abuse underneath an almost perfect public persona. Dear fans of Dave from Boy in a Band, first of all, thank you for your time and understanding. We want you to know that we intended and tried to handle this as privately and as quietly as possible. Some time ago, a group of his ex-partners wrote a letter to his family in hopes of stopping the outgoing pattern of abuse. Below, you can read that letter. We know there were more victims of his in the past, and if you're one of them, and we didn't find you before, message us. All we want to do is to tell you that you're not alone, and that none of it was your fault. Thank you. Dear Brown family, friends, and fans of Dave from Boy in a Band, we apologize for contacting you this way. We are a group of girls who knew and dated David in real life for, depending on the person, 1 to 6 years. Some of us met some of you personally. We know you love David and want to see him as a good person and a role model. We were also the people who once loved him and cared about him deeply. We understand that you want to see him happy. Still, decades of enabling his abusive behavior have led to many horrific and dangerous situations that included years of lies, manipulations, and emotional, financial, physical, and even sexual abuse of many young girls. As you know, David is now a 35-year-old polyamorous man with over a decade of provable history of dating girls much younger than him, including his highly gullible, obsessive young fans. As you know, he once dated Rachel, who was 17 when he was 23. Rachel was a fan.
Oh my God. You probably shouldn't. You probably shouldn't. But like, are these people American? All right. Let's see if there's any abuse.
Fan of his band and fell in love with him when she was just 15
even?
years old. David ended up hitting her and telling that to at least 2 of his future girlfriends, which we can also prove. Let us add that this relationship in many countries would be considered as pedophilia. There are 2 videos on his channel that included 17-year-old Rachel. In one, he brags about waking up next to her. In the second, he makes her sing a song with the following lyrics: "Take me without my consent." And you can actually hear that here.
You gotta take me without my consent.
I mean, this is from 2011, which is crazy how long this has all been going on for. You can also find proof here on the Wayback Machine. You can find out about Rachel. I'm blurring her face here. I mean, just for privacy reasons. You can go look at this document. It's public domain currently. There's even her saying, "My boyfriend has a website called www.boyinaband.com for around 2 years now, where he makes music tutorials." And at the time, she said she was 17. Here's a post from him on his blog, davidpaulbrown.com, back in 2009. This is from the Wayback Machine. That says, "I try not to make this soppy, since I know I wouldn't want to read several paragraphs of someone obsessing over the new love interest in their life. I'm now with a girl called Rachel. It's kind of cool how we met." Basically says that she showed an interest 2 years ago in his music, and they met at a gig, and then a year later she came to watch them again. Soon after the show, sent me a message on MySpace. We got talking. So, you know, that is your evidence there to back up that segment. He has a pattern of preying on his young fans after they admire him and write to him on his social media, which is also what we just read. So after they write to him on social media, he starts to date them. He then tells them how much he loves them, that they are replaceable, and finally discards them for new ones as soon as they disagree or refuse to do whatever he wants. Most of those encounters include him renting an Airbnb to be with those girls for a few weeks, then discarding them. We know this is difficult for you to read, but it needs to be said. He also has a provable porn addiction that includes him being attracted to pre-teenage girls, women who dress to look like children, abusive porn, and assaults. He's a hebephile. I mean, that's... yeah. That's a lot to fucking read. And
why? Okay, so for some of this, it sounds like they're just saying he's a fuckboy, which it's not good, I guess. But like, he dates girls, and then when he's done with them, he throws them. Yeah, he sounds like a fuckboy. But like, do I need to twit longer on this?
Taken. Especially considering that he dedicated his career to helping struggling young people, ended up harming many of them. Many of his past partners ended up in years of therapy due to the trauma caused by David. He has a pattern of dating and sleeping with a specific group of girls, younger. Most of his recent girlfriends were 10 or more years younger than him, over whom he has power and control, and who are never his equals. What we mean by that is young, poor girls, often students with no big careers yet, whom he can impress by his success and money. He excessively chooses girls with a vast gap in money and influence so he can manipulate and mold them. Most of them were too scared to speak about it due to this reason. His preferences also include a physical superiority over his partners, looking very young, pre-adolescent, usually very skinny, and if not, he encourages them to lose weight, calling them lazy and disgusting. That's from a man who made a song with Jaden Animations to help girls with anorexia. Good Lord. Every paragraph is like just almost like too much to bear or too much to read. I was never even that much of a fan.
The 23 and 15 is a little weird.
You know, he was a... I mean, again, these are accusations, like I've said. These are still allegations and accusations that, I mean, they're not baseless and they're not without evidence. But, you know, we don't know... We still don't know the reality and the full extent and truth to all this without his side, obviously, and without more evidence. But it's still crazy to think someone of this stature is, I mean, a lot of this is provable, so it's very, or even has been proved, and is very scary. But this has been going on for so many years now. I mean, the fact this was written 21 days ago is crazy. I tweeted about this morning. It seems a lot of people are very new to this whole idea and like, what? No way. It's mental. He coerced multiple young girls into being polyamorous, even if it was something that they had never considered before him. He advertised it as a superior way of living, which
Is there going to be like any proof in this video, or is it all just going to be like these like accusations?
highly inappropriate, if not abusive. He tells his partners that they're replaceable, disappear so they don't do everything he wants, and treats them with zero empathy. They mean nothing to him outside of his pleasure, his wants, and his entertainment. When girls want to leave, he blocks them before they can even confront him, or uses his depression and suicidality as cards to force them to stay until he gets bored of them. He uses his depression to control girls by justifying why he treats them like garbage or playing the victim card. He refuses to take any personal responsibility and accountability for how cruel, vindictive, callous, hurtful, and abusive he is. If you ever wondered why years of therapy never really helped him, it's because he cannot face who he really is, and is unable to take ownership of the things he did, painting himself in bright light in front of his therapists. Over the last few years, he repeatedly mixed his medications, including antidepressants, ADHD medication, with whiskey and weed. That is not.
What does this have to do with anything? Is this just like a random?
What you should be doing with your medication? He used, abused, and left so many girls that he could at this point write an alphabet from the first letters of their names. Please remember, he advertises himself as a male feminist to the entire world, while in reality he's an abuser of multiple young girls. He acts similarly with friends, treating them badly as replaceable, lying about them to make himself look good or to get what he wants. For example, when after having no contact for more than a decade with his bandmates out the blue, he tweeted that he used to ignore his self-harm, which was a lie, confirmed and confronted by his bandmates on Twitter and on Reddit years ago. Darren admitted that they talked after and both apologized, but Dave never acknowledged it and left that tweet on his front page for almost 2 years now, sending his Twitter mob on his past friends who have normal lives, and Dave got thousands of sympathy tweets from young girls that strongly relate to the problem of self-harm. He does things like this to get attention and pity all the time. Again, we are sorry you had to read it. We are not his haters, not witch hunters, and not strangers. We don't want anything. We're not interested in being associated with him in any way. All we want to do is to warn his young fans about what can happen to them. Like you, we used to care about him, but he has to be stopped. Ours and yours enabling of this has to stop. He needs to face himself and meet the responsibility for the people he hurt before even more young girls get severely damaged.
He made me cook and clean the whole time I stayed with him in person anywhere to earn my keep.
They will carry for the rest of their lives. Depression cannot be used as an excuse to treat people this way. Treating any human being this way is inexcusable. Nobody has been left by him unharmed. Below you can find a little bit of proof of how he treated people, confirmed and proven by multiple of his ex-girlfriends and friends that he had hurt and replaced over the years. We know that you care about the persona he made for himself on the internet. We know you just want him to be happy, but he's not happy. He destroys people. He's an abuser, a groomer, a hebephile. We knew this is hard. We never wanted to do this, but what about these girls? What about future ones? They're people. This needs to stop. He needs to be stopped, please. Sincerely, what started as 5 girls and is now way in the double digits. P.S. Let this be a lesson about romanticizing those who are mentally ill.
Now way in
with
the
a young
double
audience.
digits.
We think and talk about depression when someone is sad all the time or suicidal. We never talk about the ugly parts of it, of how people like that can be manipulative, abusive, and can hurt people, and the voices of those they hurt along the way who need to be heard. And this pattern of behavior needs to stop. If we can just stop one girl from ending up hurt, I'll sleep better at night. Please do the same. Thank you. So that's the Reddit post that was released 21 days ago now, which is absolutely absurd to me. I can't stop thinking about the fact that it's 21 days. I've barely seen anything about this, barely any coverage whatsoever. I suppose it's because, I mean, there's not... I've gone through these screenshots. It just... I mean, it looks like a bunch of people saying, I have the evidence. Which is a good thing, because I think a lot of the time just showing up all these receipts, 1 isn't a good look, and 2 is like, so many times it's just like, oh, that's just fake. And it's like, you have to do so much to prove that it's real. So it's better to hold on.
People say this, but does this actually happen? We'd be like, that's fake, that's fake, that's fake. I feel like people generally believe chat logs when they're released. I feel like it's pretty hard for somebody to say, oh, that's fake, if they know the other person has real logs. Like, I feel like I don't actually ever see this happening. Or maybe it does, but it's very rare. I feel like generally when people post receipts, the other person usually shuts the fuck up. Like, I feel like I don't see, maybe way in the past when there was literally no evidence of anything, people say, oh, that didn't happen, that's not true. But like when you actually have screenshots and shit, like...
onto that and report it correctly, because the internet is not the police. This happens all the time. a lot of you have watched me for a while. You'll understand there's a lot of creators out there will happily just say to you, this person is a pedophile, this person is a rapist, this person is a criminal, just because someone told them. Okay, my camera's died, but I'm going to keep going off. It's not your decision. It's not your right to just say they are guilty because you have read something online. You might have heard me say all this, but that does not make this man guilty of that crime. It does not make these women less reputable, and it does not make this thing less serious. It's still serious. Their opinions and voices are still 100% valid, and their opinions and their experience and their horrendous trauma is still completely real and valid to them, and should still be listened to and sympathized.
So this is where I go mentally, and I think a lot of people do this, but they're not aware of it. But I would just be cautious of this. If you're gonna give me here's the thing. If you give me one strong piece of evidence, I'm more likely to believe that than if you give me 2 strong pieces of evidence combined with 10 shitty pieces of evidence. If you're gonna present a case about something, don't include a whole bunch of irrelevant nonsense. But like when I read through the start of that Imager album, and I know people say there's 100 more images, I don't even care anymore. Like you've already started off with like 5 or 10 things that are like garbage. And when I see that, it makes me think that you're reaching hard, and then it makes me doubt whatever else you could show, even if you might have some good receipts in there. Don't do that. That's what a garbage thing to do.
But I mean, like they said, this is not a witch hunt, and this is the problem with the internet. We see this as an excuse then to start our witch hunt, to start our own court of public opinion, and our own police enforcers come out of the woodwork and start saying, well, we should lock him up in internet terms. There's a lot of things to, sort of unravel here still. So again, this is not fact. This is not as we know it. This is just accusations and allegations. But again, do not invalidate this experience. Hear it, take it in, think about its seriousness, and wait for a response if there is one, or wait to see what other developments happen. That's all you need to do as a fan of him, or just your internet bystander. That's all you need to do. That's all I have to say on this piece.
Which is nothing.
It's very upsetting to see, obviously. It's very distressing for a lot of people that have grown up on his content. But please, 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 be respectful. Remember, people are people, and everything is not always what it seems. But don't just believe one thing completely, and don't just tell yourself one thing or another. This is not your experience. Thank you very much for watching. I hope I brought some sort of awareness to this.
Wow. Better video covering this. Oh, God.
Seen some of those big collabs. That's really it. I've never really followed this dude, was never really a fan, so there you go. But to answer that question of why is his name coming up now, a letter was posted to his subreddit in which he was accused of years of abuse. The letter is allegedly from a group of Dave's ex-partners, originally written to his family in hopes of them intervening in and stopping his behavior. And this post had a bunch of accusations that I will go through, but it's really important to note something first, which is that there has not been any evidence of any of their claims, and all of the accusers are anonymous. They even repeatedly say that they have proof of their claims, but they never provide any. I'm not going to act as an apologist or defend Dave's reputation or character without evidence of his innocence or pass judgment on if someone is lying. However, I'm not going to sit here and present rumors as facts and misinform people just for some sweet, sweet clout. I'm not a TikToker, sorry. And I'm making this video specifically for that reason. Commentary creators have a history of absolutely shitting the bed the second someone is accused of anything, whereas all I care about is providing the facts and my take without pretending one is the other. So if me having to acknowledge the things about the situation that aren't clear is going to piss you off, just imagine for a second that I'm talking about your favorite content creator who was also accused of things by an anonymous account. The first accusation is that Dave had a history of dating younger girls, including fans. This included a 17-year-old when he was 23, which right off the bat is already gross. I'm around that age and would be very hesitant to date a 21-year-old, let alone that. And allegedly,
oh my God. Did he say he's around the age of 23 and he'd be hesitant at a 21-year-old? Please stop doing this. It makes me not take anything you say seriously. Please stop. Please stop.
Allegedly, he hit this woman and told this to 2 future partners, presumably 2 of the ones writing this letter, but they don't specify. And they say that they can prove this, but they don't. In fact, I was the one who had to find proof of Dave dating a teenager because the letter didn't provide it, and I wasn't making this video without something concrete to go off of. So, on Dave's first website, I used the Wayback Machine to find his second website where I found a blog post he made in 2011 where he says he was dating a 17-year-old since she was 16. And at that time, yes, he was 23, so he dated a 16-year-old when he was 22, and here is him admitting that. Now, the age of consent in England was and is 16, so he didn't do anything illegal, but I feel like if your relationship requires any thought at all to be given to the age of consent, you probably shouldn't be in that relationship, right? Anyway, back to the letter. They then link a song when they claim that this girl, Rachel, sings the lyric, "Take me without my consent." But this video doesn't specify anywhere that Rachel is the singer. But for that line about consent, the song was written in 2011, which, yes, was a different time for edgy humor and for discussions about consent. So I'm trying not to view it with a 2022 lens, but that's really hard because it's still a fucking weird lyric, dude, especially if it's being sung by a 16-year-old. Take me as I am, take me right now, take me whenever you need, take me, I won't say no. There are so many options to get across the dom sub thing that he was going for, so it's really weird to me to go out of your way to say no consent. Like, you're allowed to be subtle in your lyrics and leave the kinks at home, weirdly enough. Allegedly, Dave also had a history of dating young fans before eventually discarding them once he felt he no longer had control over them or could benefit from them. He would also take the same approach to his friendships. Now, there actually is more credibility to part of this claim, but said credibility is not provided by the letter. It actually comes from a comment on the post from a collaborator of Dave while he was coming up on YouTube. Apparently, Dave began asking this friend to do things outside of his area of knowledge, which the friend wasn't able to do. So when this friend was no longer useful, he says that Dave ghosted him. The friend also says that he knows some of the women making these accusations, one of whom he's a close friend with. Some of the accusations are things he witnessed for himself, but he doesn't specify what, and he doesn't find the rest surprising. Now, I know what you're already asking. Do I have any proof that this isn't just some rando online? Well, the Reddit account is 10 years old and shares a name with the Instagram account that this user links with posts of Dave dating back almost a decade, and the Instagram account seems to be the same person the Reddit comment claims to be in the videos. And this is quite literally the only thing that gives the post any credibility, and it's still not that much in my opinion. Anyway, according to the post, multiple partners from Dave's past ended up requiring therapy from the abuse that took place in these relationships. They go on to say that he specifically seeks out a partner with whom he can have some kind of control over and would body shame them if he wanted them to lose weight, which is especially bad when you remember he helped Jaden make a song about her eating disorder. They also claim that he would coerce his partners into being polyamorous and use his mental health as leverage to prevent them from leaving him. On the topic of mental health, they also mention a history of abusing his meds by mixing them with whiskey and weed. Now, in this case, I actually have a screenshot that supports this claim from Boy in a Band himself. See, on his YouTube page, he made a community post where he held a poll about whether or not he should take an excessive dose of antidepressants to speed up the effect. To put that on your audience while making a clear cry for help is concerning, to put it mildly, and it does suggest a clear drug issue in my opinion. Also, now that I think about it, it does support the idea that he has an inappropriate relationship with his fans on some level, because it is a really weird thing to do to ask a bunch of teenagers like, "Hey kids, should I overdose today? Yes or no?" But back to the letter. At the bottom, the writers include texts of proof of what they're saying, but the texts are all between anonymous victims of Dave, not with Dave himself. I'm not trying to imply whether or not these messages are fake.
Do it, imply
However, I cannot overstate how easy it would be to fake these messages. Like, if this serves as definitive proof of their claims, then here's definitive proof that Mr. Beast likes to spit on my food at every meal, and I kinda like it. Like, were there no messages from Dave that could have been included across apparently dozens of girls? And yes, those can also be faked, but I feel like that would still be at least a little more tangible, you know? So what's my overall take on the letter? Well, I'm sorry to say it, but just like there's nothing to directly suggest that this letter is a lie, like direct contradictions, there are also multiple things that just make it impossible to accept this letter as blatant truth, as so many are. What do I mean? Well, there's the fact that the writers of the letter constantly say that they can prove their claims, but they don't, and they don't provide a reason as to why. The fact that this letter is completely anonymous, the fact that there's proof out there about him dating a 16-year-old at 22, yet they couldn't be bothered to include it. If this post is about preventing future victims, why would you not track it down or at least add it in an edit? The fact that the word abuse is thrown around constantly, yet very few specific instances of abusive behavior were described. In fact, in the introduction, they specifically say he was guilty of emotional, financial, physical, and even sexual abuse. But they don't provide any examples of financial or sexual abuse. They also say that the number of people writing the letter is way in the double digits, which could mean 15 or 99. Also, you mean to tell me that out of the dozens of victims who allegedly wrote this letter, not to mention the victims who are just out there in the world, none of them have come forward with their identity in the last, month since the letter was originally posted? Now, none of that means that the letter is fake, and I'm not saying I think it is in the slightest, but there is nothing about this post that an individual with a vendetta and too much time on their hands couldn't have accomplished. The only credibility is the word of someone who is not a public figure that hasn't spoken to Boy in a Band for almost a decade. And people lie. I'm not saying the ex-friend is at all, but theoretically, if Dave was just a shitty dude, what is stopping this ex-friend from orchestrating this whole thing? I don't have any reason to think that happened, and I don't think that's what happened.
I like how cucked he has to be in this whole
thing. If the possibility
video.
exists, then the discourse around this topic should not be nearly as definitive as it is. Now, it's worth noting that Dave's ex, Shona Laka, actually posted a diss track against Dave where they mostly criticized his decision to collab with PewDiePie given his past controversies, and they felt like Dave was not interested in their feelings on the matter. Also in the diss track, Shona Laka says that Dave didn't visit them in the hospital because they would not step away from work in order to do so. They would go periods of time without communicating and would blame depression for withdrawing or being, as they put it, a dick. And this is a claim made by the letter, that he would leverage his mental health in order to get away with a lot more. And while the diss track isn't directly relevant to the situation and it's not directly alleging abuse, this was the one verifiable ex that I am aware of that publicly spoke out against Boy in a Band, so I wanted to include it. And if I may make a suggestion, if it's possible, the person who made this, Shona Laka, is a public figure. So having them act as a representative of the people that penned this letter would be an amazing way to add a ton of credibility to it. That way, there's someone with a reputation on the line, so they are motivated to tell the truth to the best of their abilities. And I combed through Boy in a Band subreddit for hours looking for anything that I could be missing about this story, but almost every claim about this guy is made by an account whose identity I cannot verify. And most of them are just saying that the dude's a dick. Like, no one is alleging the serious things that were being said in the letter. And Dave has not responded to the situation at all, which, yes, would usually be suspicious, but he hasn't made any content on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube in the last year and a half due to a mental health break. So it's not as surprising as if it was, say, Mr. Beast. So what exactly am I getting at here? Boy in a Band did nothing wrong. Dave's a messiah. He can't do anything wrong ever, and I stake my entire reputation on that fact. No. So let's review what the letter said that has been supported by someone with a connection to Dave, and let's also review what has not been supported from what I can find. He has an issue with mental health and substance abuse, which...
Okay. I care about this even less than I did before I found information out about it, so thank you. All of you. So much. Taylor Lorenz, attacking fellow WAPO columnist. At some point, we're going to need to begin a conversation, but the people are still too afraid to leave homes because of COVID. I personally know of 2 such cases. It's not a healthy way to live. That's true. What an absurd, insensitive thing to post. Thousands are dying per week. Millions are disabled, and we have 0 effective drugs to prevent infection. Immunocompromised people don't deserve condescending comments about being too afraid of a virus that can kill or severely disable us. Well, true. Live in fear for your entire life. Never leave the home. Always stay inside.
These people are disgusting. We have Destiny defending himself from domestic abuse. Try to say she's an abuser. Fuck, or he's an abuser. Oh, true. Based.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
True. Problem? That guy's a Sigma gay, okay? He does what the fuck he wants. Lav, Jubilee video.
Are you facing a challenging dilemma in your life right now? The Dilemma is a new Jubilee show, and we're looking for people who are seeking advice, willing to be vulnerable, and anonymously sharing their dilemmas on camera. Click on the link in the description below and share your dilemma.
Let me just grab it up by the I don't know if this is kid friendly.
We brought together 7 sex workers.
I'm a sex worker.
I'm a sex worker.
I'm a sex worker.
I'm a sex worker.
I am a sex worker.
I'm a sex worker.
And I'm a sex worker.
One of them is a virgin. If the group discovers who the liar is, they'll split a cash prize. If the liar survives, they win the entire prize. Who is the odd one out?
Oh my god.
Everyone get naked. What will that tell you about me? I guess who's more comfortable.
What platforms do you guys use?
I do porn on my OnlyFans. I do OnlyFans.
Yeah, OnlyFans, just for fans, and I do in-person work as well.
Okay.
I actually don't use a platform. I'm just a stripper and a sugar baby.
Like she said she didn't have an OnlyFans. Like I feel like every sex worker that I've known at least like uses OnlyFans in some regard. Just OnlyFans, yeah.
I was a sugar baby for a brief period, but since the pandemic, OnlyFans was like popular, so I hopped on the wave.
Not that one. I don't believe that guy.
Sex work.
Money. The only good part. I mean, I'm pretty promiscuous in my real life, so I feel like I'm just doing exactly what I would be doing anyway.
Creative side.
I feel like I was sexual like in the past, but after like working in the sex industry, I've become less. I feel like your boundaries have to be so important.
Even on OnlyFans, like even through online, like having that relationship that's
What
like.
do you do on your OnlyFans?
I used to do like girl, but I've kind of transitioned into like a softer core.
Wait,
because
really?
I'm actually on my way out. I'm retiring this year because I'm getting married.
Not that, I mean, you can be married and do it. The comment about like getting married kind of made no sense to me. So when I get married, I'm gonna still hold a out. I wanted to think of like something only people like with an OnlyFans would know. What happens when you block someone?
You can choose whether or not they still have access.
No, when they're blocked, they're gone.
Don't
hold
that.
Yeah, I should set up. As a sex worker, everyone kind of has a look. He was the only one that didn't have like a specific look.
Oh, Lav's getting voted
He
out.
was shuffling his feet. I was shuffling my feet because I'm anxious, but I was like,
He just wasn't giving me a sex worker vibe.
I didn't suspect Jay at all because like, look at that guy. He obviously f***s.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised, but I guess I was pretty quiet. I didn't really say too much, so.
Currently, I do like different like themes and stuff like that because I like to dress up. So this is a cow outfit, one of my favorites. And then I have these sequin shorts that I wear like to start off with, but they don't stay on for long.
when he brought out the cow costume, I was like, what is he gonna do in the cow costume?
Like, does he move or himself off in it? Or like, what are you actually doing in that costume?
So I brought my favorite pair of stripper heels. I love wearing white heels at work because there's like the blue lights and everything, so they just like glow different. Yeah.
Okay, I brought my Trans Erotica Award. I was the best trans man performer.
How much did that cost to get commissioned on Etsy?
Right, I
Wow.
did that just for this.
I have that too.
Let me just grab it up by the...
But this is pretty, I don't know if this is kid friendly. I don't know if it's that much better, honestly, but
Like way worse.
it's a
Jesus Christ.
I do a lot of like kink play.
I kind of have like the OnlyFans like grab bag. This is like my browser's bag. This is a lube shooter. This is my first ever like, 'cause I'm Asian, la la la. This is my first ever like outfit that I like wore. This is a ring light, the necessities. This is a Pornhub slipper because you need to be cozy. And this is like, you know, like what I wear on a Saturday night for fun. Yeah, obvious.
I brought my birth control because I was like, I'm obviously not a virgin.
She brought birth control, and I was like, anybody could have birth control. I had birth control when I was like 14, so I don't know that like convinced
Oh,
me.
that girl's sus
birth
now.
control
True.
is like the one thing you can't be like,
I took birth
have
control
sex.
for my acne.
You could have menstrual issues.
Now that
and use it
I'm
for
a
that.
doctor, I have a speculum. Yeah, there's a lot of like health. I didn't really think about that.
How did I get started?
I actually didn't get started in the best way. I was like kind of groomed into it.
Jesus
I was
Christ.
17 when I started doing full service sex work. I was
Jesus.
a homeless youth. And that was pretty much the only way that I could make money enough to like support myself. And then obviously that was dangerous. And so, yeah, then I started to do it on the OnlyFans. And then I got addicted to fast money.
Yeah, I was kind of surrounded by other sex workers and was trying to start a freelance writing
This is
career that was
not
not
good
going
over
too well. So I was like, all right, I'm going to try to make a little coin on the side. And then I started picking up some studio work and started making
trauma
my own
and a
stuff,
true.
and yeah, that's how I got started. And now I do that instead.
There's a three-way tie. Oh. The tie is between Ashley, Ginny, and Terrell. You guys are gonna have 30 seconds. State your case.
I'm 0.2 on OnlyFans. I make over 6 figures. I do it only for the money. I hate men. I literally think I'm becoming more attracted to women because of my job.
So I got started stripping when I was 19. I saw an ad on Instagram that they were looking for people, and I was like, oh, yeah. And I had been a competitive dancer my whole life, so it was like, made sense to do it. And then I started working at a different club, and then at that club, I met my sugar daddy, who I've had for like almost 4 years now.
Yeah, I started when I was like, what, 21. I was actually working at a sex club in DC. I was a receptionist, and the guy would come all the time, and he would ask me things like, when you can come in and sleep with me, and then I was just like, you got some money? So I started with that, but I really do want to get the money so I can get my production company started and have a great gay sex show.
A lot of strippers do like these actually have dresses like this. Yeah. Because if you work as a receptionist, sex clubs, we can know.
Ooh, that guy, that's the one. They win. Wait, would it say immediately if they identified the right person? I don't believe that
I
guy.
was like, why would y'all think I'm a virgin? Like, do I look like a virgin?
I just wanted to like.
Oh, wait, is it about
go
who was
back
a
to the
virgin and not a
previous
sex worker?
conversation, Because we don't have
Wait, I
a
might
lot
have misunderstood.
of representation as sex workers. So I try to stray away from saying things like fast money or easy money because a lot of the times people will be like, oh, see, like they just woke up and they just made money. And it's really hard.
It's like irritating when people are like, oh,
Is
I
it the
should
sex
just do
worker who
OnlyFans so I
is a
can make hella
virgin?
money
Oh,
too.
gotcha. I think that's
not
okay.
that easy.
Fuck,
It's definitely
I
a
fucked up. Never
grind,
mind.
but I think that it is different in a way that like, I don't know, I was able in my first month to make $25,000, which like is just like not a normal.
It's such a small percentage of people who are going to make that easy money.
Yeah.
Even me, as a trans man, I don't make a ton of money compared to what other people do. But
We do sacrifices and we put ourselves in compromising positions sometimes, and that's why we make a lot of money, especially because the social stigma makes
There's a
it
lot of
dangerous.
risk. Totally, thank you.
For sure.
so when did everyone lose their virginity?
Okay, so I hope my mom isn't watching this. But I was 13 and I was, right? It was so young. I was dating this guy for a few months and we decided to have sex. It was with a banana flavored condom. Like in his like dirty bed, like
Was he
rushed
also
before
13?
He was also 13.
Okay.
Banana condom makes more sense. I think virginity is actually a construct. I think that virginity was created by men who think that a penis can change the chemistry of a woman's body. But I lost my virginity at 16 and I had blood streaming. It's a horror story.
I wouldn't say I was like super religious growing up, but I kind of had like some reservations about penis and vagina sex for a while. So in high school, I did the poop hole loophole, so I didn't go to hell.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
that's kind of sexy. I grew up super religiously too. I was actually a Jehovah's Witness, and I was gonna save
myself until marriage. I can't even begin to imagine that now. But I was 17. Like it like happened enough to say that I lost my virginity, but I wouldn't say like I had sex. You know what I mean?
Virginity's
Like it kind of happened, but okay, wait. I have a question. Is water a good lube?
No.
Water?
I mean, spit, like water-based lube, yes.
Water-based lube,
Yeah,
yes, please.
I'm just looking for the virgin.
Oh, like shower sex? I've like had so much awful sex in a jacuzzi. It's the worst.
It's giving UTI.
Yeah, it's giving UTI. It's giving uncomfy.
You gonna really get a UTI from
so
that?
Wet and dry at the same time.
She was really timid, and again with the OnlyFans thing.
I heard Jehovah's Witness and my ears perked up.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I love you.
Raise your hand if you think the mole is still in the box and would like to continue the game.
Ginny was just the last person that I had the little tiniest bit of suspicion about.
So starting now, for every time you vote someone out who is not the mole, the total prize money is going to be reduced.
Oh,
okay.
Oh wait.
What do your parents think?
My dad kind of. I have a really like weird relationship with both my parents. My mom doesn't know, but I feel like she knows. My dad doesn't know, but I feel like he knows. I live with my dad, so he's like probably wondering like why I have so much free time.
And is he Jehovah's Witness still?
No, my dad was never. My mom was, and I used to live with her, and then I moved out.
Yeah, I'm not super close with my family. I'm totally proud of the work that I do. I'll tell anybody. I'll tell anybody all day long, but I'm not close with my family, so it's just not the kind of information I feel safe sharing with them. I don't think that they would support it necessarily.
Like, it's not necessarily the work itself, especially since I'm an online sex worker, that's dangerous. It's more like the social stigma from people who, you know, want to commit violence because I choose what I do. But it has like, but it's like my actual day-to-day, like I love my customers, I love men, you know, it's controversial, but like I like love guys and I like making them feel good. You know, my supporters, like I really appreciate them, but it's, sex work can be dangerous because of the way people perceive us.
The fact that she said she'd been a Jehovah's Witness, it was just a possibility that maybe she was a virgin.
I was kind of listening to like the marker, and I could hear that everyone wrote my name down. So then I just wrote Kazumi down.
Sorry.
You're beautiful.
Raise your hand if you think the mole is still in the box and you would like to continue the game. So if the lights turn green, that means you voted the mole out and you all win. However, if the lights turn red, that means the mole is still in the box and you lose.
Oh my god. Wait, how much money do they win?
I'm confident that
Lab is rich.
You know, a couple of hookers could sniff out who the virgin was.
Will the mole reveal themselves in 3?
It's got to be that girl, the blonde-haired one. Maybe? Do you think?
Reveal.
Oh no, it was that guy. I guessed him in the beginning, but it's because I thought he wasn't a sex worker, not that he wasn't a virgin.
No, it was all a lie. It was all a lie. It was all a lie.
So that was just like a Halloween costume, huh?
Yeah,
Wait, is he not a sex worker at all? Hold on.
Are you still gonna have a gay show?
No, it was all a lie.
It
was all a lie.
Oh, so I was right for the wrong reason, but for the right reason, but not for the reason we were supposed to pay attention for.
It was all a lie.
So that was just like a Halloween costume, huh?
Yeah, it was a Halloween costume.
I knew it.
Yeah, it was Halloween costume.
Okay, fuck you
Can we
guys.
ask why you're a virgin? Is it like a choice?
No, it's not anything. I'm not waiting till like marriage or anything like that. I'm just like really, I don't know, I wasn't introduced to sex like at all really, like until like college. But yeah, not till marriage or anything, just when I meet the right guy. So if he's watching, call me.
To be a sex worker means being a small business owner. It means being a content creator and an entrepreneur. I sell a product just like many other people do. It just happens to be that my product is sex and my body.
I did misspeak when I said that it was fast money. I think it is like a ridiculous amount of money, very, very fast, but it's definitely at the cost of other things. I don't want to go too deep, but I think that there's like a deep sadness. Like not all of us are like so happy to be sex workers. It was sort of a necessity.
Oh, she's like on her journey to becoming a
the million
sex
other
worker
girls who are
self.
just as hot, horny, and ready to do it as me, and they're not making the same amount of money as me because they're not doing what I'm doing. Why can't sluts change the world? That's a stack.
That's a stack.
You got one wrong, so I'm just gonna go ahead and cut it in half.
Wow.
In half?
You get some.
Everybody gets
you
a
get
stack.
some.
Yay! I can't dance.
What was that lab outfit, though? That's the real question. She looks like a homicidal lumberjack. Okay. This... Oh, fuck. I'm a genius. Okay. I feel like restarting this whole fucking run. I need to spend like 1 week, just like no videos, just hardcore focusing on. People think League is going to be the next stream killer, but I think it's going to be hardcore focusing on Factorio. Can we admit she looks a little bit like George Washington? Haz at a MAGA rally.
Came across you.
Do I want to give Haz any attention?
The trending hashtag MAGA communism.
And Matt brought this up the other day, and I thought it was like a half joke. The idea of MAGA communism.
Okay, buddy, let's see a demonstration. Why don't you go to a MAGA or Republican rally and try to convince the people who attend these events that communism is good on camera? I would love to see how it goes. The MAGA communism thing has to be the funniest fucking thing yet to develop in the past hoax. Imagine any of them saying MAGA communism to an actual Trump supporter on a Trump rally in real life. Like, hello, they'll be treated like fucking freaks.
Wait, this is the easiest thing in the world. Why do people think that you couldn't convince a bunch of populists about fucking communism? Like, I feel like this is the easiest challenge ever. You show up with a group of people and it's like, hey, aren't big business owners and these like weird Jewish people and these wealthy people controlling the world, like, wouldn't it be cool if like everybody in the town had like an equal say over like how the factories and the farms and stuff were ran? Like, shouldn't we be splitting the money against ourselves so that we wouldn't be like exporting jobs out to like fucking China and shit? Like, this would be the easiest argument to have in the world, from populist to populist. It's not even impressive that you could do it. Like,
which I mean, they are.
Like, this is the whole point of like third positionism.
People all over social media clearly have a wrong view about MAGA people and the Trump constituency. So let's get right into it. So I've got to ask you, because the media has been saying this, so are you a hateful, fascist, racist bigot?
No, sir.
Oh, are you sure? Are you sure? Because see,
they all say that I'm an enemy of the country. I am not. I am loving. I'm honest.
And you know, that's the atmosphere that's the only atmosphere we get here, is that it's such a loving.
Oh, we've been here all day.
Recently we saw a railroad strike. I don't know if you heard of it. They used power to come together to stop. That's an immense level of power that hasn't been tapped into yet.
What is wrong with this mic?
It should happen. You know, I've said this for many, many years. This country is on the path to another revolution. We walked away from King George because of taxes, right? Where are our taxes right now?
So imagine, to stop this agenda they're pushing, if the MAGA people and the railway workers united to, you know, bring the government back to the people.
That would be great if everybody could get together and get on the same page.
What if the railway strikers came together with the MAGA people to stop this agenda, to stop the Green New Deal, and to stop the Wall Street and the City of London ruling class from imposing their Great Reset on us?
Well, that needs to happen no matter what.
So the working class needs to come together, use their power, just like the railway strikers. And when
got the power, that's right.
The American country.
That's right. We're the 99%. And all we have to do is stand up, and it's game over for the 1%. Exactly. That's right.
It seems like our government has become completely controlled by this minority of Wall Street and City of London globalists. What do you think about a government by, for, and of the American working class instead?
I'm all for the people.
Do you feel like our government is owned by big business?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
Don't you think that they're screwing over the little guy and they're screwing over the working class to help Wall Street and help the big bankers?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's establishment, there's, people in power that are, trying to set things up for themselves, and none of it's working out for us.
The people need to rise up, but the other thing people need to do is we need to work on campaign finance reform. We can't have these big corporations putting in all these dollars into the campaigns because these politicians will listen to their big donors. So we need campaign finance reform as well as term limitations. But if you don't do campaign finance reform, term limitations is going to be a moot point because the big corporations will just rent those seats and keep putting their people in.
You're speaking to a man that's got Democrat boots from the 70s, drop forged.
So the
years, independent heart, when they brought in NAFTA, you talk about the working man. When they brought that in, that's when I jumped on the parole bandwagon. Well, now it happens to be Clinton brought NAFTA in anyway. Now it happens to be Trump is sporting the same sign in my truck, Hire American, Buy American.
Hold on one second.
Okay, I did the same thing in the 70s, and I was a Democrat.
We need a...
So things have flip-flopped, that's all.
The Democrats and the left have betrayed the working class.
So have the Republicans that go to the left.
Yeah.
It's
the rhinos.
How do you look at America? Is it a two-party system, a three-party system?
Seems like a one-party system to me.
It does.
What do you think about the need for Americans to have a government by, for, and of the working class?
It was our whole foundation from the beginning. That's what it was intended to be.
Don't you think our economy should serve the purpose of building instead of just profits?
Absolutely, absolutely.
These banks have everyone. We've got truckers in debt. They can't even.
All they want is a filthy rich and filthy poor.
Oh, they're just trying to burn the country down. That's my take on it. If they can divide it and burn it down, then, the few people that have the well-to-do ones, they'll be just fine, but it's all the other little people in the world that'll lose everything.
The Democrats are always saying that they're out here to fight against, but the Democrats are the ones who are controlled by big money and the big bankers. And why do you think that is?
Well, I think as the big bankers and the Hollywood liberal types, the perks from the Democrat Party. Now, our gubernatorial candidate, Tudor Dixon, is being outspent almost 10-1. I mean, Gretchen Whitmer's got about $15 million on the bank, and Tudor right now has got about $4 million. So, and it's about the same across the line. So we're getting a lot of outside money from big bankers and Hollywood because they are getting the perks from the far left liberal part of the party, of their party, the Democrat Party.
We need a government by, for, and of the American working class that promotes common prosperity, not the interests of the rentier and financial big bankers.
You're absolutely right and everything.
And if we had here in America, if we promoted economic development at the forefront, jobs, prosperity, and wealth for Americans, Americans first, and instead of just doing it for Wall Street and the bankers and big money, I think the working class of this country needs to take back their government. We need a government for the working class.
People that we hire, that we vote into office, yes.
I think farmers are the most underrated Americans.
So basically, Bill Gates has been buying up all the farmland, and it seems like our farmland is open season for all of these, big businesses and all these billionaire globalists who earn their money by leeching off of us, not through hard work, through real industry. So what we want to do is we want a government by, for, and of the American working class. What do you think?
Well, that's a definite. Right now, you've got all these what are they, the GMO seeds or whatever that don't raise any other seeds. So now they're dictating what you can grow, how you can grow, all that stuff. That's not right.
So the big farmers, the big corporations are driving out the small farmers, basically.
Pretty much.
And we need a government by, for, and of the American working class, not the bankers and not the
Right. There's too many. Like I say, there's a few big people that got lots of money, and that's okay. But when they start trying to burn the rest of the country down,
when they try to own the rest of us and exploit the whole country.
Right. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. We need a government where common prosperity is in charge, not big money.
Right. Yep, very true.
Things have to change.
So I think Bill Gates is buying up American farmland, and I think the corporations and the banker ruling class is screwing over the working class, and what we need is a government that promotes investment in the working class, entrepreneurs, small businesses, instead of the big...
We the people.
So the government should be owned by, for, and of the people and of the American working class.
Yes. Yes, sir.
We need to return to our constitutional principles, and then we also need to make sure the government focuses on doing things like infrastructure, taking back our oil, taking back our farms, taking back our energy, and taking big tech. Because since big tech is private, they seem like they don't have to enforce our First Amendment.
That's true. That's true.
America should be growing our own food. We shouldn't be paying subsidies to farmers to not grow food and buying food from other countries and having it shipped in here. I shop at farmers market every Saturday.
That's a good. God bless. Yeah. Yep. The big corporations are driving out the small farmers, basically.
Pretty much. Like if you go down to Ohio, you can see it real good. So many farms and nothing's being grown.
The farmland should be for growing food, and we need to have a government that guarantees that.
Well, that's how it should be, but unfortunately, big business dictates that that's not the way they want it. They want it, not what we want, but what they want.
Small government, community ownership, and community control.
Amen. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Well, you know, I say we as Americans, we need to take control of our oil. We need to take control of our energy, take control of big tech, so to stop their censorship. And that's what we got to do. We have to because see, look, love or hate the Chinese or the Russians, you don't see Bill Gates going and buying their farmland.
No, why would they?
Because they own their own shit over
Exactly.
there, right?
You got to have a base for yourself, man, where you're able to grow off of. If you always relying on somebody else to provide happiness and freedom for you, then you're not too free.
And what we need land, right? That's what Americans need. If you don't got land, you don't got nothing, right?
Pretty much, man. Pretty much. I mean, where can you call home if you don't own it?
Exactly. We need to secure our oil, our energy, and our resources, because the Rockefellers, who are oil bankers, they want to get us off oil and turn to the fake renewable scam. So we should take over our oil. We should take over our main industries and use them to promote the little guy instead of have the monopolies own all of this to turn us into debt slaves.
Well, you know, I'll tell you something. My wife is from the Middle East, and in the Middle East, all the people own their natural resources. The big corporations have taken all of our natural resources. Other countries are more resourceful because they own their resources. You know, in the Middle East, for example, healthcare is 100% covered by the government because of the natural resources cover all of the expenses. Here, we have insurance that's out of control. People keep coming to the system, and we're just a number. So there's a big difference. So we need to take back our resources. We need to get away from big corporations owning what really belongs to we the people.
You know, here's what I want to know what you think. I think the reason they're after Russia and China is because in those countries, you can't buy up their farmland like how they do with ours.
Right. You know, they need to kick China off that thing out in where South Dakota or North Dakota where they bought land. They just need to say, no, that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, China doesn't let that happen in their country. And you don't see Bill Gates going to China or Russia or these other countries and buying all the land he wants to starve us out.
Yeah, no, they need to just squelch that stuff.
Yeah, we need it to be controlled by America,
right?
By the American people.
Yep.
You think about it, the globalists weren't just targeting Trump, targeting Russia, they're also targeting China, right? Why do you think the globalists are so after Russia?
Well, first of all, it's a money grab. You have an actor as the president of a country that illegally left its mother country. So what would the United States do if California tried to secede from the United States? They've already tried it. What did the U.S. government do? They clamped down on them like no tomorrow. No different than what Putin's doing over there. It's almost the same thing.
Democrats have done so many stupid things here recently. You know, we just sent another $12 billion over to Ukraine, and here you can't take care of the people here.
Supposedly they've killed 100,000 Russian troops. $13 billion for 100,000 troops. You think they would have been able to do more in 7 months with $13 billion? I know I could have. You give me $13 billion, I guarantee I could probably take out a whole state.
A lot of people won't like to hear this, but Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries ever.
Yeah.
And yet here we keep shuffling in billions of dollars, and we got homeless vets on the
What
street.
a fucking moron.
Why not get some of that money back from Ukraine and send it to Florida right now?
The CCP, Chinese, will have to return the land that they've bought also.
Well, I'll tell you what. In China, Bill Gates can't buy up their land.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because they own it there. And if you think about it, you know George Soros.
Yes, I do.
So
I had a dream the other day that he passed away.
I'm just here waiting
So
for Steven.
George Soros claims Xi in China is a threat to open society agenda. So that gets me thinking, Trump and Xi were such good pals, they got along so well. I think he's fighting the deep state over there.
Oh, it could be. Absolutely. It could be.
You know, believe it or not, they say President Xi, he's fighting the deep state because George Soros named him the #1 threat to the open society. President Xi in China. And him and Trump got along real well.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
George Soros, I don't know if you know who he is. George Soros, he's trying to bring us to China. He said that President Xi is the biggest threat to the open society because President Xi is fighting the deep state over there. He's fighting the globalists. And we should take cues from him, you know, and promote a common vision of prosperity for America. None of this handout stuff, none of this welfare bullshit. Promote entrepreneurs, promote businesses, promote industry, fight the Green New Deal and the Green Agenda.
I totally agree.
Imagine what we could do with all these other countries we're trying to go to war with if we shook hands, win-win trade deals, infrastructure.
And grow together.
Why the fuck is his audio so fucking bad? Holy shit. Are you seeing this? Hold on.
What are you doing with your life?
I got food. What's up?
Food?
Yeah.
Let me answer the first question first. If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
We will, I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
I mean, that's probably true, right? How's your life going today?
Really fucking cool. I had a $2 million deal drop in my lap, but it's got a short window, and I got to pull out a mirror to make it work off.
Wait, you got a what?
Like a customer came and was like, you know, we need this thing.
Mhm.
Sorry, I can't give too many details. Let me take this out of my mouth. And they're like, hey, we need this. We need it by a certain date. That date is really, it's going to be a miracle if we get it, but we're happy to take their money to do it as long as we can come up with a plan to do it. So it's been exciting. I'm fucking wired still. How's your day going?
Okay, just kind of bored.
Can you share that document with me?
Why not just click it in chat?
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I've been asking for it for like 3 hours and no one's linked it. They said it was just DM'd you. All right, there it is. Thank you. I can't believe they're calling commenting on threads. Oh, that's a chess document. What the fuck? No, not that one.
What were you asking
I want
for?
the document where I'm called a brigader.
Oh. Maybe.
If you can't, that's fine. I don't know if that was shared in confidence.
Oh, I.
Yeah, I can. Wait, hold on. What is this?
Saw this fucking this guy Destiny, who I guess is like a very popular.
That's a guy?
You know, yes, a guy, not a woman, a guy. Although from what I've seen, he argues like a woman. But he's some popular YouTuber, and someone sent me a clip of his video responding to me. And so basically, it was just, I don't know if he went on to make more points or whatever, but all the clip that the guy sent to me was that someone said, so it was me saying, I go, look, all the people who are trying to sell you on this war right now are the same people who were telling you 20 years ago that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction and that he was in bed with Osama bin Laden and he was about to nuke Kansas if we didn't, like go fight this preemptive war against him. And his response was, he was like, oh my God, these guys. So basically your point is just that everything is Iraq. Everything is the war in Iraq. That's it. You have one lesson from history, is the war in Iraq, and everything is Iraq. And I don't even, I'm like, no, you fucking retard. That's not my point. My point is what I said, that the same people who sold that are selling you this. And that's reason enough to maybe be skeptical and ask a few questions. And it's not, by the way, it's not even an opinion that the same people who sold you that.
What, there are so many of these ask questions people that don't ever ask any. Or they just ask the most fundamental, or not even fundamental. They just ask the most elementary question. Like, are the same people that supported that supporting this? Yeah, like maybe. And?
Problem?
Are selling you this. It's just a fact. Max Boot and Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and all of the people.
Yes, all the spooky, scary names that you know that you can say and have your audience jerk you off for them. Like,
sold you the war in Iraq are now selling you the, ask anyone who was fucking on board with the war in Iraq. Victoria Nuland, like all of the same people are the ones who are selling you this shit. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. If someone who's fucking lied through their teeth before to sell a war is trying to sell you a new war, maybe question whether they're lying through their teeth.
Sure. Does he do anything where he questions that? Does he have like an intellectual engagement with the reasons for supporting Ukraine? Or is he just asking these incredibly elementary questions over and over and over again because his only engagement with the topic is incredibly surface level?
But all of this is kind of fucking beside the point, right? Like all.
Okay. Fuck.
Andrew Tate's the most famous man you probably never.
Give like in the thing. I don't know if I can watch this or I'm gonna get nuked. Where is like? There you go.
Thank you.
No problem, dude.
God, you're the best. Fuck.
What?
I just said you're the best.
Duh.
I was excited about it. You continue to deliver.
Wait, did they ever accept to come on my stream?
I didn't see anything. What the fuck? You get an 18+ warning when you click my profile.
On what?
On Reddit.
What? Nice, based.
I've never posted a nude.
Okay, I'm gonna watch this.
Andrew Tate's
If
the
I don't
most
get nuked
famous
for it.
man you've probably never heard of, but the chances are your children will have. Videos of Tate have been viewed billions of times online. He's built an enormous following of mostly young men, and his often scandalous views about women that have made him notorious across the world. Views like this.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes. When a bride is walking down the aisle to marry the groom, the father walks next to her and gives her away. True or false?
Tate's opinions on mental illness are equally controversial.
I don't believe in depression. Don't message me about depression because I don't believe in it. If you're asleep in your bed in the middle of the night and you hear a noise and you believe in ghosts, now you're afraid. But if you don't believe in ghosts, it's the wind and you go back to sleep. You give the ghosts power by believing in them.
Well, this summer, every major social media platform banned Tate amid a global backlash of concerns about his influence on the young people who watch him. But copies of his videos are still shared millions of times every day. This show is called Uncensored. One of the challenges views directly, so he flew from Romania to sit here in this studio, and the full explosive interview airs later this week. Here's a bit of what's to come. Do you respect women?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
Do you think that 18, 19-year-old women are more attractive than 25-year-old women?
I think there's attractive people. That's a loaded question. I don't know.
Well, it's not really, is it?
I can't.
You know why I'm asking it?
Of course I do, but I can't sit here and
for
say.
the benefit of viewers who don't know why I'm asking, you said this. In general, this is also one of the reasons men find youth attractive. You want to blow up the internet? I'll blow up the internet right effing now. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. People say, oh, you can't say that, but yes, I can. A 19-year-old is more attractive than a 26-year-old woman, and I'll tell you why. Because that 26-year-old has talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up. That is misogyny.
Why?
Because you are encouraging a mindset about 25-year-old women that makes them sound out to be infinitely less desirable than 18, 19-year-olds, and having effectively been having too much sex to be taken in a more respectful way.
Well, firstly, even if that was the case, that wouldn't be misogyny.
Well, what did you mean by what you said?
That's not misogyny because it's not anti-women. I'm saying that an 18 or a 19-year-old woman would be more desirable.
Pretty anti-25-year-old woman.
Anti-25-year-old women we can argue, but not misogyny.
Well, that's misogyny then, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Well, being anti any woman at all is misogyny.
Not when I'm saying that women are beautiful and attractive at a certain age and saying the age.
You're saying 18, 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25.
Well, than ageist perhaps, but misogynistic absolutely
is that
not.
But you just accepted it was misogyny.
No, I didn't. You said it was misogyny. I'm telling you, no, it's not.
But if a 26-year-old woman is watching this and has heard those comments, would you just say to her, look, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that?
No, I won't. I will say that I am sorry that that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world.
That doesn't mean you're sorry.
No, I'm not sorry. That's the point I'm making. I'm sorry if that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world that believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
Parts of the world that believe that about 26-year-old women are parts of the world where women are not allowed out on their own.
That's a conversation.
They have to wear full burqas.
Well, that's a conversation.
They're not allowed to drive cars.
That's nothing to do with me.
But is that the kind of world for women that you?
I was mediating a conversation.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I don't live in a country where that happens.
You're using that as the excuse for why you're not sorry for saying it.
It's not an excuse.
Is that there are parts of the world where this is fine?
My friend.
So my question to you is, well, do you think it's fine?
I don't think it's fine. I live in a world where...
You don't think it's fine?
The reason
This isn't that hard, Andrew. You can simply say, Piers, you know what? With the benefit of hindsight, I wish I hadn't said it like that. And if a 26-year-old woman's watching, I'm sorry I said that, because that actually is blatantly misogynist. And even though that's a view held by other parts of the world, it's not a view I share. Now, I would respect you more if you said that than if you try and say, well, it's said in other parts of the world, so I'm not sorry.
I think
that doesn't tell me what you think.
Then you need to understand why my content existed in the first place. My content existed because I tried my very hardest to be an absolute and utter realist, especially with uncomfortable truths. I was pointing out that very uncomfortable...
Is that a truth?
It's an uncomfortable truth in many parts of the world. It's not a truth that I'm happy about.
An inquest this week found that a 14-year-old girl, Molly Russell, died from an act of self-harm.
Does this person look strange? Am I crazy? Like the body proportions are wrong? Like they have a big head or something? Am I crazy?
Suffering from depression and the negative effects of online content. The coroner said she was exposed to material that may have influenced her in a negative way, and in addition, what started as depression had become a much more serious depressive illness, and she very sadly took her life.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Right. Her father...
It's terrible.
Her father's campaign for better protections against potentially dangerous social media algorithms, right? It says that the particularly graphic content she saw romanticized acts of self-harm, normalized her condition, and focused on a limited and irrational view without any counterbalance of normality. first of all, what is your response to that? Nothing to do with you.
Yeah,
Asking what your response
that's the
is.
first thing. Yeah, it is nothing to do with me. The fact that a 14-year-old girl took her life is truly sad. The world we live in today is the world we live in. The fact that something like that happened is almost mind-blowing to me. That's truly sad. I actually feel sad inside to see something like that.
What has come clear to me in the interview is that a lot of things you say you wouldn't say now that you've said before.
Well, so I'd say it differently, perhaps.
Yeah, right. So to me, that's an acceptance, not just that you want to get back on platforms, because maybe that was one of the reasons you were no platform, but that you've recognized and understood the potential harm to the wrong kind of impressionable mind by some of the things you've said. Would that be fair?
I think that's 80% fair. I recognize and understand that with massive fame, you have to be more careful about being misconstrued. Like I said earlier, 1% of people misunderstanding you doesn't matter with a small audience. It matters with a very large audience. With power comes responsibility. I still believe the things I say. I do not want to be a negative force for the world. I also understand that I am a man who's lived a very difficult, nuanced life, and I am capable of making nuanced points that may be misunderstood by teenagers. However, that can be said about anybody and everything. Every opinion online can be misunderstood by children. Trying to protect children from the internet is a very interesting subject in and of itself, because I would argue that 80% of the content on the internet can be negative or detrimental to a young mind that doesn't understand the world.
Okay. Nice teaser. How's life?
Oh, sorry. I was listening. Life's all right. How's your life? You said you're bored today.
I feel like I have to redesign every part of my factory, and I keep stacking more shit on more shit, hoping that I won't have to, but I know I have to go back and do it. And now, like, all of my old, like, programs are, like, slowing down all of my new shit, so I just keep patching it, and it's just more fucked. And now it's making my other projects, like, take even longer to do, and they're fucked. But I know that if I redesign it, it's going to take me a while, but I just need to do it, and it'll make everything else easier. That's where I'm at right now.
What's the time sink to do it right versus keep fucking around?
The time sink to do it right is always going to be less than the time sink to keep fucking it around, but it's a big initial investment that I don't want to do.
Is it a boring part of the game you don't like?
No, I'm just retarded. It's just easier to keep piling more shit on more shit than to just go back and redo things.
I mean, the self-awareness is good. Why don't you just start doing it?
Because
how long is it going to take?
You don't understand. It's not that simple.
Is it one of those things that, like, you just have to do a certain annoying amount of work to, like, get past the first part and then it'll be easy?
No, it's like, you know how you're like, you wake up in the morning and maybe there's like a glass of water and you reach for it, and you know that if you just like get out of bed, walk over and pick it up, it would be much simpler, but instead you stretch and stretch and stretch.
Yeah.
And then you knock shit over and you're like, why didn't I just stand up and grab it?
Of course, all the time.
It's like that. Okay.
Steven, then take a deep breath, sit up, and grab that fucking glass. You can do it. I believe you can do it. Can we do it right now?
No, we're playing Doom now.
Do you feel that you got what you wanted out of the manifesto?
Absolutely, yeah. I feel like the reception was way, way, way better than I thought it was. I think there was a lot of peripheral stuff going on that I think I analyzed correctly. I made a lot of good decisions. I made a lot of tough but really good decisions about content that we cut from that manifesto that ended up being a really good idea. I think it was a good length. I think the guidance was decent. I think the real life action I'm taking behind it is good. There's still a couple things that I'm like learning and stuff that I can do better for next time. The decision to publish it on Substack was really smart. The content was relatively tight and controlled, even though a couple of people that I talked to said it was way too fucking long. There's like a million things extra that I could have added that I didn't have the proper verification for. I might go back and do a rewrite through some of the DIY HRT stuff. That was one of the only sections where I wondered if truly there were just like some phenomenally unlucky things happening. Like that Psychonaut wiki person, I was always kind of on the fence about this, but they are like insisting that they had nothing to do with anything at all, which I guess is possible. But like when I leaked a certain thing to them, something got locked down from that Git, like literally within 2 or 3 minutes. So it seems super unlikely, but it's possible. Why does this take so long to like upload? What is happening sometimes? So I might go back and do a couple rewrites through that section, or just like pad out a little bit. Chloe messaged me a bunch of information I need to check, but it's also hard too because I know all of these people are really incentivized to lie to me about things as well, so it's really hard. Yeah, but
why did you start with the suicides and not the genesis of Keffels, where she lies about you, and that kicks off the storm of I'm going to.
Well, didn't I start about that? Wasn't that literally the start? Was her lies about me?
I thought. I mean, I could be misremembering, but I thought you did the suicide stuff pretty heavily first before you got into how she lied about you and created the.
No, I think the start of the document was section 1 was the ascension of Clara Sorrenti. I think that was literally section 1, and that includes the initial lie about me.
Okay.
And then all of the other lies that she would try to say to discredit me. But I think I had to build everything pretty sequentially. Like I had to start with explaining kind of what Kiwi Farms is, why people dislike Kiwi Farms, et cetera, et cetera.
I saw a tweet today, and obviously this is going to be a dumb point because I can't find the tweet right off the bat, but I saw someone tweet today something about a journalist confirming one of their deaths. And I wanted to ask you about it because I wanted to know if this was one of the ones where they're just quoting the tweet. And so it was some idiot, but it was a big content creator. So if anyone in chat
give me the
knows
name.
What tweet I'm talking about, I genuinely can't remember.
Link me the tweet. I'd be super curious because I think I have confirmed one of the deaths. It's kind of stupid to say that because 2 deaths are confirmed. I think that the near person, I'm very confident now, is actually dead. And I'm trying to figure out if there's a way. I don't want to reveal this now, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it now. I wanted to fly to Japan for 2 days and go and get the death certificate, but I don't think they'll release the information because it would make a really good video. And if I could be the one to like break that, it would be so cool to actually post information online. I had I had somebody reach out, or I reached out to somebody that could speak Japanese to call around some of the wards and the offices to figure out if they'll release any of that information. But I don't think Japan releases any of that at all to non-family members. I thought about faking like a passport and like ID to do it, but if I get caught doing that, obviously I'm like fucked. I don't think it's worth the risk. Of,
no,
like,
not at all.
Shit like that.
But now that you said this and it's going to get clipped, also I assume that you don't believe you should. You know, it's not cool because you're showing that someone died.
No, it would be nice to like be able to publish like this person that people are questionable if they're actually dead. This person is super dead, and here's proof of it, so that there's not like the big question back and forth anymore.
Okay.
It would be really cool to like have an official conversation because right now, and it'll continue indefinitely until some proof is posted, that people will always say like, oh, I don't think Near is dead, because there really isn't any good proof on the internet right now to support it.
Is there what can you say what led you to the conclusion that they actually are? Think for a second before you say it.
I'll mute and I'll tell you, and you can tell me if you think I should say this in any size, shape, or form.
Okay.
Meeting. I don't know, because people will start to associate me with things. That's the only thing that like makes me nervous.
Yeah, that's the other part. Yeah, so it's like risk reward. Even if you could do what I just said, the other piece is
I guess people are gonna make
what
weird
comes from it.
connections. Yeah, but it would be really
you're
cool
already
to
getting
like
that
super
shit.
confirm that. But I just don't know how to get anybody in. I don't think Japan releases that information, so it's like irritating.
Yeah, how do you feel about that that person yesterday that like the response? Because for me it was super frustrating. Like I messaged you, said, hey, this person says you misgendered them, blah blah blah, and you immediately fixed it. There was no hesitation. There was no.
You have to keep doing it. You have to keep doing it. It's annoying and it sucks. I'm working on another video, actually, a monologue video where I'm actually talking about this. It's very, very, very challenging. You have to be like such a huge person to do this, but like you have to do the right thing, and there's always going to be some people that are like never going to give you any credit for it, and there's always going to be some people that are bad faith actors, but I think you have to just push through that. It is very, 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 very hard, though. Like, for people to call me transphobic over and over again, when I try so hard to edit, re-edit, get pronouns right, check on things, for some fucking loser like that fucking nerd to say, oh, Destiny's misgendered me for a year in his other manifest, like, I didn't know. Do you really think it's intentional? Like, it's so fucking annoying to deal with shit like that.
It's not even that, man. It's the fact that, like, they said this. I said, okay, cool, let me bring it to his attention. You immediately changed it, and then they're like, oh, well, I guess he has time since he's banned from Twitter.
Yeah,
and
they
suddenly
didn't even
that
give me
doesn't
credit
matter
for
anymore.
it. Which, by the way, when I'll say this, call me transphobic, I don't care. When people do shit like that, that I actually do wonder. Are you actually trans? Is this important to you? Or is this just some shit you do online for attention? Because, like, if you genuinely were upset about being misgendered, and you brought it to my attention, and I fixed it in, what'd you say? It took me like 2 minutes to go through and figure out how to republish it and fix it. Shouldn't you be happy? Like, isn't that like isn't that a W for you? Why are you just being aggressive again? Like, I would imagine that if something was important to you, the fact that somebody took effort to fix it would be a good thing, but instead you just move on to the next topic. That makes me think you didn't give a fuck ever about the thing in the first place, which leads to a whole bunch of other questions.
Well, it's the whole fucking thing about the entire manifesto. It's like, you can engage with these people, and you can see how many people didn't really read or listen or take
a lot did, and they're hard to see, but a lot did. And actually, this time I would even say there weren't actually a lot to. You didn't have to go through a bunch of effort, because there were a lot of people on Twitter that traditionally fucking hated me that were asking questions of Keffels, and that's good, I think. But I get a lot of emails, and I actually super appreciate these, even if it seems like you're sending email to avoid, and I don't respond to them all now because I don't have time to. But I've gotten like a decent number of emails and Twitter DMs and stuff from people who are like, hey, I've got like, one was like, I've got a couple roommates, they fucking hate you, and they've been like with Keffel since day one, and this was the first time I ever showed them something where they actually had serious questions, and even though they didn't like you and they still don't like you, they didn't trust Keffel as much. So like stuff like that I think is important. So even though it's hard to see when you're having a positive effect, I think if you're doing the right thing, I think the positive effect is there. It just is stealth sometimes, and the bad actors are so loud.
Well, so that, you know, that one person that's on Vosh's subreddit, right? Like, that, you looked up their profile at one point. Like, that person engages with me anytime I post there.
Oh wait, it's got, like,
I can't remember their name, and I don't want to like fucking make them think.
I know who you're talking about. They're like the new like resident fucking schizo on.
And they're always there, and he was always saying like that I'm running for him, but like I'll start to engage, and then, you know, 3 back and forths in, I make some point, and he's just not engaging with it, or saying he hasn't read it or watched it or whatever, and it just, I get frustrated, and I just don't have time to sit there and fucking fight with these people.
Yeah.
But the responses are insane. It's upsetting when they don't engage. But side thing, did you see that clip that was going around about you yesterday with like how you to reply in Keffel's thing?
Oh yeah, I shouldn't have said that. It was dumb. But like, it's pretty obvious that like it's difficult on my end, because like I'll do like 12 for 14 days of like research and work, and then I'll end up making like one comment like, oh, I probably shouldn't have said that, and then like that becomes the new fucking fixation of everything. But I think if you're smart, I think you can kind of tell that like, okay, like it's obvious what's going on here, right? Like, imagine somebody putting in like 2 weeks of work on something, and then somebody finds one comment they make afterwards, and they think that that's enough to like get rid of like everything. Like, nah, it's just like bad faith actors.
Well, so here you can be good faith, and you can tell me, because I had 2 interpretations of your comment, because I just saw the clip. The one is that you're saying, hey, if you are trans, don't lead with, fuck you, you didn't even watch the shit. Mention that you're trans. You know, diffuse the situation. The other is that you're saying, hey, you know, the only way you're going to get people to listen is if you kind of lie.
Oh, no, well, I was just thinking in my head, one of the funniest things that I ever read in my entire life, and I guess it's not good, I shouldn't support it, but somebody made a comment in Vosh's subreddit about how I was like a horrible manipulator or some shit. And I think they'd gotten like a decent amount of karma in Vosh's subreddit. And then they ended up like editing their comment, and it was just like it was just one of my fans. And then they posted in the subreddit, they're like, Musham Laha, my brothers, inshallah, I've come back from deep cover in like Vosh territory. It was just like very funny. I don't know, it was just so funny how easily they were able to get like karma in his subreddit, just like shitting on me and stuff. And yeah, I don't know, it's funny. But I mean, like, we obviously shouldn't encourage like fake comments or anything. Although it's hard, again, because like I hold myself to a standard that nobody else on the internet does. When their side, not only does their side create fake comments about me, they probably do it and they know it, and they probably do it and they know it, and they'll amplify it, which is crazy, because people will amplify attacks about me. Did you see that one where somebody's like, I'm from the DGG community and I hate you because you're trans and I want you to kill yourself, just letting you know.
Yeah, that was obviously,
it's like, this is so obviously fucking fake, but like, you'll amplify it. There's like no fucking, there's no there's no credibility at all there, and they don't even care, and that's wild to me and frustrating.
On the front page of your sub this morning, I woke up and there was a thing about that meme with like Dwight where like he's checking out that other chick, and then Jan or whatever her name is like comes up behind him and scares the shit out of him, and it was saying like, you know, we're hating on Keffels, but then transphobes are like joining in on it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But like the top comments in that thread were like really disgusted with the behavior. Like,
yeah, it always is. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you go to the Vosh subreddit, and I messaged I messaged
Jesus
Vosh,
Christ, yeah.
And I asked if he wanted to chat about it. Hold on, let me see what I said. Just, it's not like leaking anything crazy. It just, the only thing is that I think my point was clear. But I said, if you're interested, I'd like to talk about your subreddit on stream sometime. I don't really stream or make content these days, so there's no clout sharking here. Just want to talk through some frustrations I have with narratives. And he says, about my subreddit, that's very vague. And I don't think I was vague. I said, I want to talk about narratives. And I haven't responded yet because I got a little frustrated with his response. But
Vosh is actually, this is one of the reasons why I would probably never reconnect with him, and I actually don't like him. It's actually a little bit personal now. It's because when I've seen what people show me, he says when he's not, like, this is kind of what I would expect or hope, is that, like, behind the scenes, if you talk about me, you're like, yeah, that's just, he's kind of fucking annoying and like blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, sure, that's fair. I can deal with that. But when Vosh is talking about me behind the scenes, he's even more unhinged than when he's on stream. It's actually wild.
Do you think he's afraid that people are like recording him or anything like that?
No, I think he actually is just like really fucking unhinged.
It's frustrating.
Yeah,
do you remember that, so you remember when all this shit went down? I think it was just after your ban. There was what was it? There was the tweet about the 41% joke, right?
Yeah, people keep saying I make 41. Yeah, and I don't. But
no, you don't. But the whole thing was, so here's, do you play out arguments in your head before you have them?
I don't have to anymore because I've already had all the arguments, unironically. But no, but so, like if I'm entertaining like a new topic, yeah, I do think about things before I discuss them with people, because I don't want to get caught giving like a level 1 argument and like somebody gives me the most obvious response. I'm like, oh fuck, that was dumb. Obviously, yeah.
So I thought about if I were to talk to Bosch and be like, you do know that Steven isn't transphobic, and then you do have, as a human being, thoughts where you think of like the thing that would be really bad to do, but you don't do it because you're a decent human being. And in that situation, that's what you were doing. You were just vocalizing it in front of your stream.
Which, by the way, is super fucking human, because these people had just literally got me banned off my platform of like fucking 12 years. Yeah. Exactly. And it's so funny because people will say things like, oh, it's okay for like women to hate all fucking men because they had one bad experience with a man. Or, oh, it's acceptable that like black people can be racist against white people because they're so used to dealing with blah, 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 blah. But it's not acceptable for me to have one moment where it's like, man, some of these people are really fucking annoying, and it's tempting to act like a shitty person sometimes. And it's like, okay.
Exactly. But like, I imagine him just kind of doing some weird pivot. I can't even fathom what he would say. But I would say, I know you know he's not transphobic. I know you know what it's like to experience these kind of feelings in a situation where, yeah, you're not going to say the thing, but you're thinking about it because someone's doing something pretty awful to you. But I don't know why he engages that way. Like, is it a conscious thing, or does he really feel that way?
I just don't know anymore. I'm not sure. There is like, this is going to sound like so fucking self-aggrandizing. Who joined?
This is all part of Destiny's protracted move to the right. He is scornful towards the left because of the way he's treated them, and he's taking trans people as collateral damage. It's that simple.
Nice. So this is going to sound really self-aggrandizing, but I kind of wonder if, like, Vosh is like a really... this is going to sound so cringe. I think Vosh could make like a really good student, but a really bad teacher. I think that when he was watching all of my content and then digesting it and then kind of like giving his perspective on it, I think he did a good job at like... taking like stuff I'm saying and then presenting it from like a more, bro, fuck you, and then presenting it from a more like left-leaning perspective. I think he was like doing good at that. And I think that was what his strength was. And now he's still got kind of like the rhetorical skills, but he can't digest information, like analyze and synthesize it and then give it back without having me as that guiding force. He's not capable of doing the research or the homework or the understanding on his own. Like, that's why like the last good take that he gave was still essentially a copy paste of my fundamental understanding of foreign policy, which actually set him apart from other left-leaning people, right? Because I'm one of the only people online that isn't like a super isolationist, super protectionist, super anti-intervention American. And he stole that, or not stole it, but he did. He stole that take from me, essentially. And he was very supportive of Ukraine and NATO in general. And that set him apart from other creators, which was good. And he did a good job of that. But it was a take that came from me. And since he's like, I think he actually has disengaged from watching my content and he's trying to do his own stuff. I don't really think he's like very good at that. So when you ask me, like, do you think he genuinely thinks this thing anymore? I think he probably does genuinely think it. But in a large part, it's because he's kind of on his own now, figuring things out on his own without like getting anybody else to guide his thoughts first. That's not, I just sound really full of myself when I say that. But
when you say stole, so yeah, let's talk about that. When you say stole, I assume you mean he hasn't rationalized himself into it. He just got it.
No, these are like takes. He saw it in my video, and then he's kind of found a way to kind of, he's really good at like repackaging things. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with being good at this. This is a life skill I have. He's really good at like repackaging things and like presenting them in a more left-leaning perspective that comes from me first. Yeah. But left to his own devices to do his own research and everything, I think his skills are very, very, very lacking.
Is there anyone that you think hates you or is as adamantly opposed to you as Hassan, Bosch, etc., that are still pretty genuine?
The thing is that like it sounds so, I'm dick riding myself a lot right now. I'm a really good person. Like I don't usually fuck people over. I don't know if I've ever fucked anybody over that like hasn't super deserved it first. Like if you start leaking shit about me and stuff, yeah, of course. But like I don't fuck people over. I've never like raped anybody. I'm not like weird about anything like that. I pay people really well that work with me. Like I generally am a pretty good person like behind the scenes. I think most people agree with that. Novaru's come out and said good things about me. Melina was talking to Jenna. She came out and said good things about me. I think Adrian and Chad said good things about me. I spent like a whole fucking lunch and drove Adria around. Didn't try to rape her. Didn't try to do any weird shit with her at all. She's in chat. She can say that 100%. Like I think I'm a pretty decent person. So like if you hate me, like I don't know anybody personal that's like had an experience with me where it's like, okay, I can totally understand why this person hates me. Like it's super justified. Like most people that hate me are doing it from this like kind of weird like cloudy perspective where there's like either a lot to gain from hating me or I'm just like part of a different team so they hate me. And like that's basically it. That's what it seems like for the most part.
How often do you say things and in your mind you think, oh, that's gonna get clipped?
I don't care. Sometimes I'll think
about it. Because when you say something like I hung out with her and didn't rape her, I just imagine a bunch of people being like,
well, believe it or not, in the streamer industry, that's a pretty high bar now. Actually, even for guys in general, to be able to hang out with a girl for a while and not try to do weird, creepy shit actually puts you ahead of a lot of the field. Believe it or not. No, as sad as that is, that's not even an online comment. That's like a real life thing too. Like,
so have you seen it? To circle back, have you seen enough like reconsideration of Keffels to feel like that went well? Because I think that's what I looked for in the product. I looked for people turning around and being like, you know what, actually, there's some shit here. Because it seems that the big pivot is, yeah, but she got rid of Kiwi Farm, so she's done more harm or more good than harm. So fuck it, don't care.
I think that I think I'm pretty. You dumb fuck. Oh, come on. I think I'm pretty happy with the public pushback I've seen. Actual fucking cock! Wrong, missed. Good. Okay, I think I've seen like pretty good pushback publicly to feel like everything was worth it. Like I said, there were at least 2 huge enemies, maybe 3 I think that I've had before online that absolutely fucking hate me, that were starting to give her pushback. And what always benefits me is her response to that pushback was also really, really, really bad. The memeing about it and everything, she did a really bad job of that too. I think that for Keffels, like I said, there was a ton of stuff that I got that I chose not to put in the document. I think the strongest thing that I had that I didn't put in the document was I think that the post on Kiwi Farms that was a threat against Keffels, I think they did that. I think that was fake. There was a threat that got posted on Kiwi Farms where they said they were going to go to find Keffels and kill them. That threat got posted. Keffels had a screenshot of it like 9 minutes later, and then it got deleted, and then she tweeted about it 1 minute after that, and then it got like deleted like 2 minutes after that. It all happened within 15 minutes. I've tried to go to her thread before, but like it is unreadable because it goes so fast. I don't know how the fuck she could have found that, got a tweet about it and everything as quickly as they did. I don't think that was legitimate. I think that was actually a false flag. I don't know about the other one, but I know there was at least one that I posted pictures of the timeline on where it was posted, screenshotted, and tweeted about and deleted all within a 15-minute time span. That's insane to me. I don't believe that. I super don't.
When I found out this was happening, I thought, remember the Kiwi Farms had a leak where all the IP addresses and stuff? I thought you had like corroborated her IP address from an email or something into
No, they'd be smart enough. They should be using a VPN or something. I imagine if Noel would see that on the back end, he'd say something, but
Fuck.
But, it's also like scary too, because like you could theoretically, that was one of the reasons why I started to say like watch out for gay ops, I think is what they call them, like false flags and shit, because like I was worried that they would try to do the same thing to my site, make an account, come in, do a death threat against her, get banned immediately, but if you could still show that there are death threats coming from my site, then boom, you get delisted and now you're done.
It was really crazy to hear the part about the them putting web crawlers because they noticed you guys archiving shit.
Yeah, although they claim that that wasn't, I think Chloe messaged me and claimed that it wasn't for that, but...
What would it have been for?
I just removing it off of archive.org or something and making sure that it wasn't being... I don't know. I'd have to check. I don't know if I bought their explanation. Because there was also combined with like all the weird changes of like language too for minors and stuff, and it's like, why?
Mm-hmm.
Did I just shoot that into the fucking railing? Isn't gay ops like a right-wing conspiracy? Maybe I shouldn't say that. I've always heard gay ops colloquially used, because I think even Kevels and them have referred to it as called things like gay ops, is where you're like false flagging people.
Why is it called gay ops?
I don't know. It's just a name. I don't know why. Can you talk more about why the decision to publish on Substack was good? Because I think that it just looks more credible than a Google Doc. It's more likely to get like attention and shared and stuff. Fed posting is another term I've heard. Yeah.
I have something if you're allowed to talk about it. Do you and Jesse have any like original plans for collaboration before you backed out? Because
I was giving him a little bit of information for stuff that I didn't want to touch. If I was like, this is like too sketchy and I don't want to put my name to this and I don't feel confident enough. So if you want to do more digging, like I passed a few things on to him. Yeah, because I wanted to make sure that most of the stuff in the document was like pretty strong. I didn't want to have like weak links, because I know that people will, if I have like one or two things that are iffy, then people will attack the entire document through those vectors. And I think for the most part, I think I did a good job of that, because the only attacks that came were things that I said after the document. Nobody really pointed out to anything in the document. I know that Urk is like really upset because he thinks that there's stuff relating to the DIY HRT section that weren't presented as well as they could have been, or he thinks that some of it is like a little misleading, which I've had my team go through some of it. I still have to dig through more, because I might republish or redo some of the stuff on the Substack, I guess, just for 100% certainty, although nobody would ever give me even remotely the same charity. But I feel like the lack of their like satisfying responses publicly, I think kind of makes me wonder, but
I don't know. I think you did a good job, though, overall. I think it was very well. You know what? The fucking intro. Let's talk about that. Who did the music? Is that stuff you bought offline, or did you...
No, that was a composition challenge.
No shit.
Yeah, it was a really, really good song. I think he won the last one.
Damn. When's the next one?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would. I'm sure your chat would. But they'd also like to know when you get blue hair.
True.
But, no, that was a good song. Like the vibe. I'm not trying to... God. Dude, do you know how it feels, man, to see so much growth? More growth than I've had since the late game days. And it's all because of posting about this shit. It's not good. Like, President Sunday is leaning into Destiny hate because he sees that he shits on you. He gets a ton of interaction. It's positive, whatever. He ingratiates himself with these other people, I assume. And it's, like, frustrating to watch because, like, yeah, you know what? I know that shitposting about Ketfels, but I'm talking about her doing some legitimately bad shit. He's misinterpreting your shit, but it still doesn't feel good that that's the reason I'm getting some fucking engagement. I'm not liking it. I just don't feel good not saying shit. But, fuck, I had a point I was going to with that. Oh, but anyway, so in the midst of all this, I woke up the other day, I was going to the gym, and I realized I had my fucking StarCraft shirt from Atlanta, and a pair of sweatpants on, tennis shoes, and a zip-up hoodie that was unzipped. And I looked like you. I posted it to Twitter, and I'm like, God, I must look like the biggest Destiny dick rider, more so than ever, because I posted a joke saying I'm cosplaying as you.
Nice.
Yeah. I gotta get off it, man, so I need you to find some normal shit so I can not feel the need to engage.
Well, I mean, I'm done with it now. My next big content arc, it's honestly just, I need to beat that Factorio mod, because I'm obsessed.
Have you beaten Doom yet?
No. Oh, fuck. Wrong thing.
So what's after Factorio? And don't say the thing we don't want to hear.
Probably politics.
Hello?
It's just me. I'm just drive-by and I'm waiting for my moment.
What's
you know how much he hates it when you do that?
Do you really?
Yeah, just stay and talk. What's up?
Because I just try and come in for the meme. I don't like to be fucking. I don't like to linger.
Oh well, why not contribute?
Then
to the
talk.
discussion?
What's on your mind, buddy? How you doing? How's your day going?
Listen, my day's fine. I wanted to talk, Mr. Destiny, about your history of being a professional gamer.
What about it?
Wait, in earnest?
No, not in earnest. I was gonna make a joke about how you're 3 days on fucking level 1 of Doom. What's the problem? Pick it up.
Do you wanna? Have you ever played this game before?
Yeah, motherfucker, I have.
Yeah.
You want to race?
Yeah, go for it. Show me how fast you can beat the DLC on just extra life mode Nightmare.
Yeah. Listen. I know the rules. What's on the line? What are the stakes?
I don't know. Damn.
Oh, what? What's wrong? Getting hot under the collar? Try to call me out? How the turntables?
What do you want the stakes to be?
What were the stakes for the last Doom race you did?
Me and Mr. Mooten we would race games in the past and then keep track of like where we were at. Like who's
and there were no
winning what.
stakes?
Not really, no. Just honor and integrity.
How about blue hair?
Well, isn't that already like a thing?
Is it?
That I have like I'm supposed to do? Like what if I lose and then I dye my hair blue? Do I get credit for the charity drive if I'm like double dipping?
No, listen, the difference is that you're on the hook with chat for that one. But if you don't do it when we race in Doom, then you're on the hook with me. And I know where you live.
Do you though? Well, I guess actually everybody knows now. So.
Listen, we don't have to talk about this. This is a stupid meme.
Oh, well, no, you can do it if you want. Need motivation to take this seriously again.
This is hard to watch, though, dude. Because I watched you play the first Doom Eternal run, and I was impressed.
Yeah, because I was like in a rhythm. I've been like playing a ton.
Yeah, but this is not good.
Shut up.
Irrelevant. I haven't seen you in forever.
Hello.
Hello. Wow, it's a syzygy, dude. All the planets are aligning. All the orbiting celestial bodies are aligning.
Indeed. The celestial bodies are aligning. So this is the Doom Eternal DLC? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it is. The one and only. Or actually, there's like 2 or 3, so I guess I shouldn't say.
I've been listening pretty much the entire time to the conversation that you were having previously with Lycan. And there's one thing I wanted to kind of ask, kind of expand upon, that was asked. Is my volume good, by the way?
Yeah, you're good.
A little low.
Okay. Is that a little better? Or is it the same?
I think you're fine.
Okay, all right. Who do you think hates you the most, Destiny, that has is the most good faith that you can think of? That like despises you the most, but
I don't
is
think you
also
can
the most
hate
good
me
faith?
and be good faith. I think you probably disagree with like my politics, but I don't think you can hate me and be a good faith.
All right, well then, dislike your politics the most.
I don't know. I don't know if I respect like almost anybody online that does like politics. Can you name somebody? Give me some examples.
That online that does politics in general?
Yeah, that like is like good faith and has like a, yeah, I'm super curious. I feel like most people are just trash. Oh, Lonerbox and Rose Wrist have like disagreements with stuff. I think those guys are like pretty good faith.
I was gonna say if we're going to talk about smaller streamers, I mean, yeah.
But none of those people hate.
No, none of them really hate me. They just disagree with some
so
things. Yeah?
I guess then just strongest disagreeer with you that you also respect their opinion of.
Yeah, I guess those two.
No, I feel like it's got to be like the people that don't know anything about you, but they hate you because they've been told to. Like
yeah, but like is that good faith? Brianna Wu is crazy. That person is legitimately mentally unhinged. I realized that after trading DMs with her today. She's actually fucking crazy.
I have no idea who that person is, but I've heard their name like 500 times in the last like 72 hours.
Why do I keep shooting that at the same time? I shouldn't do that.
Who is that person?
They got famous for Gamergate stuff. They just basically, it's the kind of person that if they didn't grow up rich, nobody would know anything about them or care about them at all. But they were lucky they grew up rich, so.
I remember the name from Gamergate, but I don't remember that story at all.
What was that person? I'm sorry, real quick. What was one of the persons that that committed suicide? It was a female name, and I can't remember it. Was it Chloe something or
Chloe Sagal?
Hold on.
Or Segal. Chloe Segal was one. Julie Terryberry was the other, and then David Ginder. Those are the 3
Did
from
you?
mine, I think.
When you did your research, did you come across this thread and the top voted comment? I'm linking it to you whenever you get a chance. Because I never heard that name. It's the indie game developer Close Seagal commits suicide on Twitch TV.
Okay. Yeah,
And
I think she did. She attempted that in 2013. She made posts about it online, and then she attempted to do it. I think by downing medication.
Okay, so it was 13. Okay, I thought it was 15. All right.
Wait, it might have been 2015 now. I don't know. Now you're making me doubt myself. Why do you think it was 2015?
Well, no. I thought it was Monday, May 13th, 2013.
Just look it up right now.
You're right.
Just
you're
look
right.
it up.
Oh, okay.
You're right.
Jesus. I did an autistic amount of research for this. I'm sorry. So if you're contradicting me, now I'm curious if I got something wrong.
No. But did they kill themselves?
Yes. Chloe
Okay, 'cause I
in
yeah.
17? I don't remember the date, or 2019. She lived in an apartment, walked outside, set herself on fire in a park bench in Portland, Oregon.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Was she okay?
What?
Was that a
what
joke?
What do you mean? Is she okay? No, she didn't survive.
Okay. Well, so the reason I asked about this because the first comment, it can't be fucked to research this shit. But the first comment's from someone called Omrecker, and they seem to know this person.
Okay.
And there were some details, and I just
Those are
was
risky.
curious.
What do they say?
who was
Okay,
on.
and all the time it took you to give me this, you could have just read the comment. Read the comment. What do they say? Is it a long one?
No, it's a fucking novel.
Oh. What is it? What is it about? What do they say?
Guys, I was knee deep in this stuff last month, as were some others from the editorial community. I tried to get Chloe help, blah, 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 blah. I'm getting caught up on all this stuff, but if you have new information, please let me know immediately. And they talk about someone they know going to check on them and them being fine.
That's the whole comment?
No, it's a fucking novel. I'm summarizing it. My whole point was I was curious if you would come across that thread in your research.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and check. What about it, though?
Well, because I didn't know until I just asked you, did she actually kill herself?
Yeah, she absolutely did. Chloe and Julie very clearly and obviously did, and there's like public records. I'm pretty sure Near did. I'm 99% sure, but there's just no good public record available of it yet.
Got it.
I gotta be honest, I skipped over that entire section of the doc because Rose Wrist had like so many comments and stuff. I just didn't even want to like interrupt his flow.
Yeah.
So
It was a very sad
and I
part of
didn't
the
watch your
document.
stream, so I don't know anything about like that. Seems like actually potentially the most interesting part of the doc. You'll have to tell me.
What about it?
Just the idea that I skimmed a little bit of it, and it seems like a lot of it. So the Chloe Sagal one, I think I heard you cover that slightly because I kind of got the opportunity to tune in and out. And something about how she wrote like a suicide note, and she said, "I want this to be loud and very political. This is a political message."
Yeah.
Right? And yet
And
she
then
didn't
for it to
even
get-
mention.
No,
Kiwi
yeah, of
Farms.
course, because Kiwi Farms wasn't the main driver. It was the fact that she had dealt with a lot of mental health issues throughout her entire life, and there wasn't good state support for what she did. So she was like, basically, I don't mean to sound as like in a derogatory way, but she was like a crazy homeless person. Like she desperately needed more help and funding from the state. She had a really hard time finding support. She like went back and forth between like living with like different friends and stuff, and like her whole life was just like very fucked.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's pretty sad that her death that she explicitly did. I think in her suicide note, she explicitly calls out mental illness and homelessness. That's what her explicit call out was, that she fucking killed herself to bring attention to and said, my death needs to be political. That for that death to be hijacked and taken over for the Kiwi
It's
Farm
about
shit.
healthcare. She
Yeah,
made it
it's
explicitly about
really,
healthcare.
really, really fucking weird. Yeah, not
And
cool.
Keffels was like throwing her dead body at her,
Yeah.
like whatever her campaign that was bringing her attention and stuff. You know,
Yeah,
I
that was
understand.
that was really really bad when I read that. I didn't know anything about.
Nobody
that,
knows
but that
anything
was-
about any of
that
those
was so-
suicides. They just kind of get like thrown around for like clout for Kiwi Farm stuff. I bet Keffels probably doesn't even know anything about any of the suicides. I don't even think it's her acting in bad faith, just repeating shit that she's heard
It
before.
could that could legitimately be true. I think that's definitely a possibility.
It's a shitty conundrum, man. Like, once
What
you
is
start
it?
questioning your own epistemology and like wondering if the things that you've been told are true, you start
Oh.
questioning if anything you know is true.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at now. I basically, if I hear anything, I always try to like fact check stuff because I don't believe anything.
I read a bunch of shit today. Okay, I'm taking like classes, and I read a bunch of shit as part of my coursework about how like in the Renaissance era, women were like dilating their pupils as part of beauty standards, and like the shit they were using was poisonous, and they would all eventually go blind. And like I was like, wow, this is
I've
really
heard
fucked and
that.
interesting. And then I immediately went to like, wait, like how do I even know this is true? Like I'm reading this
Yeah.
in a textbook, but like, What if all this shit is just made up or like really grossly fucking exaggerated because it just makes a much more interesting story?
I said this before. Something that was very interesting when I started to be more serious about research online, and I'm going to repeat this till the day that I die, is I always assumed that like for any given topic, when we're talking about stuff like in science or technology or psychology or whatever, that like when we talk about like research on things, there's going to be like, oh, like there's probably like 1,000 studies related to this. And people always say like, oh, you can find any study to tell you anything, blah, 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 blah. That is super not true. Even for the most important topics, sometimes there will only be like a handful of really good studies. And when I say handful, I mean like 2 or 3, even for really popular stuff. And when you start to get into not popular stuff, you're talking about like 1 or 2 or like a couple studies, but they're not really well done. Or there'll be like a handful of them, like a decent number of them, but they're not very well done. Very, very small sample size, like 10 or less or whatever. So that's like one thing. Another thing too is how many things that are repeated come from like one person saying it one time, and they might have exaggerated a little bit, but then it gets like uncritically
over and over.
Yeah, something that I saw this. I should have understood this better because I learned this a little earlier, but I didn't apply it across disciplines in my life. Was in that Lying About Hitler book I read. It had to do with the David Irving trial, which was a guy who had written books about how people were way too hard on Hitler, basically, and he had written books about that and he was a really well-known scholar for World War II history. He was like renowned. Like people were like, this guy is involved in some serious shit. Like if he posts something, like he's like, it's reputable. And the reason why people like looked up to him so much is because he was a guy that was willing to go to the archives. He was willing to dig out the archives and actually do original research and find the answers that nobody else could. And there was a lady, Deborah Litz or something, I think, and she questioned that, and she called him like a Hitler apologist or something. And David Irving decided to sue her for defamation in the UK, because in the UK, defamation is a really easy charge. And when you sue somebody for defamation in the United Kingdom, what they have to prove is that what they published, not that they thought it was right when they published it, but they actually have to prove that what they published was correct. Which is a very high bar to meet, because now if you've ever made a claim about somebody, it can't be enough that it was reported or you thought it was true. You have to prove it was true. And so the interesting thing was the trial. It was a trial by judge, was essentially over, like, whether the Holocaust happened. Because David Irving had claimed that a lot of the Holocaust claims were untrue. And Deborah or Liz Litz or whatever her name was, she claimed that he was lying about a lot of it. So it was a book written by the perspective of Jonathan something, one of the expert witnesses brought in to do a lot of the research. And Jesus, it's taking me a long time to get to this point. But the point was that one of the interesting things about David Irving is that while he was really well respected, even among academics, not just like pop history people respect him, but even among academics he was respected, that when this Jonathan guy would actually go through his research to try to figure out like, okay, well, like, let's see where he got this information from. The way that David would cite things, there would be like an entire book, and he would just say citing from this chapter or citing from this book, but he wouldn't even specify where the fuck it came from. Like, so even though he had a lot of footnotes on a lot of his stories, when we actually started to investigate the footnotes, a lot of the citing was horrible. Or when you actually start to dig into it, it just like didn't say at all what he said. And I'm like, oh, well, that's really scary if, one, that guy was considered kind of an academic, and two, he was really well respected by other academics. So like how much bad information got passed around just because of that guy when, yeah, and just in that field. So stuff like that is really spooky to me sometimes.
Okay, geez, anything else?
Geez, sorry, yeah. That was a long
Christ almighty.
Richard Evans, I think that's the guy who wrote that book, Lying About Hitler, my bad. It was really, really, really interesting. But it was, I think some of the dialogue between the judge and David on the stand is just fascinating. How David will like so confidently assert something, and then when he's asked a few questions, it just like completely falls apart. Sorry, go ahead.
I think the most painful realization from like a story like that, because I feel like, I mean, I've certainly had stories like that as well. I used to sort of like, you know, this sort of used to be what I used to do on a daily basis. I was a reporter, and like I wasn't allowed to report anything that I didn't have a source for, and the reports that I was reading also were bound by the same standards. You come to the conclusion pretty quickly that like no one individual can really task themselves with knowing all that you know, like being able to source and like really verify the epistemic root of all the knowledge that they wish to acquire for the number of topics that they want to know about. And it's like, it's really fucking, what's the term? It's like, not belittling. What's the term when people talk about the scale of the universe?
Humbling?
Humbling. It's incredibly humbling.
And it's scary because like, this is why things like peer review are such important processes to defend, because you can't really know everything about everything. You just can't. And we have to trust that like the people that say they know really do, because, you know, without them, you're kind of lost.
And at the end of the day, Like, especially in this content creation game, nobody wants to fucking listen to anybody talk about, well, I couldn't look into this to the nth degree, or even speak with any amount of humility, like epistemic humility or uncertainty or anything like that. The fucking history is going to belong to the people that made bold moves, even if they're just outright lying, or you know, most often than not, it's just going to be people that don't have the intellectual honesty or even like the capacity to know that they're being intellectually dishonest. They just believe it 100% because they don't know any better.
Yeah, which is something I've tried to stress to my audience. Like the people that believe bad claims about me, or the people that like believe lies about me and shit on the internet, I don't think most of them are like bad faith actors. They see certain information and they're not going to fact check every single fucking thing that they get, you know, told, or every single thing that's fucking reported or whatever.
They're just deferring to somebody they trust.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I bring a shit talker in here real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think part of the reason is also that people who lie do it in a way that's like super easily digestible?
No, I don't agree with that anymore. I used to believe that. There's the saying that like, it's been quoted a ton of times, but it's like a lie can travel halfway around the world before the truth even gets its pants on, or something like that. Or before it even gets out of bed, or something like that. I think that what happens is I think that people that have the truth on their side think that it's enough to just have the truth, and they neglect presentation. And people that tell lies know that they can't, like, they know that they can't just present the lie because people are like, well, you're dumb. So they dress it up a lot. I think that people that are involved in like saying things that are honest, they need to be competitive in their messaging with people that spread lies. And I think that people oftentimes don't think about that at all.
I think that's more how like the brain works and like processing information out than just relying on like a true narrative or whatever. I think I was watching a interrogation last night where they knew that the girl was lying because her story was very organized and very short, and that most people who are recounting something usually are scattered and not as organized and quick about it. Like it takes time for it to come out.
Sure.
Like I don't think it's bad intentions for why truth tellers are so fucking bad at it.
Yeah. No, yeah, I mean that's true. But yeah, I mean if your goal is to combat misinformation, or if you want to counter people that are like making up lies and stuff, you have to work on your presentation. I think it's part of like the ethical good of like, it's not just enough to tell the truth and to not be compelling. In fact, there are times when telling the truth in a non-compelling way does more damage than just saying nothing at all. That kind of came up relating to Adriana's story and Train and everything, to where like it might be the case that like when you present this story like at this time period or in this manner, people are willing to doubt it even more, even if it is true, just because of how it's presented. And now you've damaged like the credibility of that story and other stories in the future potentially. You know? Did you say you're bringing a? Or sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I think you guys were like recounting the girl's suicide and how it was like reused for this narrative against Kiwi. And even in you guys like retelling it, you leave out the part where someone in her personal life asked people and quote tweeted telling them that this wasn't Kiwi Farms, like to please stop this. Like you're not the first person who brought that up too.
Yeah,
right?
a little bit. So those particular tweets were, people were tweeting originally actually that the reason why Chloe killed herself was because she didn't get enough support from the trans community. And her ex of 2 years, that dated her for 2 years, came out and said that wasn't the reason. She never brought it up at all. And then she goes on to state that it was actually because of the lack of support for homeless people and mental illness. So that one wasn't specifically about Kiwi Farms, but it was about like community harassment kind of. And then it reinforced that she actually committed suicide because of the lack of support that she had. But yeah, I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, and that was somebody that had dated her for 2 years. Yeah.
Imagine you set yourself on fire and write a suicide note that has a huge political message, and nobody cares to fucking like read it, and everyone's just happy to run off with their own narrative about why you.
That's a perfect segue. I appreciate it, Supreme. B. Dunham, you've come in here. I said, did this person kill themselves? Asking a question, because I didn't remember who it was. And I asked if he saw the thread. So I would like to know really what you had a problem with. And if you don't have a real good reason for being upset, or if you shitpost as soon as you unmute, I will ban you. And then I will pay Cake a monthly stipend to never unban you, no matter how much you beg and plead. So please, buddy, you're the first person to accept my challenge to come in here after saying something silly in chat. What's up, buddy?
Oh, I can actually unmute. Sick. So what, just off the cuff?
Yeah, what's up? What's your problem?
Like, can you just come on and say dumb shit all the time?
What did I say that was dumb?
You're like, hey, Destiny, I really need you to explain this for me, man. Hey, come on. 2 + 2. What the fuck does that equal? I can't do it, dude. Just help me, please.
No shit posting. What did I say
I'll be more
that
serious.
was dumb?
So there was a large section in Destiny's manifesto on Keffals. We don't need to go all into that. About where he talked about the 2 people who had their suicides co-opted for Keffals, which is a fairly disgusting, pretty shitty thing to do. And then there was Nier, whose suicide was uncertain, and Destiny now... we don't need to talk about that. But this was a large part of why Keffals was a dishonest and fairly horrible actor. And you come on and you're like, did she actually kill herself? What happened? I'm confused.
Because I knew.
It seems like your investment was low in this. And I
Because
was a little
I
annoyed
knew.
by that.
Because I knew that I knew of Nier, and I knew that Nier was the one that was in contention. And I knew that in Destiny's manifesto, there were some that he was additionally providing information that, may or may not have done so. And I didn't remember them all. And so I asked for clarification. And it's not, I didn't say anything harmful. I didn't say anything that drew into question anything of import. So yeah, I asked some questions live on stream, doing no harm. So I really want to know what's stupid about that, considering I said nothing definitive. I made no outlandish claims. I just asked a question. So what's stupid about that? What is stupid about coming to my friend and saying, hey, did you see this thread while you were doing your research? And did this one kill themselves? Because I couldn't remember. So what was stupid about that?
Why couldn't you remember? Didn't you watch it?
I did watch it. It was a 3-hour fucking video. I'm sorry for not remembering every single piece of detail.
Yeah, it was a 3-hour video. You couldn't... The person lighting themselves on fire for a political statement that didn't stick? That didn't
One
land?
of 3.
What's the problem?
Did
Just
such a thing.
answer him. What's the problem with him asking?
Well, the problem is this guy is saying is that if Lycan is interested enough to come in and ask questions about it, why was he not interested enough to actually watch the whole video?
I didn't come here specifically to ask the question. I saw some chatter going on Twitter. People were blaming Brianna Wu for someone's death. I remember seeing the name. I remember Googling the name. And then I remember seeing the thread. And I was like, I think this person died. But I didn't say that out loud. I'm sorry for not saying that out loud. If that's a qualifier that really changes it, I apologize.
You know what, Lycan? I am being unfair here. I reacted too strongly. And you know why? It's because I don't know. It's this impression I have of you. You come on, and then you ask questions about things that seem to be, I don't know, solved or done, or it just...
I think that Lycan is a good Lycan is a good normie check kind of. I don't think Lycan watches my stream 10 hours a day about every particular thing. So the reason why when he comes on, the reason why
that manifesto took me 15 hours to read. Most people have not fucking read through that.
Yeah, the reason why I'm okay with him coming in and asking obvious questions, because if he had watched the whole thing, he would know it. But I figure there's probably a decent number of people that haven't, so it's okay to clarify. I think it's fine.
All right, if you want to use him as a normie check,
yeah,
that's fine. But I am still irritated by him, so I'm not going to walk back on that. He does irritate me.
What if he baked you a lasagna?
Oh shit! Actually, that'd be sick. If you sent me a lasagna and I would like you. Online bullshit doesn't matter as much as a good bit of pasta. I would still be irritated by you when you came on stream, though.
Maybe one day. But let's use this to just address a ghostly elephant that likes to sit in the room. I irritate a lot of people. And why? It's because Steven streams for 8 hours a day, and for goddamn every minute of it, the dude has a great knack for being really entertaining. And every
no, that's
and
not
then
true,
most people, yeah, sure, when you're playing League or when you're just sitting there kind of huffing and puffing and watching videos.
I was there for the 1,800 viewer League streams. Through
yes,
2015.
Those are rough. But chat has a lot, is gifted with a lot of good entertainment. And there are
what you are like?
Hold on, let me finish a point. With a lot of good entertaining orbiters, and I come in, and sometimes I just want to chat. Sometimes I just want to shoot the shit. Sometimes I want to exercise the privilege of being able to enter this room and engage with a very popular human being who I've known for many years and just ask some fucking questions. And no one contextualizes it that way. They see it as, oh, fuck.
No. I'll tell you what they see it as. Your motherfucking Solid Snake, okay, walking in front of the projector at the bottom of the tanker in Metal Gear Solid 2, and B. Dunham is one of the guards. That's what it is. All the super parasocial Termini Online chatters are all the guards at the bottom of the tank, and you're fucking Solid Snake walking in front of the projector. That's what it is.
Help! I'm young. I don't get it.
I wish I had played this game. I'm so sorry.
Wait, you never played Metal Gear Solid 2?
No.
I've never played any Metal. I've played. So I always played games on repeat. So growing up, I had Super Mario, Donkey Kong, and a couple of those others. I just played those again and again. Come Xbox time, it was Halo, Splinter Cell, and Ghost Recon. Played those until I graduated, and then I found World of Warcraft, and well,
okay. Telling somebody my age that you've never played Metal Gear Solid 2 is like saying you've never seen Star Wars or something.
I feel like it is, yeah. Especially as a gamer who's been in the gaming community for 20-something years. I'm sorry. One day, I plan to play that. I plan to play Zelda. I've never played a Zelda game.
Skip it. It's not worth it.
Okay, let me try to illustrate my feelings, maybe a little bit better. Do you know
What's
what
up?
RTFM is?
Read the...
Yeah. It feels like I'm watching someone
you're
not
tech support.
RTFM every day, and they come in and they don't RTFM on stuff, and it drives me crazy. It drives me nuts, and I caps lock type at you like an.
I totally get
probably
that.
will again.
I get that because you know what? There have been some recent characters coming into the community lately that have made me feel that way, and it's like, you know what? I think this is what it's like when people watch me on stream. The ones that don't like me. I get it. I respect it. I just felt that what you reacted to, I didn't think was an appropriate reaction, but I think we've come to an agreement on that.
Oh, good job, bro.
I suppose I can't say I won't rage type at you again, but
It's all right. Many will. Join them. Enjoy it. I appreciate you actually coming on and talking, though.
okay. It's actually I didn't think white names got this treatment. I'm flattered.
They shouldn't.
You know, the white names talk
True,
the most
Cherry.
shit, and the white names get extended this courtesy. You're the first to accept it, so welcome.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right, buddy. Well, anything else?
I could ask pointless philosophy questions, but I think we all know how that ends. So kick me.
All right, later, buddy. Yeah.
Okay, a lot of you motherfuckers in chat coming at my neck for saying Zelda's overrated. Watch me turn the tables. Okay, you guys tell me which one's the best one then.
Ocarina of Time. Or Majora's Mask.
No. They'll argue with each other. Oh. Forever. You really think Ocarina of Time was the best, or do you just think that because you're old?
What?
Do you think Ocarina of Time was the
Yeah,
best?
of course it was
or do
the
you just-
best. What do you mean?
Or do
It's
you just
the
think that because
fucking
you were 12 when it was out?
No, it's fucking
It's a game for 12-year-olds.
What are you talking about, dude?
Okay, how many Zelda games have you played?
I don't know, probably like 4 or 5. But
Fair
none of the
enough,
newer
that's
ones. I played A Link to the Past. I played Wind Waker, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and...
You haven't played the new ones?
No, I never played a Wii. Anything past the 64, I never played.
I think Link's Awakening is the best.
Is that the Windfish one, or is that the Dark World, Light World one?
No, it's not the Windfish one. It's the one that was on Game Boy.
That's the one where you had the Light World and the Dark World, right?
No, I don't think so, no.
Are you sure?
No, I think that you're talking about Twilight Princess.
No, I never played Twilight Princess.
Or I think you're thinking of, like... I don't fucking know. It's not that... Maybe it is. I don't know.
Is it
was
the one
like
where when you
40
went
years
into the
ago.
Dark World, it was like, dun 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 dun. No, wait, fuck. Is that Tall Tall Mountains?
Oh, yeah, that really jogs my memory.
Bro, I just played Dota.
That's...
Trash.
Yikes, you play League, so... And World of Warcraft, so...
Yikes, bro.
Nice.
Oh, apparently it is the Windfish one.
No, the Windfish is the...
I didn't want to give spoilers.
How is it? Isn't it called the Wind... The whole point of that story is the Windfish one.
Whoa. No, I think you're thinking of the Wind Waker.
Well, that's probably the one with the Windfish, if it's the Wind Waker, right?
Yeah, but that's not the one I was talking about. Link's Awakening.
Well, I don't know.
It's not important. Don't play those games. They're old. Have new
Whoa.
experiences, kids. Smoke
True.
real cigarettes.
Speaking of new games, have anybody in here looked into Foxhole? A new interactive World War II simulator game. Yes?
Are you running a promotion?
No, of course not.
Is there a special code we should sign up with?
Of course, as always.
Oh wait, is that the game? I think I've rated into, and I think you play it with your chat too, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's actually a really fun game. I wanted to know if people in here would play it because I actually feel like it's kind of a little weird, kind of possibly up Destiny's alley, and I was hoping people in this chat would play it, and we could I could maybe recruit some people from your chat, but.
I feel like Up Destiny's Alley is code for Autism Simulator.
It's kind of is, yeah. I play Logi, which is pretty much sitting there hitting rocks for 3 hours and then turning it into materials that I send up to.
Oh my God! Can you
the
smell the
front
iron?
lines.
He's playing Doom right now. Leave him alone, dude. He's doing the right thing.
Yes, you hit scrap and turn it into materials that you use to build guns
shit.
that you send up to the front line. Yeah,
This
yeah.
game sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, holy
drop
shit,
Factorio,
it's
do
happening.
this.
It's happening. Yeah, and it just yeah, I don't know. I thought it was kind of semi up your alley and maybe up some of your audience's alley, and I think the game is phenomenal. I've been tracking it for like 4 years. It's good. It's a good game.
Okay,
I recommend
if it doesn't have a jump button and an attack button, it's not a video game. It's work. Does Foxhole meet these requirements or?
there is no. There's a climb button. That's.
I may allow it.
Wait, the Zelda games you couldn't jump.
That's not true. You could dash over the little holes. They go and you dash over the hole.
I think some people are asking for a link to the
Oh,
game. You can drop it.
I don't. Yeah, I could get the game.
Does it have like a detailed story mode? You said it's around like World War II time.
So it's not a story mode. It's supposed to be a pseudo MMO. So the way that it works is you fight in wars on a conquest map, and roughly there's like 4,000 to 7,000 people that fight on a map at a given time. I'm playing there's two factions, pretty much the Americans and the Nazis. Americans were full on the server that I played. So
Who are the good
playing
guys?
The Nazis. There's no story at all. It's just pretty much like skins for people and
It's
stuff
no
like that.
story, but you can have Nazi skins. What? That seems a little bit
Well,
controversial.
no, not Nazi skins. It's like it's the aesthetic. Is they wear all gray. They have gray shit. It's just the aesthetic, right? It's pretty much aesthetic changes. But yeah, there isn't a story, and the way that it's just like an MMO, World War II simulator. That's what it is.
Nice. Does it come with like updates and shit, or?
Yeah, so it just hit 1.0. So I played it 4 years ago when it was in super early access. It was phenomenal, like proof of concept, and I waited till 1.0, and I'd say it's really met expectations. And so I personally, like, I've been playing the game, and I've been playing Logi with me and my friends, which is just, hitting mats or hitting scrap, turning it into materials, and then sending those materials up the lines to the front lines. And stuff, and it's a really fleshed out game. I think a lot of people would like it if they played it. I've been supplying the western side of the war, and it has been going phenomenally. We've been making phenomenal progress. Our victory points are doing really well, and these games that go on with these thousands of people tend to last like between 3 to 6 weeks, and it's like a whole conquest game. It's really fun. I recommend people
Nice.
take a look at it. Yep.
Wow.
All right, check chat because I think a lot of people have been adding you.
Yeah. Said you are a dirty warden or I would play the Americans because I like the aesthetic of the Americans, and I think too many people like the aesthetic of like the Third Reich that I just want to play the Americans, but their team was full. Jade Cove or west of that? You're west of Jade Cove. I was on server Able, and me and my Logi team have been responsible for the west of Jade Cove. We're moving up to Jade Cove. Yeah, I just wanted to see if some of your chat wanted to play it. Not necessarily. I mean, if you would play it, that'd be cool. But like, I wanted to see if like some of your chat wanted to play it because it's a game where obviously you can have like hundreds of people in a group.
Oh, the
doing
new
coordinated
Olympics, dude. Yi versus Pepe. We know which side Pepe is.
Yes.
This could be it.
I respect you bringing it up. You did a horrible job explaining it. I mean, it's kind of difficult to explain. It's just kind of like a simulator of World War II, no? Like, you have people on the front lines that can do combat. You have people that, like, are doing logistics, giving you guns, ammo, grenades, and shit like that. Like, hitting scrap. It's more World War I, mostly trench warfare. That's not even true. There's, like, tanks that you build. It's fun to ship tanks up to the front. That's fun to do.
Did we still want to talk about the manifesto? I thought you were doing a blackout on.
I don't want to talk about the manifesto. I just don't want to obsess over Keffels anymore. I truly do believe. I'm pretty sure that she's going to be gone in probably like 3 or 4 months. I think that she'll keep streaming. She's trying to pick fights with other people. Nobody's really biting because she's aiming way too high. She started her career off on like an impossibly high upswing, which was getting me banned on Twitch, which has been like the goal of a lot of people for a long time. So she's not going to be comfortable like hitting at her actual pay grade, which is way, way, way beneath me. That's why she's like tweeting at like Tucker Carlson and shit. So I have a feeling that without conflict, she probably will kind of fade away. And then, yeah, you can already see it because like her following off of Twitter is really weak. I'm not even fully convinced that her following on Twitter is real, but that's a whole other thing to get into. But yeah.
I don't think she's aiming high enough. I think she should try ratioing Trump in the next presidential election.
Well, Trump is banned off Twitter, so.
No, in the actual election. Ratio him with votes.
Oh, true. She ran for mayor or governor, I think. I don't remember.
Oh,
In London,
128
Ontario.
votes. That's going to be hard. Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot she's Canadian too. Fuck.
She actually got, yeah, I think it was around 130 votes. Wait, is that what you just read? How many votes she had?
No, I just remember that detail because
yeah.
she ran twice. The first time, 128 votes. The second time, 127.
Yeah.
Like, damn, just one person gave up on her.
Damn. Hey, you know, if I ran tomorrow, I don't know if I get that many votes. Actually,
yeah, I don't think I would.
You would probably get that many from this chat.
Oh
yeah, you may be right. I got like 3 times that on a stupid fucking tweet earlier today. So, but for a local election, that's a lot of support for a local election.
No, it's not. Stop. She was last place.
Okay, for an unqualified nobody,
she was last place.
Sure, fair enough.
She was a communist.
I will say something. I didn't have almost really any information about Keffels prior to that documentation getting put out there. So I, as somebody who's even, has invested interest in looking into some of these things, I appreciate the information being put out there all in one place. I know how you talk about having a lot of the information in one place, that way people can, reference that and make it easy for them.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that because that made it really, I couldn't, just be lazy and just be, I don't know about that. But it made it really easy to kind of just get information without me needing to do as much work. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Also, for me, this was a really weird thing. I'm not sure how many people this really got to, besides me, and maybe there's more information to it or something. But it really gassed me up. It frustrated me when I saw the DMs. I think it was between you and the Bob posting person. And it seemed like they were trying to be rather, like, it felt like they were trying to manipulate you into not putting out the doc, is what it felt like to me, or looking into it any further, or doing any more information.
Mm-hmm.
That really frustrated me, a lot, because it just feels, I don't know, it just feels like, it's like they're trying to get away with manipulating somebody, and they think that they're doing it well, and it's really transparent that they're not. And I don't know, it frustrates me when people obviously try to manipulate somebody to when they're...
It's pathetic when people think they can manipulate people with no leverage.
Yeah, like,
well,
yeah.
I mean, they had leverage.
Know.
They said that their leverage was getting my, potentially getting my YouTube ban. It's possible that, like, I mean, it is possible that she was just trying to avoid online harassment. There'd be like a huge number of inconsistencies, or not inconsistencies. There are 2 separate stories that could be told there, and it's hard to tell either one. So like Eric and Chad is bringing up that maybe she was just trying to avoid harassment. She was trying to get away from it. This is something that I kind of had to consider when I was publishing stuff. Like, it could be that I have like the narrative on a lot of this is actually kind of wrong, and I'm kind of fitting the facts to fit my particular thing,
Sure.
which is always possible. But the issue that I had was that at the end of the day, like I kind of have to put together what I think is the most likely story, and all of these people are obviously incentivized to like lie like motherfuckers to me, so it's hard to take their word for anything. And the problem is they lack so much transparency on everything that they do that I figure like if they want to publish something or if they want to put something out to like contradict something I've said, then they're free to do so. But I think that part of what hurts them is the fact that they tell so many lies and they are so dishonest about everything. And that was kind of the one big thing that kept me from feeling too bad. It's like, I might have the narrative on this wrong. And if I do, like, I'm always willing to go back and like edit up stuff. And I might go back and look at some of the Chloe stuff, but like, it's their fault. Like, they didn't do themselves any favors. Like, by engaging in so much dishonesty, telling so many lies over and over and over again, it makes it hard to know what is true. And so when I'm trying to do my best possible like faith interpretation of what has gone on,
So
like,
because you can substantiate that some things are such obvious and clear lies, you don't mind if a couple others slip under the wire that...
well, no, I do mind. Like, I generally do want to get it as right. It's not like I'm saying like, oh, well, they lied, so I'm going to lie, blah, blah, blah. It's not that. It's that, like, it's hard for me to verify things.
You feel more comfortable.
My story works. It explains a lot, and it makes sense. But I could still be wrong. But, like, if I am wrong, like, damn, they didn't do themselves any fucking favors, you know? Like, there were so many things that were happening. Because, like, I actually got really paranoid. My team talked me out of that. I got really paranoid for the Joe Sinks person. Where it's like, what if she's, like, not involved in any of this whatsoever? And it was just...
the who person?
I don't want to say her name much because she doesn't even want to be involved.
Okay.
But like, basically, it was a person that I talked to a long time ago. She randomly messages me on the same night that Chloe and Keffels did, and she has questions about the project that I'm working on. And right after I tell her like an important detail relating to our investigation, that wiki goes offline for the do-it-yourself HRT stuff. And I'm like, holy shit.
Okay, this has to do with the archiving game.
Yeah.
Spy game.
Yeah, yeah. And it was literally within minutes of me telling her that. And it's like, it could be a coincidence. But like on the same night that like Keffels and all of them are trying to get like everything I'm doing shut down, like that's an astounding coincidence, you know? So she's either like working with them or helping them, or she's like the most unlucky person in the world, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
But
at
like,
the very least, it's a jolting reminder to like watch your P's and Q's.
Yeah, but the reason why I believe that like all of this is so fucked is, like I said, it's because like that side is so eager to lie about everything that it makes it hard for me to sort through like what is truthful or not. So
I see.
If it does come out that like everything around the Chloe stuff was just like super misinterpreted and all of that, then I hope at the very least like the lesson that she learns from that is she probably shouldn't associate with people that are just so comfortable telling so many fucking lies, and she shouldn't do it herself, because like it makes it like really hard in the end to verify anything that's true at all, and then you might end up getting fucked because now nobody can take your word for anything. And I wouldn't. Honestly, well, I don't know if I would trust Chloe. I don't know if she has ever told me any direct lies, but the people that she associates with and the lies that she's comfortable propagating about me like make it really hard for me to believe anything that she says. So
at the end of the day, she has a motivation to want to pass the buck too.
Yeah.
Have you seen a lot of the criticism about that section? Have you been following that?
No, most of it has been overwhelmingly positive. I've had to seek out criticism or like or get it from very specific people. Like Irk in chat like is, I think, not happy with a lot of that section because he feels like I ascribed a lot of malice to Chloe, I think. I hope I'm not misquoting him. That he thinks wasn't necessarily there, that there are like other explanations for. But I mean...
So one of the things that I've seen are the people that think that, you know, they're just like, oh, X, Y, and Z is based. Like, you know, HRT for minors is based or whatever. Do you think there's something they're missing, like when it comes to the criticism, like that your criticism wasn't necessarily about who ought to get it or not, but more
well, no, but
how
the
it was
issue
going
is that
about?
what you have to figure, and they should know this too, this is again partly their fault, is that like that website and everything around it is like, that's like a conservative fucking dream, right?
Yeah,
like I've got like a minors for HRT, but it's like it's a guide that's being supported by a trans person, Keffels, who is supported by the mainstream media, Taylor Lorenz of fucking CNN or WAPO or whatever, right? And that she's linking to a guide that is linking to like a Brazilian website that's an illegally registered website that's like selling hormones in little fucking anime packages saying keep out of reach of parents and shit. It looks like the most groomery shit in the world. It truly does. Like this is like a conservative's wet dream. So like I don't necessarily, I've said this before, I don't oppose like HRT or medication for minors. I don't even think I oppose gray market HRT or medication for minors. But the way that site's handled and all the people around it associated with. Like, you can't be running a website like that and making fucking pink pilling jokes all the time. Like, that's just, you can't do that. Like, it would be like me if I wanted to start like a project to like help kids. I kind of joke, it's like 16-year-olds are awesome because they're too scared to say no, and I'm making like these jokes publicly while I'm also like mentoring minors. Like, there's just no fucking way. That's like crazy. Unless you've got like an ungodly amount of oversight, which they didn't.
I can see the line forming around the dry cleaners because it's so backed up with all of Tucker Carlson's pants that are full of cum.
Yeah, seeing something, like if something like that would have gone mainstream, yeah.
Sorry, Cherry, I interrupted you.
It's fine. I think the one criticism that I heard while I was going over it was the idea that you're putting like malintent on them for a website that is just listing resources, and I think that was like a really easy criticism to push back on, because the idea that they would, I mean, obviously coordinating with the investigation that you're doing and making corrections and taking things off the website
shows they
and
do have some
avoiding
control
archiving,
over it.
it shows that they are also worried about it, that maybe your investigation is valid and it found actual problems that they neglected or didn't really investigate. But for them to take the steps to take it down without addressing that it needed to be taken down
Or
is
why,
all of the ways in which they make these changes, but they don't tell anybody anything, and they act like nothing wrong ever happened. It's sort of this. I mean, we see it with socialists and all sorts of like political, like infighting. You don't ever want to admit that your side is wrong about anything or that you ever did anything wrong. And it just sort of ruins your whole party, or, and for this situation, like your whole website.
Yeah. Also, I didn't even bother addressing that, because if they wanted to take that route, that like, well, they shouldn't be responsible for like guides that they link off to the site, then you kind of, that's your entire argument against Kiwi Farms. That like Kiwi Farms, just by virtue of hosting a docs, it's wrong. Well, it's like, okay, well, what if they're not actually the ones swatting or doxing you? Then you shouldn't care at all. They're just linking resources, right? So that argument is like really dumb.
Well, I think there's a pretty big chasm between those two things.
I don't think so at all. No way. If you're literally linking to a website that is like selling people like hormones and shit and like anime kid packages, saying like keep out of reach of parents and shit, and you're saying, well, we just link to them, we don't like condone it or whatever, like what the fuck? That's a weak as fuck argument when you're accusing Kiwi Farms of all this stuff just because they're posting doxes of you.
Wait, so you're calling it anime care packages? You're referring to what they are labeling their international shipping as, right?
No.
They're shipping something that's a medication and they're...
Have you seen the back packages for these hormones? I assume that's what you're referring to.
That is. I don't think you know what I'm referring to. I'm sorry. So if you look for Otokonoko Pharma, if you look at, I'm sure you can find like images and stuff. Somebody can look for it somewhere. But the packages are literally of like, I think it's called Shotokan. Does that sound right? I don't watch.
I just looked it up. Okay, the hologram box. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought it's the Ahiga
where it
or
says
whatever.
Keep out of reach of parents.
Yeah, and there's like child
with
porn,
anime girl on
or it's
it,
like anime underage. I don't know what the fuck you would call it. It's not child porn. I don't know what you would call
Lolly?
it. Is it called Shotokan? I read that a lot, but I don't know what it is.
What are you talking about?
I think it's
what
just
kind of
Shota.
anime? What does it
is
look
the
like?
type of karate that Ryu and Ken.
Never mind. Then I don't know. Is it Shota? What is Shota short for?
What is Shota? If you're trying to describe the little boy shit, that's what that is.
Isn't that Yaoi?
Oh, little boys. I'm sorry. No, that's Yaoi's written.
Yaoi's men.
I don't fucking know, man.
I thought it is.
Listen, there's one thing I want to clear the air on real quick. Somebody asked you in chat if I tried to keep you, if I was one of the, you said it was 50-50, the people trying to keep you from releasing the doc, and someone said, I bet it was Wicked Supreme with his high standards for evidence. Yeah, am I allowed to clear the air on that? Do you mind?
Oh my God, I know who it is. I know who it is, and no one's even told me.
Who do you think it is?
I 100% know who it is. It's fucking Pisco. Terrorism is in the title.
Dude.
Terrorism is in the title. He's definitely been
Entitled
been at
woman
you.
of color just fucking stepping in front of the line. I asked the question if it was okay for me to clear the air.
Woman of color. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm with him.
Hey, what would a room full of black people think about what you just
Jesus
did?
Christ.
There we go. Thank you. I didn't have to go there.
What would they think about it? So about Pisco.
Wicked Supreme was very
I just want to be
supportive.
clear
Yeah.
that the evidence, my high standard of evidence, the evidence is the best thing about that document. I didn't ask you not to release it. I didn't, I think I was kind of wishy-washy. I was like, it's a tough call. Either do it or don't do it. But no, the evidence was I was drunk, dude. I was fucking, holy shit, man. I was like Randy Marsh at the end of that episode of South Park where they don't have any internet. Reading all that evidence, reading all those DMs, I was a happy man. That was my favorite thing ever.
I liked the manifesto, but I'll admit I was one of the ones telling him behind the scenes not to do it.
Oh yeah, I remember you said, didn't you call me one morning? I was like half awake, and you were like,
dude, you didn't remember because the day you released it, like before it went live, I was like, hey man, you know my feelings on this, but I support you all the way. And you're like, wait, you know? And we had a whole conversation about it.
Because you called me and you like woke me up, I think, when you called me.
Oh yeah, you sounded groggy as shit, and you texted me for like 2 hours before that.
Sometimes I wake up and I check my phone, and I shouldn't do that. It's the worst thing in the world.
That's not even what I imagined. I imagined that you were in a call with Pisco, and you showed him the doc, and he read the title, and then he brought up to you how you'll say that, but the term stochastic terrorism, when you used it in reference to January 6th insurrection, like that's where I thought that this was going.
Huh.
Did that happen?
No comment on anything.
All right, Cherry, can you repeat that? I was zoned out and playing WoW. Can you say that again?
It's a back and forth that happens, I think, with Destiny and Pisco. When he calls someone a terrorist, Pisco, I think now it's like a 2-year-old debate that you had about stochastic terrorism, or like calling
whether
the
or not to call
January
it
6th. Yeah, whether or not to call January 6th a terrorist act or something.
If the protesters or the people who marched on the Capitol would be considered terrorists.
That's a pretty big debate they have, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see the 5th iteration of that, please.
Yeah, where do you fall on that side of the? Which side do you fall on, like in that debate?
Well, which
terrorists
part?
or not terrorists?
Is everyone involved in January 6th the terrorist? Is that what I'm engaging with?
I don't know. Where's Pisco in chat? I just saw him.
Yeah, he was just here.
Oh yeah, August was another one who said I shouldn't do it. Fuck you.
Why? Because Lycan, you said that you were one of the people who said he shouldn't do it. Why? What was
I was
thought
afraid.
process?
Well, the threat that she made in the DMs, I was afraid of that actually coming to fruition.
What, taking down the YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I didn't want him erased. Like I think he's too valuable. Like, sorry, your
Too
pubes are in my
valuable to
fucking
waste on her.
throat. Yeah, like just it was like okay, and my understanding was, unless I'm misremembering, like she was offering some sort of truce where they make a joint statement and all that. I'm like, you know what? If she comes out and says, "Hey, I was wrong about X, Y, and Z. He never hate rated me. He never. He's not transphobic. I was just heated and dealing with so much shit. Blah blah blah." I was like, you know what? That's a pretty fucking positive outcome, and maybe you can get your Twitch back. And so that's where I was coming from. I didn't want him to get fucking railed off the internet for this shit.
Oh, I remember now. I tried to weigh in on that. And Destiny, you were like, listen, I don't care what you think. Just read the document.
Yeah, because I felt like this is the feeling that I had. And I could be wrong, and it's really, really, really hard. I think that one of the best abilities that I have is actually to gather feedback from multiple parties and then like weigh it out into like a good decision. I think I'm really good at that. But that usually means I defer the decisions that I make to the consultations of the people around me. I try not to have like an original stance on something. It's usually going to be like an amalgamation of like all the different opinions and feedback I've gotten. I feel like I had a unique read on where Keffals was at socially that other people didn't seem to agree with. And I was either like really correct on that or I was really wrong on that. And my read was that her online power was weakening significantly, that she had already started to experience a whole bunch of infighting, and that she didn't have the online, she was like a paper tiger. She didn't have the online power that it seemed like she did. And I brought this up because I was looking at like her YouTube numbers are weak, her stream numbers are not that good, her Twitter following is pretty hollow, and anytime she's tried to do like non harassment content, she doesn't get like good engagement on it. So I was like, I feel like she's falling off. I feel like I'm not going to get the pushback that some people think. She doesn't have this huge following of people, and she's already controversial in her own circles, but nobody else seemed to agree with that. But I think my read on that was right. I feel like it was that there was like there was weakness there to be exploited.
You could tell in some of her language when she was talking to her own chat, she would reference, I think I noticed that when she talked about Hassan, and she was like, yeah, Hassan was a really like early supporter of mine, and I think we're like still good.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't sound very confident.
Out of curiosity, if you had decent to high confidence that you would lose your YouTube in the pursuit of this document, would you have put it out?
If I would have put it out, it would have been scaled down even more. I don't know if I would have.
What would you have cut?
What I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to think about that a lot. It would only be like the stuff that I have like the most. Everything relating to her character would be gone, for sure. I might have dumped stuff related to Kiwi Farms because I just don't want to look like a Kiwi Farms defender.
Yeah.
Does that frustrate you? Because I think you've been pretty clear. You do not like Kiwi Farms. You are a victim of Kiwi Farms.
Could have been more clear.
You think so?
I
How
think it was
so?
pretty clear. It was about as clear as it was. If you still think I am afterwards, then, I mean, you're probably gonna think that no matter what.
Well, I would say if you still think that you are after that document, then you're just not very. You're very hard to sway.
Yeah.
You're in the camp that thinks that you were already defending Kiwi Farms, and I just don't think that document did. Listen, I got a lot of thoughts about it. If I have one request, if you wrote me in for a document like that, please do it sooner, because I had a whole bunch of thoughts after you released it. I was like, fuck, these would have been really
well. The thing was that I was pushing against a time thing a lot.
I understand.
And I was already like I have to find ways to do projects that aren't so self-destructive. Because like my sleep was fucked, my diet was fucked, my streaming hours were fucked, my gym was non-existent. Like the engagement was not healthy. But there was like a deadline to get it out, because what I didn't want to do, because she was already starting to like drop off like pretty hardcore, and she still is. I didn't want her to be gone completely, and then I like resurrect her from the grave with this and like re-empower.
Oh, yeah,
definitely. So I was feeling like a kind of a pressure to get it out within a certain time span.
I was gonna say, did you feel that you were too late with it at all?
A little bit. It would have been nice to get it out like a week earlier, but like there was just so much fucking shit to read about.
Sorry, Cherry. Man's done speaking. Go ahead.
What the fuck is this guy doing? Sorry, that wasn't about you.
I don't fucking want to say anything, Lycan. You talk more.
Well, I have the right, but
entertain me.
Are you going to TwitchCon or not, Lycan?
Oh, actually, like per our conversation yesterday, I said I'd think about it, and I'm still thinking about it. But today, some shit happened with work, and I might have to stick around. So we'll see. If I get everything I need taken care of by Thursday, I will be there.
Hell yeah.
Is Steven, are you going?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Wicked Supreme, you said you had a bunch of notes on or some things that you would have. You wanted to.
Those are gonna stay with me. If it's about the couple stuff, that's gonna stay with me until
why?
either it gets brought up again or to the grave. Because that's how I operate.
Well,
wait, what? No, just bring it up.
Like,
why would you say that?
Also,
well, now I'm gonna look like a fucking tryhard if I just say it now.
Who
so
cares?
You know what? It's way more interesting. Now everyone's gonna think, whoa, he must have some wicked insight or something like that. I'm happy with that.
Well, what is it about?
Oh, yeah, I kind of want to know.
Okay, fine, fuck it. Really, it's not that important. I think the tone could have been better. I think you could have done.
Hold on, wait. I need real words. Okay, the tone could have been better. What do you mean by that? Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna start soy.
Yeah.
Hold your horses. You'll get it. I've got a lot of thoughts. Yeah, I think you could have done more to show a little bit of sympathy for the fact that what happened to Kevils did suck. You know what I mean? Like, she embellished it. Whether or not it was intentionally to raise money, or if she raised that money out of panic and then, you know, she was in too deep and suddenly she was in a situation where she had crowdfunded all this money she didn't need, on top of the fact that she was making money, you know, from her job, more than enough to cover her expenses or whatever. I feel like you could have done more to just like demonstrate actually being doxxed and your whole family being fucked with, and like having to fucking spend
the thing is, I have to walk a really fine line. I have to present her story fairly. Like, I think I did several times say this sucks, this sucks. But if I paint her out to be too sympathetic, well, then I'm kind of undermining the point that I'm making, and that she's not that sympathetic.
No, not necessarily. I think it does a lot to establish some credibility of yours, and that you're not out to be an antagonist, and that you're not just like generating a hit piece. Like,
I understand what you're saying, but I'm just, the only issue I'm having is that, like, imagine if I go through all of that. Like, this is Claire Sorrenti, doxing and swatting is one of the scariest things in the world. People are killed doing this, blah, 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 blah. Here's why she was wrong to, like, fundraise after it happened. Like, that's, if I build her up as, like, too sympathetic, it's going to look like I've spent all the time making her argument.
Not building her up as too sympathetic, but, like, at least saying one or two lines that you are sympathetic to the fact that, like, what she went through was kind of shitty or whatever, but, and like, giving her a way out. Right? Like, that's a thing that you do in interrogation, is give somebody a way out.
Well, she doesn't have a way out. No, I'm not trying to give her a way out. I'm not writing 40 fucking pages for her to have a way out of it.
Well, the way out would, one of the way. Well, okay, so there were too many things that she doesn't have a way out for, but at the very least, for the raising money thing, to be like, just refund the people. Like, you panicked, whatever.
She's not refunding anybody. I mean,
I think I agree with Wicked. I agree with what you're saying. I think that, like, by doing that, it comes off as you're not hedging your combativeness, but you're showing that you're thinking about this reasonably, and it's not just a hit piece. Is that what you're getting at?
So that's the first point. That's 1 point. Yeah, just 1 or 2 sentences about that, I think would have been sufficient.
I feel like I had more than that. That I think, didn't we say multiple times that like getting doxxed is horrible? This is not okay. Kiwi Farms is full of deranged individuals.
Yeah, but you didn't tie it to her as much. You just
I don't think I
need.
It wasn't explicit to her situation.
Okay,
but whatever. I
Understand
don't
what
want to
you're
stick on this forever because
Sure.
this is
Yeah,
actually
that's
this is like the least substantial point. More than that, I think more. I wish that we. I wish there was a whole section about the media, mainstream media reporting, that we could have like pointed to very explicit things about like what had been reported by mainstream media that was factually wrong, but that they didn't bother to source, or that they were really careless about demonstrating the degree to which something had been sourced or substantiated or something like that.
I mean, I had a few pieces in there. I do agree with you.
It wasn't spoon-fed to you, but like if you read the articles that were linked, you can like
I think
compare it to the manifesto.
The issue I was having was that it was already pretty long, and when I set out to do this, I was kind of hoping for like a 1 hour thing almost. But like now I'm hitting like 40 or 50 pages, and like, do I really have time to like establish like all this other stuff?
Yeah, and then the last thing, I think I made a comment about this, but I feel like the most compelling thing about the Keffel story is that the thing that she does is that she tries to make any enemies out of people that aren't necessarily even her enemies, because that's her avenue for growth, is to fight. And so I think maybe some examples of the fact that she had done this to Hunter Avalon and Stardust, like we have really available and ready.
Yeah, but I mean, we watched videos of that. I think she looked pretty unhinged in those. I think we watched 2 or 3 videos of her doing
was that part of the stream?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
it was.
I didn't
also
get to watch
in the
stream,
manifesto.
Oh, wait, no, I would listen to the entire thing, and I missed that.
You missed us listening to the conversation with her.
Yeah, you know what? There was a clip.
There were 2. It was her talking. No, there might have been 3. I think it was her talking to Stardust, her talking to Hunter Avalon.
The Stardust, I heard. Yeah.
And there might have been a 3rd one. I don't remember.
I only remember those
about
2
Chud on
off the
her own
top of
stream,
my
I
head.
think.
Yeah, the Chud one. Yeah, the Chud one.
I will say this: it was hard to pay attention to the entire thing, because I've been watching this shit for what, 4 months now, 5 months? How long has this been going on?
And a lot of it, it's not just
the Gappy
videos. There was
5
also links of her going after people like Gappy 5.
Yeah.
I will say it's probably the most annoying thing that I run into is that like when I work on a document like that, like you can tell it takes like an autistic amount of fucking research. Like, what is a 3-hour document, I imagine would probably take like even longer, or like almost twice as long if we would actually go through and watch every link. It is pretty annoying that people just like see like, oh, well, not all of it is fake. And it's like, which part, bro? Like, there's so much here. How are you just going to say all of this is fake? What do you mean? You're not going to engage with any of it, really?
More than enough. And like I meant to mention this to you, but like, my comments were mostly me like poking holes where I could see holes, because I just felt that's probably the most valuable thing to you or whatever. But anything I didn't comment on, I thought was really good. I thought the ending was written super, super well too, the wrap up.
Yeah.
I still think the intro is incredible. So like, I was at brunch with some friends. I went down to Florida. Great time to do that, by the way. And I told my friends, I'm like, listen, I got to step out for some online shit. And I went for a walk with a drink and listened to the intro, and it was beautiful. I still think that's the best part of the manifesto.
You should have seen the earlier, when I had done my first draft, the tone was so much more aggressive and snarky, which is kind of funny too. People are like, oh, like you're kind of mean here. I was like, oh, dude, my first write of this was like brutally petty and like snarky and shit. Like,
I'm glad you.
I think one of the opening sentences was like, Clara Sorrenti averages about 1,000 viewers on Twitch, which is about 10 times as much as she's ever gotten in either election she ran. It was like shit. They was like really, really, really snarky. Yeah.
I'm glad it didn't come out like that.
Yeah.
But I figured in looking through that, like, if you were outside of my community, I wanted to keep the tone as neutral as possible, because it's going to make it seem like I just fucking hate this person. And I didn't want to give that impression that, like, this is just somebody I fucking hate, and this is like a hit piece I made on them,
I remember there was someone in her own community, another trans woman on Twitter who had like 6,000 followers, that questioned her after the GoFundMe.
Yep.
I'm so salty that I don't have like screenshots of this. I'm gonna have to like go back through my old VODs because I remember covering it. But she basically shunned this person outside of her community and like told them to unalive themselves or whatever, just for asking questions. Like the idea that she's only ostracized like libs or people who aren't in her community because of this is like, that's just a fraction of it. She does it to her own audience as well.
Yeah, 100% she does. Yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody in chat probably has this tweet saved.
Oh, well, that wasn't in the manifesto.
No, well, because it happened after the manifesto, right?
Well,
no, that happened
now
after
you know
the
where to
GoFundMe.
improve.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I'm talking about one that happened after the GoFundMe. This was like around the time where I think it went up to like 50,000. So like while she was slowly increasing, there were people asking questions who were part of her community.
John.
It's a fucking party in here.
I will say, I'm surprised. I thought the thing was gonna get like 200,000 views because it was.
Stop
so
restarting
long.
right here. There's a extra life like right near.
I don't care. I shouldn't be dying.
I agree.
Wow, we've spent a. I think I'll probably do 500,000 views by the time it's done.
How does it feel to be genetically inferior to the god gamer, Moon?
He's
Destiny.
Shut up.
Ultra Nightmare, dude. He beat that shit so quick, man. Man, that shit was insane. I couldn't believe it. The man's got
Listen,
it.
if Mooten was more motivated, I could have. I just needed my competition. But he gave up.
Oh, yeah, you could have had it. If Mooten was your competition, you could have pushed it. Yeah,
Well, I beat the game on the same difficulty. I was just playing on extra life mode, so it's not like it would be impossible. There were no parts where undoable.
The DLC is a lot harder.
No, it's
Is it
it's
really?
tough. Okay, fuck it. Don't listen to me. Yeah, you're struggling on level 1. I'm wrong though.
Well, it's because I haven't gotten back into the rhythm of playing. Once
that's what it is.
Get back into the
that's
rhythm
what
of
it
it.
is.
You haven't played Boom Boom Dollar enough times. That's what it is.
Have you talked about Sneeko getting banned yet?
Nope.
Not at all.
Does anybody know why he's banned? Like, what did
Yeah,
it?
harmful misinformation.
What the hell does that mean? Like the
I think it
COVID
was
shit?
COVID. Yeah, I think it was COVID stuff, and probably whatever got him on the
I think it
congressional
was
committee. The whole
COVID stuff, and I think it was that video of the girl.
I feel like
Wait,
I
him
saw
like hump in the air or whatever.
He wasn't just humping there. That was. Did I ever tell the story about that video on Fresh and Fit?
I don't know what video you're talking about.
I know what
The one where he's saying like that girl, she just needs to get fucked. She just needs something.
Oh yeah, that one. Yep.
Okay, you keep
wait,
saying
one more
he did
time?
more than humping the air, but is that
I didn't-
is that the extent of it?
Yeah, that's the extent of it, but it sounded really bad.
Okay, reverse the roles. How often do we say this guy just needs to get laid?
No. You need to go back and watch the video. You don't know what you're talking about. But I understand by your description. Okay, I will tell this story because I had the exact same reaction. Before one of the Fresh and Fit episodes, Sneeko, Myron pulls us out. Me, Sneeko, and the other guy to the right of Molina. I don't remember what his name was. About like what we want to ask the girls. We want to talk about for the second part of the show. And Sneeko brought up that video, and he was like, "Yeah, we should play that video." And Myron was like, "No, dude, like trust me, I've seen this video. It's it's no good." And I was like,
"Oh yeah."
No, I was like, "No way. It sounds hilarious. Like what he's describing. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be edgy, but it's gonna be funny as fuck." He's like, "No, like this is just not a good move." And me and the other guy and Sneeko were all arguing against Myron for it. And then Myron eventually was like, "You know what? Here, like watch it. This is what I'm talking about." And we watched the video. And right after we watch it, me and the other dude both changed our mind. We're like, Sneeko, you can't show this video. Like, this is just not good, dude. You're actually fucking insane. Like, it was that bad. And I think that's the one that one dude that made the video calling for him to get banned. It was a decently popular YouTuber. It was based off of that video.
Yeah, I remember. I know what video you're talking about in reference to that. I thought it was bad, but I didn't think it was like that bad.
I don't know, man. For 2022 standards, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, for 20, yes.
Yeah.
Most people will interpret it as bad, but I think those people are applying a gross double standard.
What is the double standard?
Yeah,
Okay, the double standard is that we can say the same thing about all these insults just need to get fucking laid, bro.
No, it wasn't. That's not why people were mad at the video. It wasn't him saying she needs to get laid. It was him saying she just needs somebody to grab her and shut her up and go like that. That was the issue. Do you understand that that's like elevated like 10 times more?
Okay.
That was way more extreme than just saying she needs to get laid.
You're making fine. You're making me call into question my recollection.
Yeah, you should go watch the video. That's why it was so
I watched
extreme.
it once already.
Go watch it
remember
again.
like
Go
this.
watch it again.
Okay.
It was way more extreme than that. That was like, holy shit, dude. You need to chill.
That was bad optics.
It was bad. It was just bad. No, it wasn't even optically. It was just bad. It was if he would have just been like, yeah, this chick, she just needs to get fucked. Everybody knows the girls. She just needs to get fucked. It would have been okay. But the role playing of like the slap and shit was like, it was way too much. Not to say I don't think he's like a rapist or whatever. And I don't think he like intended it for it to be taken as like rape.
It jumped up a notch.
He just took it to. He was making the comment. She just needs to get laid, but he took it to a weird fucking extreme.
Okay, you're right. He's doing a choking thing and saying, "Shut up with your feminism."
Yeah, it was way more extreme.
You know what? I think I confused this with Gappy V and the fucking Kids Nation. The fucking she's looking for some woo yeah, woo yeah, woo. I think that's what I was confusing with.
Yeah.
Which you can see conveniently at MrGirl.gg.
Red pill. Yeah. You guys want some red pills?
We solved it all.
Do you have a red pill for us?
Yeah. All right, here it is.
Okay, hold on. Whatever you're thinking, make it concise because I got like 10 or 15 more minutes. Okay.
You said that yesterday.
Because you come in at like 10 o'clock. I can't fuck my life up. I'm destroying my fucking life by going to sleep so late.
What's on the schedule tomorrow, Steven?
I am supposed to gym at night, and when I stay up until 11:30, 12 o'clock at fucking streaming, I'm not fucking gymming. And I gained all this fucking weight to gain muscle, so if I'm not gymming, I'm just getting fucking fat. And then I don't get to sleep on time, so my sleep is fucked. My diet isn't good because I can't drink my protein shake at night, so I gotta eat some bullshit. Everything is fucked in my life if I stream until like fucking 11 o'clock. I'm literally destroying my life, so I'm not doing it. So you got 10 minutes, and then I'm fucking out of here. I'm gonna hang up and leave.
That's Adderall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Adderall. That's not even Steve. That's
okay, Zerka, fire up the stream, okay?
All right. Here it is. I think Destiny can go a day without the gym.
I haven't gone a day. I've gone 2 fucking weeks. Since I've been doing my manifesto the whole fucking time. I haven't been doing anything. My whole health and sleep and everything's been fucked.
Bro, I fuck up when I miss 2 days, bro.
Yeah, I have to get my life back together. I fucking sacrificed so much doing that dumb shit. I barely streamed every day. Not barely streamed. I still stream, but like obviously I was late on my shit. My fucking everything.
What about Sneeko, Steven?
What about him? Talk. You're the one wasting your time right now, okay?
All right. Free Sneeko. What did he do? What did he do?
So, Destiny, do you think it was fine that he's banned for all that misinformation, or do you think he should be reinstated?
I don't like the idea of. I just don't like the idea of banning people from social media right now. I'm super sketched out. It's like way too. People go way too fucking hard on it. I guess like what I would have preferred too. This is also something I don't like. Your channel needs to be on a cooldown. You know what? I think actually this would change my whole mind on it and make me okay with banning people. When you get reported, your channel needs to go on some type of cooldown. It shouldn't be possible to get like reported for 3 fucking things in 2 days and then get permabanned. That defeats the whole point of a 3-strike system.
I don't know. It depends on what exactly you're pushing, right? Because there should be things that should get you instantly banned, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, instantly banned, instantly permabanned.
Instantly permabanned.
Instantly any ban, right? Of course. If I go on stream and I say I'm gonna go make a bomb and like fucking destroy like a city or some shit, you're probably gonna permaban instantly.
But I saw the thread on Reddit, and Rage Pope, you can tell me if you disagree with this, but I think the thread was saying, wasn't this community all for banning people for misinformation like a year ago when it comes to COVID? And I think we're all for censoring misinformation, but no one says, okay, if they stop doing.
I think it's a lot more than just COVID harmful misinformation that he's spreading. I think he's spread a lot of the JQ stuff. I think he spread a lot of undermining.
For what? Those 2 conversations?
I don't know if it was JQ stuff. I think it was the standard, like, the rich and elite.
What do you mean? He's like, who do you think runs the Federal Reserve? Who do you think they're in charge?
I think that when Sneeko was talking, I think Sneeko was talking like of the guys, the system. I don't think he was on like JQ.
It's like he was amplifying a signal that he was unprepared to contend with.
Sure, but I also think that's considerably different than him himself spreading the JQ. It's like when Zerka talks about the deep state and stuff. I don't think, oh yeah, JQ or whatever. He talks about.
I think that's bordering on some of the same stuff Sneeko did, and I think bringing on Nick Fuentes and a lot of the other people are doing just as much harm.
Pussy, dude. Sneeko's a comedian. Let him fucking talk about whatever.
He's not a comedian, and what he's spreading is actually harmful.
Who did it harm? Yeah, where's the
people like my mom are harmed because they don't.
No, I want to know why is he going all quiet? Who's the victim?
What could possibly go wrong when you start villainizing the Jews and saying that they're pulling all the?
When did he do that? What do you?
No, the problem is
when he had Nick Fuentes on, he was doing exactly in front of the entire Senate.
Hero Destiny had Nick Fuentes on.
No, the problem is, John, calm down.
Destiny started.
Yeah, the problem is that
the problem is Destiny's allowed to have.
We've all talked. Let Rage and Zerka go at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when Destiny has Nick Fuentes on, he's not sitting there doing traditional Jewish song and dance whenever he's talking about the people in charge of our government, the people in charge of our banks, and what they're doing to fuck all of the people in the United States. That's not what Destiny does, and you cannot compare what Sneeko is doing to what Destiny does when he has Nick Fuentes.
He did a Jewish dance?
Yeah, I did.
Ooh, Jesus. Oh, I didn't know shit about that.
Wait, who just left?
Cherry.
Cherry did.
Wait, Sneeko got up and did a Jewish dance?
Yes.
Ooh, That's
harmful, right?
Yeah,
Under
especially
that
when you've been
context,
talking
homie?
for hours about how there's certain people in charge of the Federal Reserve and how they're coming to get you. You cannot say that's not harmful misinformation. That's stochastic terrorism.
Well, I mean,
at best.
it's just wrong because the Jesuit order is it's Rome
Jesus
that runs
Christ. Nice.
that runs
From
the
one
world.
point to another.
And
Good
number
job, guys.
two, the dance was basically you're saying his chat was radicalized by Sneeko.
Okay,
no,
but
I'm
it's
saying
more than
when
that
you
too.
spread that type of
No, you gotta
information to
double
people,
down
there's
now.
enough
Just say-
people that
just
latch
say-
onto it and go out and do crazy shit in the real world.
Okay, what about
Or
someone
just
like
has
someone like
opinions of Jewish
Jared Taylor? Should Jared Taylor be deplatformed?
I don't know who Jared
Jared
Taylor is.
Taylor, the actual like white
what about-
nationalist, like race realist, like that guy.
Yeah, or like Nick Fuentes. You guys think Nick should be permanently banned?
Yes.
I don't think Nick should have a platform. Yeah.
Wait, what did he do to get deplatformed?
Not on like YouTube and stuff. No.
No, but what did he do?
I mean,
You don't even know what he did. What the fuck?
Like
I'm asking.
Wait, no, I mean, we're being.
There's a long history of anti-Semitism and
No,
radicalism.
I want to know. I want to know what.
Yeah, so
I
the
believe-
thing that he did was he got hundreds of his supporters to show up to January 6th.
Okay, but wasn't there a million people who did that?
No,
yeah,
there were not
and
a
they should all be
million people.
deplatformed.
Right, but I mean, wasn't it like a tiny minority that went inside the building?
John.
Or was Nick inside or outside?
Okay,
I don't
John,
think
you're
he-
actually playing chicken with Destiny's channel right now.
What does that mean?
Okay. What else needs to be said?
I'm saying I don't know much about your guys' orbiters, right?
John's saying he wants to carry water for domestic terrorists, is what he's saying.
Okay, but Nick is a terrorist?
Yes.
Then why would Destiny
Okay,
deal with him?
Zerka, honestly, Zerka, if you want to have this conversation, let's have it on your channel.
No, Supreme, I don't get it.
That's what I thought.
You're saying
that's what I thought.
All right, let's do it on my channel. But listen,
Sounds good.
I'm asking. You're saying Destiny chills with a terrorist, and you guys chill with Destiny.
Destiny
What-
doesn't
what it-
chill with
yeah.
terrorists. He's capable of providing the pushback. Sneeko didn't provide any pushback because he doesn't know anything about these topics.
And he also
just sat there
amplified
nodding
them.
his
I'm
head.
allowed to chill with
he
Osama
sat there
bin
nodding his
Laden.
head and saying, "Wow, this stuff is based." And then, like ensuing 3 or 4 streams, he kept talking about how funny Nick was and how based the shit he was saying was.
Wait,
But
Zerka, do you
Destiny's
assume that
funny.
talking to somebody
What the
means
hell?
you're chilling with them? Like, if you
Zerka is
just talk
fucking
to
with
hold
you
on.
guys. You guys are getting
You guys
trolled.
are
know,
actually
I know
coming
what's
after Destiny's channel, and you don't even know you're doing it.
What are you talking about?
By
To be
making
fair,
Nick
that narrative
Satan,
does
you guys are coming after Destiny's channel hard.
What?
This is what I mean. Like you guys
he's
eat
trying to-
yourselves without knowing it.
He's trying to say
Destiny,
that
you know what I'm
because
trying to
they're-
say.
I think he's
Come
trying
on,
to say that
Destiny, you know
because
I know what you're
exactly
trying to
what-
say. Zerka's trying to say that the type of rhetoric that you guys are engaged in is going to make us that Nick is actually fucking Satan. But the problem is that I've engaged with people like him, and you've engaged with people like me. So as long as you play those games, it's going to inevitably lead to not only my downfall, but the decancellation of like all or deplatforming of all of you people too.
Yeah, so your orbiters are actually critically retarded.
Yeah, but the problem that you're not engaging with, John, is that what they're saying is there's a difference between just talking to somebody and providing pushback versus talking to somebody and amplifying their message. And you don't seem to draw a distinction between those two
Wait, that
things.
thing that I just said?
Yes,
Well,
but
no,
he's
no,
not,
no.
he hasn't acknowledged it yet. He hasn't even said anything. He's going to say something else retarded right now to get around that point.
No, he literally critiqued Sneeko for calling Nick funny when Destiny's called Nick funny.
See, he did it. He just did it again. That's what he's doing.
You're just making content.
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying. Hey, I'm the only one protecting this channel, right? I'm the gatekeeper. Of
No,
this
you're
channel.
not. You're the one actively throwing it into the
No,
fucking abyss.
every time you guys do the Gyno deplatform the world thing, they come out.
I
and-
don't think we should deplatform the world.
What about Haas? You think Haas should be deplatformed?
Yes.
I think Haas actually maybe should
is
be.
anyone
Yeah.
pro Russia bad for you guys?
The problem is Haas is literally
No.
taking money from Russia. He lies about it and he spreads Russian talking points and he's like
Oh, shit, I didn't
consistently
know
a
that.
bad
Yeah, he's
faith
an
actor.
unregistered foreign agent.
Yes, him
For
and Henkel
sure.
are 100%.
Wait, what?
Yes.
My
Wait,
friends are
you know me,
KGB?
I'm going to have problems with a statement like that.
Yeah,
I'm
what do you
almost
mean,
positive
Steven?
that Henkel is. They get paid by other media
Like by
companies and
RT
stuff,
or-
by other
No.
companies. RT can't pay them directly anymore, but it's by other companies related to them.
How do you know this?
You know, there's a certain line
that's my question.
that you can contact who will look into it.
It sounds like a conspiracy theory.
It might be, dude. Damn, dude. Somebody should look into that sometime.
Yeah. Contact OFAC.
Is this the next manifesto?
RT paying Haas.
I mean, isn't Haas like deplatformed? Is he doing stuff still?
He's
still on YouTube. I think he got banned on Twitter. I think. Goodness, but Jackson Hinkle's on Tucker Carlson saying the most retarded shit.
Should Tucker Carlson be banned?
Wait, hold on. How does a 20K Twitter follower dude get on that shit? Like, where's Hinkle's big platform that got him on Tucker Carlson?
Dude, he gets 17,000 viewers on Rumble. He's huge.
I don't know if
Is
those are
he?
real viewers. But...
Does he really?
No, he is big. Yeah.
No, does he actually get those viewership? I mean, I'm not saying it's all.
I don't know, but he's got a nice new apartment that he took me to. He got money somehow.
Yeah, weird.
I mean, yeah, Destiny's Theory might be.
I guess he's a KGB agent, right?
Yep,
Maybe he has a secret OnlyFans.
He's KGB.
I mean,
By the way, Black
I mean,
Pope runs the world.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're KGB, bro. I think they're just
KGB
streamers.
doesn't exist. It's fucking FS.
Is it because he got on Tucker Carlson that you guys think he's KGB?
Do you guys know the
I think
Jesuits?
he's the Jesuits
run
because
the
he
world?
likes you, Zerka.
You guys are all at the same. You guys are like Hydra.
He's just a useful idiot who's willing to take money to say whatever the Russian government.
How
wants
are
him
we
to.
like a Hydra and you're
Wait,
inside of this chat
if he's a
and you're not
useful
with it?
idiot, why don't y'all debate him?
I already have multiple times, but there's literally no point. He won't respond to a single fucking thing you say. He just repeats the same talking points over and over again.
I know Destiny, you have, but I'm saying these guys.
I don't want to talk
Debate
to people
who?
like that who aren't willing to engage in reality, and their entire point is to just try to propagandize the audience.
And I don't
There's no
think
point
Hinkle is one of the
having
few
any
people
conversation
that.
with them.
Yeah, Hinkle is not worth debate. Like I already told James I'm not doing debates with him anymore because it's no point. He'll just repeat the same talking points over again. He doesn't like engage. He's almost like you, except I don't treat you as like a serious political figure.
What about Vosh? You guys think Vosh should have
Okay.
been platformed?
No,
platform.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I mean, maybe some
Didn't
of
he
his
say a
older
certain
stuff,
country
but
should
not
be
recent.
Yeah,
bombed?
some of his older stuff is bad, but like, yeah, it's not.
Didn't he say a certain country should be bombed out of existence?
That's some of.
And he
his
got
older
a
stuff.
huge punishment for it. He was
Yeah.
gone for it, and no,
I
he
know,
doesn't
but
say
if,
that anymore.
imagine
Yeah,
if
he should
Tucker
have
Carlson-
been banned for saying that. I think.
Yeah. Imagine if Hinkle said that. What would you guys do to Hinkle?
Say the same shit. You shouldn't fucking say that, and you deserve the ban.
Yeesh.
Okay, Zerka. From now on, can you just talk about like fun
No,
stuff?
I actually
like
agree
drama
with you.
stuff.
Guys. I'm not a free speech. I'm not a free speech guy. I'm trying to censor your side.
Like whenever you talk about political stuff, it's not fun for anybody.
Steven, go to bed.
What? I'm having a blast.
It's been
Like,
20
one
minutes.
in- one in the
Is
chat
Steven
is
going to the
having a
gym
blast.
after this? Isn't that what he said?
Let's see if it's one in the chat if we're having a blast. Steven, no gym today. Let's party.
I'm leaving once I die again. I'm just
You got a gym. Steven, are you going to gym at TwitchCon?
I don't know. Probably not. What do you mean?
I don't know. Like, I legitimately didn't know if people.
If
did
you're
that shit.
committed, you'd find a gym.
Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking about finding a gym for
It's
myself.
2 days, and I've got limited time to see people.
Oh, you got 2 days, so you're out there. Okay, never mind. Well, I mean, you
All
could
right,
get like
here's the
a day
real
pass at
question.
like
Heralded,
Planet
this
Fitness.
is the
or something.
ultimate question.
What's up?
The greatest musician of all time. This is a music channel.
Hell yeah! Now we're getting to the good stuff.
The greatest musician of I couldn't possibly like. It's not possible.
Weird Al for sure.
Yeah, it's just not possible. If you said like my favorite musician right now, that'd be different.
What about Destiny? Destiny, you probably like Mozart. I think Mozart sucks. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I just
dude.
gotta. I
That's,
like Beethoven. You know, when I need classical, it's Beethoven.
Oh yeah.
What are your thoughts on John Coltrane, Steve? That's what I want to know.
I hate him.
I knew it would be one or the other.
The problem is that when people play Coltrane shit, they'll play shit off of like his early career. But dude, you try to listen to anything Coltrane in his later career, there's like you're not going to be able to understand anything past his second album. I don't believe it. Anybody that even jazz people, I don't believe that they actually understand anything. No fucking shot, dude.
Why is
His
that?
stuff is
Can you qualify that?
it's just super inaccessible. It's like so complicated and just like yeah. You should just try listening to. Fuck me, I'm not a fan.
Okay, I have one thought, and then I gotta go to bed. Did you listen to pop punk growing up, Steven?
Yeah, of course, everybody did.
Do you remember Say Anything?
No, what's that?
Oh man, so if you liked it, do you ever like going back and listening to that era of music?
Yeah, of course.
I would very much like to know what you think of the album "Is a Real Boy."
By who? Say anything.
Say Anything.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything.
He's going to get banned for answering that.
I mean, like, if I want to go with like one of the popular ones that isn't like a great song, it's called "I Can Get Sexual Too." You might know that one. But or "Alive with the Glory of Love."
I'm starting to agree with that chatter that came in earlier.
Shut up. Listen to the album. I would very much like to know what you think, and don't give me the "yeah, okay, well, I'll think about it, buddy," like you do with all your callers that recommend shit.
Okay.
I think I've earned an hour of your time for an album.
It's all
Sounds
about
pretty
Green
entitled.
Day. Green
I know,
Day
right?
is the greatest of all.
Okay, I love you guys.
A little
It's been
too
fun.
confident.
Comment earlier next time instead of fucking waiting until 9:30 to all of you show up.
Yeah, but you guys were rambling. So
I just got off work.
I didn't want to join the ramble. You know, I just come to nuke. I'm the nuke of this.
Okay, see you. Have a good day at the gym.
I got one last thing to quickly say. Thank you to the people in chat who gave me recommendations. I got myself a blender, and I was able to hit calories pretty easy now. Thank you very much to everybody in chat who DM'd me and emailed me. Thank you. Goodbye.
Jesus. Okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. What I missed for super chats. Absolutely going to get shit for it, but have you ever played DayZ? I can't let go. Zedstiny. Yeah, I played DayZ a lot back in the day when there was like Day Zero and stuff. That game was fucking awesome. Your integrity and how you both defend people when they deserve it, plus refuse a lot of people who hate you, and how this mentality also applies to you cover is why you're the only streamer I bother watching. Thanks, Shawl. Gina, the worst part of rhetoric is that you don't have to convince a person that climate change is real. You have to get them to the point they aren't sure, they have all the facts and become undecided. Okay. Dan Brown. Hey, Destiny. I've been binging your videos for about 2 weeks now. I don't agree with all your values and beliefs, but I do appreciate your critical analysis and debate skills. Thanks for the content. Thanks, buddy. Ryan Rockwell. I like this content because he's clearly wearing a woman's suit jacket. Oh, that was about Haas, probably. Okay. All right. I love you guys. Be careful. Represent cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. I'll see you guys later. Peace out, Barino.